At Pacific Quay up there in Glasgow. Hi there, Kirsty.
Hello there, and with me I have Angus Robertson, who is the Cabinet Secretary of the Scottish Government, and the former SNP Westminster leader, and Ian Murray, the MP for Edinburgh South so far, and the shadow Scottish Secretary. That might change after tonight. It's worth saying that we have got on the exit poll 10 seats for the SNP, but we're not extrapolating. I think the parties are extrapolating, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. The BBC's not extrapolating. But first of all, Ian Murray, if this exit poll is anyway true, we could be sitting with the new Secretary of State for Scotland.
Well, let's underline in bold if, but what we've seen over the last 6 weeks of this election campaign is a change Labour Party offering change to the public, and the public, I hope, have responded to that. And if the exit poll turns out to be correct, and it is just a poll, but it does chime with what we've seen in the other polls in recent days and in recent weeks, and therefore that's the kind of thing we've been getting back on the doorstep. But we used to be very, very cautious because a lot of these seats, of course, were very, very big SNP majorities, and therefore they could all be very, very tight indeed. And look, we're coming from the worst election result since 1935, and therefore the hill is steep to climb. And it looks as if we're climbing some of it tonight, but let's not get too carried away this early in the night.
This is a very Starmer-esque reaction. No whooping, no jumping up and down.
Well, you know, we've always been confident but not complacent, and we won't be complacent until such times as all those votes are counted and they're in the bag.
Angus Robertson, there's no extrapolation for the SNP. The SNP is just a, obviously, Scottish party, and you have gone, if this is correct, you've lost 35 seats. Now, the former leader of the SNP, Nicola Sturgeon, tonight says this is the grimmer end of expectations, expects the exit poll to be profoundly right. What's your response to the exit poll?
Well, obviously I'm disappointed, and congratulations to Ian and colleagues. I think it's in line with recent polls over recent weeks that was predicting a Labour victory both at a UK level but also in Scotland. And of course I'm disappointed. I was the leader of the SNP in the House of Commons for 10 years, so that's a lot of my colleagues who it looks like will not be holding their seats. And that is obviously disappointing, but I will agree with Ian. I think it's important. I think the public has just been so sick of Conservative UK governments that they have wanted them out. And I think the Labour message of vote Labour, vote Keir Starmer for change, I think that has resonated. And I think
on the Scottish doorsteps.
And on the Scottish doorsteps as well.
But the idea of soft SNP supporters vote for Labour to get the Conservatives out. However, it could just be a straightforward verdict on actually what the SNP has been doing in government in Scotland, because after all, you've been there since 2007. That's a very long time. And people, by and large, the support for independence is kind of sticking where it often is, in the late 40s. But actually, maybe they just feel that the SNP hasn't delivered for them.
Well, if it was as simple as that, the SNP would be getting nearly 50% of the vote. It's not the way that Scottish politics work. This was a UK election where people had the opportunity of kicking out Rishi Sunak, getting rid of the Boris Johnson nightmare, getting rid of the Liz Truss government, and the record of total Tory incompetence. And I think the change message chimed. We know that it's a very powerful message, and I think voters in Scotland decided in a UK election to vote to change a UK government, and the Labour Party managed to land the message that they were the principal vehicle to do that.
But if this exit poll is in any way right, and you are in government with an extremely comfortable majority, it still means that you are going to have to deliver for Scotland in the next 2 years, because there's Scottish parliamentary elections in 2 years' time. And some of the things, and we will interrogate this later, that you've promised and offered may not be possible, because obviously there's fiscal rules to follow. You're not going to have the money to do stuff.
Well, the work will start on that first thing on Friday morning, tomorrow morning, if we're lucky enough for these figures to be correct and Keir Starmer becomes Prime Minister. But I think it's really important, particularly for viewers across the whole of the UK, to realise that people in Scotland were demanding change, but they were demanding change from 14 years of the Tories and 17 years of the SNP. It was about NHS and the huge waiting lists in Scotland. It was about the state of the Scottish economy. Yes, a lot of that was to blame on the Tories and 14 years of incompetence and chaos at Westminster, but 17 years of failure in Scotland. And if the SNP take from this message that the voters are wrong, they might end up in an even worse position come the Scottish elections in 2026.
Angus Robertson, Ian Murray, thank you very much indeed.
Kirsty,
over to you now.
Kirsty,
Yes.
quick question. I mean, it is an exit poll, and it's even trickier predicting these things early on in Scotland. But if the numbers are anywhere near where they are now, where does that leave the SNP and potentially pushing for a second independence referendum?
Nothing.
First of all, there is no extrapolation in Scotland. The SNP 10 is disputed in here, but actually, just say it is 10. It certainly sets the cause of independence back, but you've also got these Scottish elections for the Scottish Parliament. People vote in different ways. This could be it could, as Angus Robertson said, be a protest vote against the Conservative government. It could, as Ian Murray says, be a verdict on what the SNP's record in devolved things like the NHS, like education is. So actually, it's a much more complex Rubik's Cube in Scotland. It's not just one chamber of power, it's a second chamber of power as well.
Great. Okay. Kirsty, thank you.
I think we can hear them in the background arguing over the numbers and whether they really believe the poll. But tonight there will be no arguing with Jeremy Vine's numbers. He's in Cardiff for the night and we are going across to him now. Jeremy, let's see what you've got.
Thank you, Laura. Yes, welcome to the headquarters of BBC Wales. And you can see this map here. You see the blue areas. They're Tory seats and the most marginal ones we put first. So we've got a board. Let's call it a battle board. And each tab is a seat. And there are 50 each time I change the board, and these are the most marginal seats, the most marginal of all for the Conservatives going into this election. Burnley with a 127 majority last time. Then Leon Atherton, new seat, 293 majority. Really slender majorities. High Peak, 590. And then you've got the twin seats of Bury South, Bury North, etc. As we go down the boards, the seats gradually get better defended and the Conservatives have a better chance of keeping them. Now let's show you what the exit poll is telling us. The results we put up, of course, are not results yet. They are going to flash because they're just predictions. But you can see this board. Most of the blue has been washed off this board, except for, interestingly,
So I've got a delay. I don't know why, but it seems to be a delay in the camera, and I'm not quite sure what the delay is. And if you can see that I'm talking and it's not going at the same time, I'm not quite sure what the delay is. As you can see, that's me speaking and it's not responding on the internet. I'm talking and it's not going at the same time, so that's going to be interesting. I'm not quite sure what the delay is. As you can see, that's me speaking and it's not responding on the internet. So that's going to be interesting. And also the picture on OBS is much clearer than the picture on YouTube as well. Like the picture on YouTube is sort of hazy, whereas the picture on OBS is completely clear. I don't know if that can be seen. So that's going to be interesting. And also the picture on OBS is much clearer than the picture on YouTube as well. Like the picture on YouTube is sort of hazy, whereas the picture on OBS is completely clear. Let me just see if I can move it. That can be seen. So even the picture on the internet is now hazier than the OBS. So they've actually, instead of it being clear like it is in OBS, there's a delay in the sound. And the picture is actually clearer when I'm looking at the picture just now. On the internet is now hazier than the, and it's got a delay, so I've got a delay in speaking to you. I've tried to change the settings and I've now got a delay in whatever I'm saying to you. I think the actual underlying whatever it is I'm putting on is correct, but I've got a delay in what I'm actually saying, so I don't understand why there's a delay. And whatever I'm saying to you underlying whatever it is I'm putting on is correct, but I've got a delay in what I'm actually saying. So I don't understand why there's a delay. So when I'm looking at the picture quality on OBS, it's perfect, and when I see it, because I've got it up on the big monitor, I can see I'm talking just now, and the actual image of me is not talking. So there's a delay as well as the haziness of the image on YouTube just now. So what I'm saying is about 3 or 4 seconds or 5 seconds before the actual image and the image is hazier and blurred out, and it's not crisp as it is on OBS, and also there's a delay in the actual underlying soundtrack for my voice. I don't think it's for other people I'm about to play, so there's a delay in what I'm saying, and I'm not quite sure what to do about it, but that's just what's happening just now. Enjoy looks great, sounds great, that's great, but there is a delay. I think it's all on your end. I don't think so. I'm actually looking at this just now, bud, and the OBS and the actual, when I'm speaking on OBS is fine. It's both, and the picture quality on OBS is absolutely perfect. As long as you can hear me, that's half the battle. But there's a delay, so when I'm watching it on the monitor and when I'm watching it on OBS, there's no delay in OBS, and there's no picture quality. The picture quality is hazy on the actual monitor, which is not on this. Delay is just at your end, is it? Alright, okay, well, you don't know if it's a delay at my end, because obviously when I'm looking at it, you can only see what it is when you can see me speak on your end. Turn your mic off and on again. Okay. Try anything once. Let's make sure this mic's on. Okay. Right, is that better? Anyway, let's crack on anyway. See what's going on here. Let's see, well, this is going to be a disaster. 13 seats for Reform. Absolutely great. England, absolutely great. Well done to all the good people in each of those constituencies down south for not giving in to the media. Well done. Here we go. Here's the cretins from the BBC.
Listening to Kirsty there, the Scottish seats, the Conservatives are defending their Scottish seats better than anywhere else. But it's a wash of red and Liberal Democrat orange as the opposition parties are just...
So, the SNP are about to get tanked. Unfortunately, Labour are going to take over in Scotland. That's not a political change. That two individuals with the policies the same. It's not a change of direction. It's not a change of policy. Just swapping out one bunch of globalist shills for another bunch of globalist shills is not going to change anything, whether that be the Tories, Labour, Liberals, or the two nationalists, so-called nationalists, wokey wefter parties, or the commie Islamist Green Party. Let me see if you guys... sounds better, does it? Sounds great, that's terrific, guys, thanks very much. Let's go.
Ripping through this first Tory board. So these seats changing hands, all the ones except Scotland and Carshalton, Wimbledon, the top two Lib Dem targets, by the way. OK, let's move on. Let's do the next 50 Tory seats. And again, you can see what's happened. Let's have a look. We move it on.
So anybody that voted for Labour and has put us in this position, you should hang your head in shame. Absolutely disgraceful. These individuals voting for Labour, man, absolutely shameful.
You see what's happened here. So seats 50 to 100, 51 to 100. Hendon goes, Truro goes, Wrexham goes, Hazelgrove goes Lib Dem, Plaid Cymru in Cyffredin. Dumfriesshire again stays Conservative. They're somehow defending their Scottish seats. But look at the damage here. We still haven't seen, until we get to Exmouth, a seat outside Scotland that the Conservatives have managed to defend successfully in their first 100. Finchley, Mrs Thatcher's old seat, goes Lib Dem. Let's look at the next board. Again, the map on the floor changes as I bring them on. That's a peachy Lib Dem target, Sutton and Cheam, so they've taken that under our exit poll prediction. Woking, they take Brecon, Eastleigh. It's a phenomenal night for the Liberal Democrats when you think last time they bet.
This is massive. If Reform get 13 seats, looks like Nigel might be in. Obviously, the polls are closed now, but 13 seats is just absolutely massive. And we're going to see if Rishi Sunak gets deposed.
He had a dozen seats, but look at the red going down the board.
A lot of the doughballs and the Liberal and Democratic Democrats get voted in.
The Tories are not defending anything in England at this point, and we're still in the first 150 Conservative seats. The colours on the map are changing. Let's have a look at seats 151 to 200. Where will the Conservatives start to mount a defence in?
It's a real shame on YouTube that you can't superimpose the comments. It's going to be awful, yeah, it's going to be really bad. Mr. Smith, it is going to be very, very bad. I can't superimpose the comments. On top of the actual chat, so I can actually see the chat at the same time. It's a bit of a shame that. Carry on.
In England. Again, Telford Labour, South Devon Lib Dem. Let's have a look. Froome and East Sussex Lib Dem. Lib Dem's doing brilliantly. Labour doing brilliantly. Beaconsfield, there we are. The Conservatives seem to have defended Beaconsfield, but that's heartland Conservative country. Basset Law, Reform from the Conservatives. Tunbridge Wells.
Oh, here's the first Reform. Basset Law. Well done, guys down in Basset Law.
Mr. Chelmsford. You're starting to see the Conservatives defend a seat here and there. But this is around about 180th, 190th.
Look at all that aqua blue. Look at all that aqua blue.
80th target seats. Welling, Hatfield, Grant Shapps. Looks as though that one's gone under our prediction as well. Let's see the next board, shall we? Now we're 201 to 250. And again, even seats that are 200 down the target list, Labour are taking. Rochester and Strood, Isle of Wight West. Yes, some are being defended. Melstride back in central Devon, says our prediction. But look, they're taking Lowestoft. Gravesham is interesting. 199th on Labour's target seat list, and we've got them down as a Labour gain. Kettering, Mansfield, Wellingborough. Labour gains still in the majority on this board. You're seeing the Conservatives can't defend their own seats.
Wow.
Until you get to seat 251, right? So we're way down. We're in safe Tory territory now. Salisbury, Reigate, Tewkesbury, Cambridgeshire, North West, Beverley, Windsor. Even here, Labour are taking seats. Staffordshire Moorlands, Sutton Coldfield, Amber Valley, Herne Bay, Old Bexley, Broxbourne, Chatham, Solihull.
I wonder if Rishi is going to lose his seat. I think that would probably be advantageous for him. Can you imagine he's stuck in for the next 4 or 5 years, knowing that he decimated the Conservative Party? Oh my, and he gets re-elected.
West, even here, in their safest seats. Great Yarmouth was the seat of Brandon Lewis, the former Justice and Northern Ireland Secretary who stood there. That's gone under our prediction. So it is a horrible, horrible night for the Conservatives. Finally, here we are. And they mop their brows. Seat 300. And look, at last, the Conservatives are starting...
So the Conservatives don't look... The Conservatives look like they've held a number of seats here. It looks like maybe... I mean, off the top, went to 2, 4, 6, 8... possibly 10, 9 or 10 in a row here. So it looks like off the top it could be about 100 seats, so they've still got him.
To mount a defence, but only in their safest seats. And even then you've got Labour taking Cannock Chase, which had a huge Tory majority. So the whole map is changing tonight.
Is Rishi not in Richmond or somewhere like that?
It's just an extraordinary prediction we've got here.
Jeremy, thank you. Truly a roll call of disaster as you see the names of all those constituencies spin through. We'll be back with Jeremy throughout the night. as the real numbers start to come in.
Well, I wonder who the big losses are. I wonder who the big cabinet ministers are. I wonder which ones are going to go.
Yeah, we talked to Victoria Derbyshire outside Rishi Sunak's home in Richmond in Yorkshire. The lights weren't on. It looked pretty quiet.
The car left.
But he is tweeting. He is tweeting, and he's put this out to the hundreds of Conservative candidates, thousands of volunteers and millions of voters. Thank you.
Thank you, but you won't be needed.
Your hard work. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your vote.
Keir Starmer has also begun
It looked pretty quiet, but
thank you for voting reform.
first
that's when you go there.
Colours on the map are changing. Let's have a look at seats 151 to 200. Where will the
apart from the running that you are seeing? Well, the secret is lots of people, very little downtime to keep the operation streamlined, but accuracy is key. I've also managed to steal off one of the tables.
So the SNP are going to lose to Labour.
I don't know if you can see, you might be able to see on the tables, a little thimble, because I'm seeing the lightweight paper that's being used. That is very much part of the key as well.
131 to the Conservatives, so it's not as much of an annihilation as was anticipated. Still 410, so any dough-ball policy that the idiots in the Labour Party are going to be able to put through, they're going to get through. And what there will be is infighting with all the wee, oh, I'm a Trotsky, oh, I'm a Maoist, and all that crap.
I'll tell you a little story. The man who masterminded this operation in 2019 was Bill Crawford, and he'd been poached from Sunderland, where Sally is, obviously, and he'd worked at Newcastle in previous years. And now his son, Mark Crawford, is masterminding the operation here. So we'll see if success runs through the generations. Just remember, in 2019, Blythe lost out from being the first count because there was one bundle that needed to be recounted. Everyone here hoping that won't be the case in 2024.
All right, Naga, thank you. We're going to go over to where the head honcho was poached, nicked, in order to try to get the first count in Blythe. We're going to Houghton and Sunderland South. Sally, first of all, they're convinced they're going to be first there. But secondly, how are the Labour team there feeling about the night so far?
Do you know what, Clive? At the moment, they're in such a huddle. They're keeping things very, very, very low key. So they're not saying a lot. But I can tell you, I have to give a very special mention to the sixth formers of St Aidan's and St Anthony's Catholic High Schools before I talk about anyone else, because they are the kids that you have seen on your screens running these boxes in for the last half hour or so. They've been having special training. There is a human chain from the car park up the steps to the back door here, and then we see a sixth former running. So these are 17 and 18-year-olds, maybe not old enough to vote yet, but definitely playing their part here on election night. And I know here at the moment we are perhaps the underdogs when it comes to timing. We are...
the Conservatives down 241, the Doughballs in the Labour Party up 209 seats. The Liberal, Undemocratic Democrats up 2, and Plaid Cymru up 2.
Perhaps expecting to come in second. But I can tell you, we have a secret weapon in this room. Here in this room is Jackie, one of the bank tellers from the original super fast counts all those years ago. She's brought back the A team, and they are at the back of this room now, counting right now. And I can tell you, they are confident. Jackie told me they're going to win.
Well, it could be down to Jackie. Thank you, Sally, and to you, Naga, as well. We will... Naga's looking daggers there. It's great to see you both. Thank you. I was actually one of those. Sally was talking about those kids who were helping me in the boxes in. I was one of those.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, up in Bolton, Lancashire.
Well, there you go. Well, we hope you put in a good shift. Well, we see
a long time.
St Aidan.
Peter Madison's impressed by that, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, St Aidan's, we salute
Hey, Jeffrey Epstein's pal.
you, and those two aren't normally up this late, so we'll be going straight back to them when there is actually a result. As the night goes on, so much is going to come in. One of the things that will come in, Steve Baker, is your own result in Wickham.
Yes.
We need to let you head off to that count shortly. But before you go, before you were diplomatically saying you were sure that Rishi Sunak would do the right thing by the party.
No, by the country.
Well, let's just state it was 100 Conservatives, which I'm not sure if Steve Baker was one of them, who elected him after them kicking out Liz Truss and getting the Bank of England to kick out Liz Truss. So let's not kid on the Parliamentary Conservative Party haven't got responsibility for their own downfall.
And well, I just want to be clear. What did you mean by that? Do you mean he's going to have to resign?
Well, so I think obviously this is an extremely difficult moment for the Conservative Party. Clearly he'll be handing power over to Keir Starmer, but how he behaves as leader of the Conservative Party is something I'm sure he'll weigh extremely carefully. You know, we've just had a torrid time, a dreadful result. There will be undoubtedly recriminations, there'll be shock, there'll be anger, denial. We'll go through a grieving process, then we'll have to, at some point, earn the...
but not take any personal responsibility, considering you get rid of Liz Truss. And I'm surprised you got 130 seats, man. Absolutely. I thought you were going to probably get about 60, 80 maybe. The fact you've got 130 beggars belief.
Right to be heard again.
But would it be credible for him to be the man at the helm when it looks like he's just led you?
But it's going to be embarrassing, because now, if Nigel has been elected, he's going to embarrass you all.
Your worst ever defeat, or one of them, if the exit poll is revised a little bit?
I'm sure he will be reflecting on whether whether his role might be to be there for a while to get us through the recriminations phase. But as I say,
it's not going to be recriminations. The internal Conservative members of Parliament voted in Rishi. You were told not to. He wasn't wanted by the actual greater Conservative movement, and he has obliterated you to the extent we're going to get the doughballs of the Labour Party in for the next 4 years. Absolute doughballs, one stupid policy after another by the
and knowing him reasonably well, I believe his heart and his mind will be set on what is right for the country, and part of what is right for the country, and your viewers may not like it, but it's having a functioning Conservative Party, and I'm sure he will be mindful of that.
And as part of those recriminations, though, I just wonder, do you feel that the Conservative Party listened too much to people like you on the right, had been a strong Eurosceptic, or do you believe...
So they're all just shells for the globalists. It's controlled by Conservative Central Office. They're not right, or those in the right. They aren't right. They're just globalist shells. And then the BBC trying to gaslight, oh, this person's on the right. Nobody's on the right. Your audience is not on the right. You shell for the globalists just like the rest of it. You're just part of the establishment who all shell for the globalists. The Labour Party, the Liberals, the SNP, the Greens, the Plaid Cymru, and the Doughballs in the Tory party.
That actually the wrong thing.
And liberal and democratic. Democrats, all of them shells through the presentation, through the media, and you make it on the right, you make it on the right. They're all big state wokey wefters. That's it. Doesn't matter which one of them are apart from reform.
Was to bring in lockdowns, to allow the state to grow, to allow the tax burden to rise to its highest ever level.
What's that? What part of that is right wing, far right? Even the SNP were doing that. So there wasn't a change in policy across the political parties. It didn't matter if it was SNP, Labour, Liberal. They were all going to do the same, maybe with the exception of the Reform, which wasn't a functional party at the time. They all did the same because it's the same manifesto.
What's your view on that?
I think that there's a great deal at stake. One thing is events plus technology. The combination of WhatsApp and Twitter is completely different to when Peter was last in government. I mean, it only really...
Yeah, because we're all onto you.
Since about 2017 have we all ended up on WhatsApp. It's produced an enormous acceleration in the public debate. COVID obviously has had a profound impact on people. Brexit doesn't explain what's happening in the United States or France. Personally, I think that what has happened for 50 years is that
what's happened for 50 years, which is when the WEF started, Baldy, Dr. Evil in Davos, started in 1971, funnily enough 50 years ago, when you guys were getting your instructions from the Wokey Wefters in Davos and the Bilderberg Group and the Council on Foreign Relations in America. That's where you're getting instructed, not by the British people.
have been living far beyond their means and ultimately paying for it with cheap money.
But hang on.
And that has created a sense of injustice in the world not working.
But hang on, do you think that it looks like you're going to get smashed tonight because you were too much to the left or too much to the right?
They're all the same. Oh, too much to the left, too much to the right. Absolutely inane political conversation there. Inane. Too much to the left, too much to the right. It's not a left or right thing. They're all the same policy. It's all the same Wookie wefters. It's the same manifesto from Davos, and they all do the same. Maybe bar reform. They're all the same. Even the GIMP, the globalist Islamo-Marxist Green Pol Pot party, all the same, all getting constructed from Davos.
On the end, I don't think we will be able to have those sort of abstract conversations.
No, because you've all been kicked out. It'll be like having a parliamentary meeting in a phone box.
Things to do about what kind of organisation.
And we actually walk in like Wallace and Gromit. Oh, hello there, it's me. Sorry about that.
Conservative Party wants to be. How does leadership work in the Conservative Party? Because it seems to me that the old idea of being an absolute monarchy governed by regicide now belongs firmly in the past. And very practical policies which can make, for example, the health service work. I think we can be proud of our education record, but it's very interesting that Labour have returned to the idea of using the private sector to get waiting lists down. I've said it before, I'm sure I'll say it again. I wish the Labour Party had been able to say that consistently since 2010, because it would have created the space for us to do it, and maybe everyone's health would be in a better place. So, you know, all of these things are big factors, and it's going to take quite a while to work through them all. But I suppose what I would do is make a plea to all Conservatives at whatever level, whether elected to Parliament or formally, to just think extremely carefully about what they say in public. Now is the moment when we start to rebuild the Conservative Party, and it begins by not airing recriminations in public. We've got to learn
no, it's his fault. It's the wee brown fella's fault. That's what I'm going to say. Don't say it's the wee brown fella's fault. It's not. It's our fault for voting him in when when the actual people of the Conservative Party, the actual grassroots rank and file, didn't want him because he was shit. And look what's happened. He's proved to be shit. Oh, there you go.
air our differences privately and work through them in a spirit of goodwill.
Yeah, but Steve, I mean, you're quoted as saying you'd make a good leader because you've been nominated to lead Tory rebellions by your colleagues 4 times over the past decade. Brexit, COVID lockdowns, net zero, and so on. Divided parties don't win elections. We know that, don't we?
Well, yes, Clive, that is true, but if I...
So you're part of the problem here?
Yes, he is. They are the problem. The parliamentary party, they filter out, they get the wokey wefters who are not conservatives, who are beholden to Baldy Dr. Evil. You've infiltrated the cabinets. Let's just see what I'm saying. Baldy Dr. Evil. There we go, there's he is there.
When I mention our names like Mrs. Merkel, even Vladimir Putin and so on, they all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
Mm-hmm. And so probably the Conservative Party who are not conservative.
But what
so is Pishy Rishi.
Oh, really?
So has Pishy Rishi, and so has Sir Keir Starmer.
Proud of now the young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, President of Argentina, and so on, that we penetrate the cabinets.
We penetrate the cabinets. We penetrate the cabinets. Says the son of a Nazi. Our whole political apparatus has been penetrated by Baldy Dr. Evil here, to the extent that all of the main political parties, including the fake Scottish National Party, the fake Welsh National Party, and all the Sinn Féiner proto-commie wokey wefters, are all part of, we've penetrated the cabinets. So we Pishy Rishi, and now we've substituted Pishy Rishi for the Lispy prick Keir Starmer. And now it's just changed one WEF agent for another one. So more of the same bullshit policies. Thanks very much for everybody voted Labour.
So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau. And
another absolute prize tool. Well, we've got the tool from the tool maker, apparently.
I know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are for our.
So the control of Conservative Central Office allows them to pull in the WEF agents, foreign agents, to then bring in non-British not policy, not in the interest of the British populace, but in the interest of destabilising for the WEF.
Actually, young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
Absolute tool. Let's see whether or not tool. Here's one tool to another.
I may well have lost my seat in a few hours. That, as you've articulated, is what is expected.
Less than 1%.
I'm expecting to be swept away in a few hours, and I shall think that many of your viewers watching this will be cheering. But it is just a matter of fact that my colleagues asked me to sort out Conservatives for Britain before the referendum. I was asked to sort out actually a unifying project to the European Research Group afterwards, which of course went south. COVID, again, was asked to do it. What would have happened if we hadn't given voice to those people who thought it was extraordinary to be locked down at home? I mean, I think it would have provoked massive conspiracy theories if no one in Parliament had been willing to give voice to that, and I'm proud that I did.
Yeah, because they were all on the same side. It just shows you this is what's going to happen with a whole bunch of scumbags that are going to be elected just now, and they're all going to be in the same side, wokey wefter side. They'll just lock us in for that guy in the illiberal liberals. Even the illiberal liberals didn't stand against the authoritarian and punitive measures of lockdown, because they were all just shells to the globalists. They're all remaining scumbags, and they're all just wokey wefters. And we're going to get, if you think we've had bad policy from the SNP, we're going to see it reiterated by Keir Starmer.
Well, Mandelson, quick question about the coming weeks.
Jeffrey Epstein's pal.
Months. However big the majority turns out to be, if indeed that's how the evening progresses, the reality for an incoming Labour government is going to be quite an inheritance, isn't it?
All the globalist shows like Prince of Darkness there have all been over to Davos to get their agenda, get their manifesto, the real manifesto, and Big Ears McGraw, Tony Blair, and Squint Eye Magoo, Gordon Brown, are all come back and told Keir Starmer what he should be doing, the multi-millionaire man of the people.
Whether it be the tax burden, the challenges that public services face, a lot of things that can't be magicked away by a big majority. And I guess there's a challenge for an incoming government.
SNP down 38 to 10 seats. Oh my goodness. Shows you all the wokey commies on there. That's it last. So we've now got rid of wokey commie SNP for wokey commie Labour. Oh, brilliant. That's the genius guys. Brilliant. Not a change in policy at all.
With a big majority that is weighted with expectation.
Lispy prick Keir Starmer, I don't know what a woman is.
And that then confronts
some women have penises. I wonder if Keir Starmer's ever sucked a woman's penis.
A reality that is going to be difficult to shift quickly.
If I look back over my whole life and before, I must say I cannot identify a worse financial and economic legacy for an incoming government, frankly,
since you left and wrote on the bit of paper, there's no more money left to when the last time we had the dough balls in the Labour Party, and do you mean like then?
War. But it'll be Labour's problem in the morning, won't
it? It certainly will be Labour's problem in the morning. But
so you've let people come in who shouldn't be here to claim the dole and to take houses and things that have been paid for by other people, and you've allowed these people come in and they don't have to be working. I wonder what that could happen. Is it maybe that mass immigration with unlimited people for no apparent reason is a bad thing? Just saying.
You know, the legacy that the 45 government inherited wasn't due to the failures of a Conservative Party. It was due to the fact that we had fought and won a world war. You cannot say the same about this legacy. This legacy has been brought to us, yes, by courtesy of COVID and the Ukraine war that had such an impact on energy prices.
People don't want to hear you blaming the previous government, are they? They're gonna want to know
Hold on, let me make my point.
Have you got? I thought he'd left. Who? See, and this is what the BBC are. He's they don't call him the Prince of Darkness for nothing.
Many holes in our finances.
Oh, well, I'm sure that's what you left the last time you were in your donut, as if people don't remember.
Well, we have also brought this upon ourselves.
We've just brought it upon ourselves. They've got a bunch of clowns from the Labour Party back in charge.
Brexit, not just the act
there's the Remainer there. That's what the WEF want us to say. Like your pal Jeffrey Epstein, that probably didn't kill himself. It was all Brexit's fault. It wasn't the fact that the scumbags in the Labour Party would have locked us down for 2 years, just like the SNP, just like the Remainers in the Tory Party, just like the Globalists and all of them. It wasn't locking us in, destroying small businesses. That was the problem. Oh no, the Brexit, because we didn't get what we wanted. The EU's falling apart. The EU is going to fall apart.
Of divisions and indecision over how we were going to implement it. Then the moral collapse of Boris Johnson, of Partygate and his lies to Parliament that shattered
another WEF agent.
International confidence in our country. And then to crown it all, the calamitous distrust.
Another WEF agent that was prevented from actually reducing taxation by the Bank of England, deliberately done. Whether or not that was the Rothschilds behind it, we don't know.
And her crashing of the economy as a result of her mini budget. So yes, all told, we have a incredible.
What a prick, man! Honestly, that place in Jaws where the guy drags his nails down the chalkboard. That's every time I hear him.
Legacy, and that means
he's like a creepy uncle.
That whilst there are early, important first steps that can be taken to put things right, turning the whole picture round is going to take years. And I think that Keir Starmer was absolutely right to be sober and honest and responsible in what he said to the British public during this campaign, and I would expect him to continue to be so.
OK, Marison, thanks very much. Steve Baker, we have to let you get off to your count.
Look, I'm sick of listening to them, man, honestly. Right, let's see what the other guys are saying. What are you guys saying? Even better still, what are you doing? My goodness, good. We need the pain in order to get angry, and then we will win. Just not in this cycle. Yeah, you're probably right, Mr. Smith. Your mic sound is loud. Try a bit of bass in it. It's all about the bass. Let me turn it down. Is that better? Is that better? There. That sounds all about the bass. I don't have the control of the bass. That's quite interesting. There's no... I would have to actually go into the settings to actually change the bass. Hope that's better anyway. Right, let's go and see what else is in. I saw Unity News Network was back on this as well, so let's give them a big shout out this. Let's have a wee laugh. Not Amla, I love Amla, but let's have a wee laugh at Amla Huck too.
I am over whatever trend this is that allows young women like this to go viral for doing or saying crazy things. Now, for those of you who don't know what the Hawktua girl is, here's the video that originally made her go viral. She was being street interviewed on a night out with a friend and was asked about, I guess, pleasing a man, and here was her answer.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
You gotta give him that hawk and spit on that thing. You get me? Yep, that's the clip. That's what.
Oh, still be so poofy. Still have a laugh. Yeah. Right, come on. Unity News Network. Unity News Network. That's him. Where are you? Unity News Network. Where is he? There he is there. There it is. Going live. There's a big shout out to Dave.
A posh Barrow boy. He's very small. Yep, and again, the problem is so many people get defined by who the media define them as. The media defines them as these, extreme right-wing figures when actually they couldn't be further from the truth. I've got a young girl over here.
Have you?
I'm gonna have to go out a walk in a wee minute, I think, with the doggies. They'll need out for regular walking tonight because they're in their different circumstances. Let me just actually see.
If we're going to do shifts, David, can I bugger off for a sec?
Of course you can.
You know
of course
what I
you
mean?
can. Take some time out, go and relax, get a nice rioja. Give me 2 minutes. Yep, please come back, Ollie. We want you back. Come back on when the results start coming in.
No, I'll be back in 10 minutes. God bless you. Thank you.
No probs. Thanks, Ollie. Brilliant stuff. Let me show you. Want to see another loving couple that look really happy together? Really good energy.
Not sure what's going on there, but you need to use network. Good to see them back on YouTube. What else? Let's see. Who else can we go to? Let's see the Fetus Eaters, Lotus Eaters. See what the guys are saying over there. Big shout out to Lotus Eaters. I think they're behind. I think the guys are behind election night. There we are. There.
It is not long now until the most exciting election of my lifetime is going to happen. That's right. It is the 0-seat election, where we expect.
Well, unfortunately, Carol, they didn't get 0 seats, but still don't think 130 is anything to write home about either.
The Conservative Party to literally get 0 seats. And so we're going to be doing an all-night live stream. We're going to have loads of great guests.
I think the guys are obviously behind the paywall. Let's just see. I think the guys are. Yeah, I think it's. I think they're on Lotus Eaters. Let me do them a favour and get it up there. Zero seats night election, is this it?
Right, so with all the rampant weddings, funerals. Right, so with all the rampant weddings, funerals, eyeball gougings, and dragon hatchings lately, we simply haven't found.
Basically, trying to compete the Labour with respect to who is more woke. And I think that people recognize this, they detest this, and I think that basically this is the main reason why they are going to be punished. And
it's they're all woke. It's not we'll swap one bunch of wokey wefters for another. Unless you're going with reform, they're all woke. They're all on the same page. They're all following the WEF's agenda manifesto. So name a political party, they're already wokey wefters, because that's where the manifesto comes from.
One thing to say, because this happens across all Europe, the way I see it, is that when parties that call themselves centre-right, and I think that this is what the Conservatives have been doing, are expanding.
At no time are the Conservative Party a centre-right party.
Towards the centre.
And it's a meaningless, this centre-right, centre stuff as well. What they are is wanting increasingly centralised power to overly tax the individual in business, to drive them out of business for corporatism and the centralisation of power.
What? And
it's an irrelevance. It's an authoritarian versus a libertarian argument, rather than just a left-right. Oh, this person's centre-right, this person's centre-left.
They want to appeal to the centre. The centre frequently has no ideological base.
I'm in the centre. I've got an ideological base, but I'm in the centre. These people that have got an ideological base, that this is wrong. The ideological base is what the left decide it is. And then they implement it not onto the British people, not for the British people.
So they are basically becoming pragmatist managerialists.
They're not being pragmatic. There is an agenda. The underlying agenda is what the left, baldy Dr. Evil tells them the agenda is. It's not pragmatic, or there is an agenda. It's not that they're just pulling things out of fresh air. The agenda is what they're told by the WEF or the Bilderberg Group or whoever really running the Bank of England.
Who turn their back on substantive values, and the only conception they have of how to talk to patriotic people is by economics. And
no, they've already sold us out. They want us controlled by an unelected cartel in Brussels. They want us controlled so that we don't have any democratic input. That's easier for them because they just become technocrats and tell us what to do for their underlying commie proposals.
These are not just the values people want who call themselves patriot. There is more than economic values in the mind of a patriot, and the Conservatives turn their back on it.
Dr. Parvini?
Yeah, I mean, one of the phrases of this whole election has been 0 seats, which
is not going to happen.
Something that I basically coined, and then it kind of took on a life of its own across the internet, which has been wonderful to see. But I think it's worth reminding ourselves of the...
Have you seen Dank's hat? No, taxation is theft. It's brilliant. I wonder if he's selling them.
The extent of the betrayal. I sometimes think people don't quite understand how sinister it is for a party to get up there again and again and again in successive elections and say, we're going to reduce immigration, and then literally change the rules to make it easier for foreigners to get visas, loosen the rules to chain migration, and then say...
Chain migration, just another way of open door immigration, which is going to happen with both the left and the right, because that's what the WEF want.
Oh, how is it now that we've got, over 1 million people coming a year and net migration of over 700,000? Who did that? Based Priti Patel and based Boris Johnson did that. So I mean, they literally get elected again and again. Theresa May, I remember, made a pledge to get immigration down to under 100,000.
But they all did. They all made that.
She
and the reason
took away,
and the reason being that this has been going on since. Basically when I was born. The WEF has been going on since I was born, and it's been over 50 years, and they are able just to lie to you with no punishment. So, we'll reduce immigration to 10,000, and then, we're not going to do that. So there's no punishment for them actually lying. So they've got no deterrent to just say what they should be doing and then ignoring it. So there's nothing that's holding them to account for the manifesto that is lying to you, and we're going to see Poofy Sir Keir Starmer doing exactly the same. Millions of people that he's going to let in to displaced indigenous population, which is illegal under international law.
His hostile environment.
But what's it? See, I think, and Carol said it's his. It's not. He was just another agent for the WEF. This has been going on since Ted Heath, Poofy Ted Heath. So he was, hi there, my name's Ted Heath, apparently a bit too friendly with kids as well. But all of these, the Prince of Darkness, it's on with Jeffrey Epstein's pal. They've all been at it. They're all just shows. They're doing the WEF agenda without any repercussion. It's not because he's a social democrat, partly, but it's not because or of the left, which is partly true as well. Don't forget, Baldy Dr. Evil in Davos is the son of a Nazi. So he gets his instructions. He's already been over there with Squint Eye Magoo Brown to get his instructions from the Nazi WEF guys. So they've already got their instructions. Poofy Sir Keir Starmer, the working man's multi-millionaire, has already got his instructions vis-a-vis Big Lugs McGraw there's WEF foundations, whatever it is that he's going on.
She made it.
You give me this base plan.
No, I'm just saying that. You can say they become Blair. They actually weakened all of the things.
Because their instructions are from the WEF. That's it. So is Baldy John here. Baldy John of the Irish Invading National Party. That's something else there.
Anything like that done. And so now they're literally just the most woke left-wing party in Britain. And that's including the Greens.
And Carl, I want to add to the
the GIMPs, the Islamo-Marxist Party.
We're saying that they did all that you're describing, and Rishi Sunak yesterday said transgenderism should not be taught in school at schools.
Yeah, that's great. They've already been doing it, so they've already been teaching it. All of a sudden before election, maybe it's not a good idea to chop your kids' genitals off at a whim. That's definitely not conversion therapy when you're starting to mutilate children like that creepy wee prick Paddy the Helmet.
Death throws. He knows he's on the way out. I was making fun of on Twitter for it as well. Guys, really, I was based the entire time. The trans stuff shouldn't be in. Where was that 10 years ago? Yeah. Like, where, what?
Well, they've already signed us up. It's not a change of policy from any one of them. They're all the same. So if you took a poll of normal people, and said, do you think you should be mutilating kids' genitals because they're gay or autistic, people wouldn't vote for that on an individual policy basis. But because you've got 120 donuts like we've got in the Scottish Parliament, or 650 donuts like we've got in the British Parliament, you don't get to, the individual policy is not held accountable. So everybody's going, I don't think that's a good idea, and then they say something that's correct just before the election, and then they do exactly the opposite because they're not held accountable, because they're all in it. All 650 individuals are all in it, where it wouldn't get passed if it went out for a vote amongst the people.
Or is it like you're only doing it? You're only doing it now because you're panicking and you know you're going to lose.
Yeah.
I know, man. It's just a stupid, pathetic last-ditch effort to try and secure some extra voters.
I mean, it
100%.
You know, if we believe them, Alicia Kearns, my favourite MP, would not be there. You know, it's basically the David Cameron position. Remember when he said, we don't support gay marriage despite being conservative. We're doing it because we're conservative. And that is basically, we don't support trans rights despite being... It's because... So basically being conservative means...
To be woke.
To be for all of those things.
Yeah. So are you conserving Marxism? I don't know if this is actually here, but I'll do a critique in something they were talking about, wokeness, and I'll do a critique in one of the programmes from the guys later on.
This point.
I eat meat because I'm a vegetarian. It's dumb.
Dumb. But that's the point. They are genuinely the woke party of the country. I mean, everyone knows.
No, they're all woke, Carol. Apart from probably Reform, they're all woke. The Scottish National, they're all woke. It's not, these guys are woke and all other. They're all the illiberal liberals. They're all basically getting this underlying globalist technocracy. They're actually, every one of the political parties is bringing down the West. Collectively, they're all doing it. Because I'm pretty sure if you stick a penis up a guy's ass, you're not going to produce any children. So celebrating the buggery of other people is not going to produce any children. So if you actually take it from the globalist perspective, that you want to reduce the human race, promoting homosexuality and people scissoring or getting buggered ain't going to produce any kids unless they adopt or surrogate or do something. Because if you get penisophobia and you're a woman, how are you going to reproduce?
That Starmer is going to be less woke than
organ through gritted teeth, holding one's nose, because I do think that under Tice, certainly, their treatment of anybody that was remotely dissident, basically anyone that has a bit of a personality, I mean, the kind of people.
Yeah, I know how that feels, brother. I know how that feels. Without a right to reply.
They're going to dissent from the managerial regime. That are going to dissent from the head girl regime that we have in this country. Are not going to be the kind of people that are going to be concerned about the niceties of people's feelings and of offensive language. Okay, they're not going to go as far as that actor that Channel 4 employed to try and make the Reform Party look bad in Clacton. But they're going to go there. They're going to say what they think, and I think that reform should.
And this is one of the reasons a new party will be starting, a new Libertarian Party will be starting, because you've got to have the right to offend. As long as you're not inciting violence, unlike Islam does, you have to have the right to offend. So
welcome that people are honest and whatever, and if in the past someone said something a bit dodgy that they regard as offensive, or hope not hate regards as offensive, I say
which should be banned. It should be a banned organisation. Hope Not Hate are not a charity, and they should be taken off of the charitable status. These are a bunch of communists and Hope Not Hate. Even we, Georgie Porgy Galloway, was on the against Hope Not Hate as an arm of the Labour Party, besmirching people, smearing people.
That's a good thing. It shouldn't mean that they should have their candidacy taken away, as happened to Beau. It should be, yeah, great, we'll put more resources your way because you do challenge the system. And if their address and they're on the BNP membership list and their address and name is there, well, God's sake, that was years and years ago. And they were just, that was the only party at the time that they might think that was really challenging the new Labour Cromwellian dictatorship. So it's absolutely ridiculous for them to refuse to be involved with people.
Right, I'll come back to the guys later on. That's good. I'll just leave that open and then I'll see what they're saying later on. Let's go back to the biased British Broadcasting Company or biased London Broadcasting Corporation.
Trying to leap out of the seat.
Let's skip along. Sure, they've not said anything interesting.
That we have an alive and kicking democracy in this
yeah, and you get rid of all of you.
Country, but people do need to look to the very quick turnaround. And
170 seat majority. Wow.
The Keir's concerned, we had the issues with Sue Gray, who did for Boris, arguably, the permanent secretary, who wrote the Boris Partygate report, did for him. Next thing we know, she's Keir Starmer's chief of staff. These are all things that come into the mix, and people will be putting a spotlight on those in the weeks and years to come.
We're keen to get to counts around the country, but I have to bring in Wes Streeting. You are making faces as Dame Andrea is making those claims.
No offence, Andrea, but I think the suitcase is full of wine did for Boris Johnson. I think the vomit on the carpet in number 10 did for Boris Johnson. I think the habitual lying did it for Boris Johnson. And then you guys made the mistake of calling in Liz Truss the spectacularly worst Prime Minister.
Do you have to be Lispy like this guy to get into the Labour Party? Is it? He did it with Liz Truss.
Just another wokey wafter. Just another show for the globalist. This character here.
I'm Sir Keir Starmer's boyfriend.
Minister in modern British political history.
Oh yes, that's completely correct.
Then crown this other guy to come in, Rishi Sunak.
This other guy, Rishi Sunak.
You guys are going to be shit. If I had a retard on a special needs bus, they're going to be better placed to be more constructive in the UK than any one of the twats in the Labour Party.
To clear up the mess. And you didn't,
last time we were in, we said, we've spent all your money, there's no money left. That's people might not remember that last time we were in.
Worst thing you can do to a leader, you didn't back him and you didn't sack him. He was too weak to lead the Conservative Party. You've got the foxes in the hen house of the Braverman wing of the Conservative Party who actually...
Says the guy that's got a Trotskyite for a leader now, and who was backing Jeremy Corbyn, who's now got a bunch of retards in like yourself to actually be in positions of power in the UK.
Kind of the provisional wing of reform in the Conservative Party.
Oh, well, I guess it's better than the Trotskyites, the murdered tons of people that your Lispy prick multi-millionaire of a leader thought was great. Oh,
See? And what were the One Nation Tories doing?
Well, they're probably having tea with your right wing of the Labour Party, because it seems like you're two cheeks of the same asshole, and you're managing to talk on the biased British Podcasting Corporation without any pushback from any of the so-called political journalists.
Plotting in the corner, saying, "Oh, don't worry.
No, don't worry, I'll be down the gay bar.
After the election, we'll sort it out." I'm afraid that the reason why the
Oh, no, fuck. See the gay guys in GB News? At least they guys are palatable. This guy's he may not even be gay. He just sounds like a fucking wanker.
The Conservative Party's been swept out is because it's been a clown show and people are paying a heavy price.
Well, if the clown show's just turned up and went honk honk.
The reason the Labour Party has been in the position to win
is because we've got some real idiots in the UK.
It's because we've changed and we didn't choose the unity of the graveyard.
Oh no, we just get rid of the anti-Semitic gay Jeremy Corbyn and the new Nazis, the Islamo-Marxists.
Either after 2019, we had some fights and some arguments to reconnect.
Reconnect with some boys. We're trying to make babies, but we discovered that chopping off kids' genitals and sticking your pee-pee up guys' poo-poos, it doesn't do it.
The Labour Party with the people we lost and the people we needed to win over to form a majority. But the Conservative Party, I actually don't care about the Conservative Party. Their problem, not mine. We've got to clean up the mess.
Oh, well, I'm sure you've cleaned up a few messes in your time. But the fact is I'll guarantee you, by the time whenever these doughballs get kicked out of power, the UK is going to be in a worse condition than even from the last period of time from the last people who have made a mess of the UK, because they're just going to be beholden to the Bank of England and the WEF as well. I prefer to be in Davos in Westminster.
So the Conservative Party, just like the Downing Street cleaners.
Okay. Do you have to speak like that to get in the Labour Party? If I feel speak like this, hi, it's my name's Keir Starmer.
We had to clean the vomit up after Boris Johnson.
I feel like you two are just...
Oh, well, he's a WF shill like your leader as well, so I think you're all trying to gaslight us in the fact that you're not two cheeks of the same asshole. I'm sure you've seen a few cheeks of the same asshole, to be brutally honest with you.
More from you shortly.
And it's a long night, so we're all looking forward to it. We're going to go to Darshini David now.
Reform UK beats Conservatives to second place in Sunderland South.
Who is in Hazelmere.
So the Conservatives have been holding back Reform in beating Labour. The Conservative forecast to lose 241 seats. Let's see the Cabinet. Who's going in the Cabinet? Oh, we're totally going to reduce immigration this time.
Which I think is going to be the count for Godalming and Ash. And the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt. How's it looking there?
Indeed, Clive. Yes, good evening from the Surrey Hills. They're no strangers to drama here. They're the location for filming of Harry Potter films and James Bond films, but that's nothing compared to what may unfold here, because fair to say that Jeremy Hunt's team were braced for a pretty tricky night. But that exit poll suggesting that he may well be the first Chancellor in modern times to lose a seat with just a 19% chance of hanging on to it has led to some pretty devastated faces in his camp. But any Chancellor will tell you, real life is not a spreadsheet, and Jeremy Hunt has been hoping to buck the national trend by focusing on his personal vote. So even though this has been a campaign about the economy, he knows many people don't feel it, even though the numbers say they're moving in the right direction. So when the numbers came out suggesting inflation has hit target once again, he was actually here, focusing on local issues, pounding the streets, things like the NHS sewage. He's been focusing on that, but so too has his Lib Dem rival Paul Follows, also a local lad and a councillor as well. Boundary changes, however, should favour the Conservatives, and the fact that there are more...
SNP down to 10 seats? Wow! Wow! Oh wow! That's unbelievable. I think Reform are going to get seats at the next Scottish election. And I think the SNP are going to be absolutely decimated. Wow. Well, probably because of the corruption and the camper vans and the Nicola Sturgeon's book, How I Killed Your Granny, and the fact that she's not been arrested for culpable mass murder. Where's My WhatsApps, John? Has really destroyed the gold member group have all destroyed the SNP down to 10 seats. I think we watched mine for a bit of a laugh. I think let's have a wee laugh at it. Let's have a wee laugh at this. Come on. Let's have a wee giggle at this. Oh, there he is there. That's it there. Where is it? Oh, no, it's not. Where's My WhatsApp, John Swinney? Oh, dear. Where is it? Oh, come on, where is it? Where's Banana Man? I can't believe it's not. Oh, there it is, there it is. Yay!
I'm apprehensive and a bit nervous about what's going to potentially happen, and to discuss his campaign and to discuss other issues that have obviously happened with the SNP before. So I'm looking forward to having a chat with him, and hopefully we will be, just make sure this is tightened here, having a chat with him and discussing issues that have gone about the SNP over the last number of years, or surrounded, should I say, gone about, that's not really a very good English, surrounded the SNP over the last few years and what the situation is just now. So we're just waiting for him to arrive, and obviously this is the First Minister, Prime Minister I've interviewed, so it's a big moment for the Guerilla TV channel, and it's a big moment for John Swinney getting on such a fantastic show such as ours. Let me make sure it's doing it correctly. Where is my things? Live chat, welcome to live chat, right. So live chat's on. So we're just waiting for him to turn up. Obviously, we said he was going to arrive. Don't know where he is just now, but we're going to hopefully get him to answer a few questions about the campaign. Obviously, only a few weeks to go, and we're looking forward to finding out some answers from him. The unshaven look, but we've been on the campaign trail for a number of weeks now, and Baldy John is now in charge. Thank goodness for that racist Humza. So, what has happened? Well, let me start with our campaign and Baldy John taking over. Don't mention the WhatsApps. Baldy John managed to have his campaign nobbled by Nicola Sturgeon. We had a stiff competition by this cactus. This cactus was leading a bid against me, and he got nobbled by Nicola Sturgeon. Nicola Sturgeon was very worried that this cactus had more personality than me. And we were worried in case he won the leadership race. This is the only other member of the SNP other than me.
It looks like it is now. It looks like it is now. Oh dear, oh my goodness. The Loki Wefter SNP, the Irish National Party, is now the down to 10 twats. Who are the 10 twats left? I wonder if we Jojo Cherry's away. Oh, this could be great. Edinburgh South results. Southwest. Doodly-doo-doo-doo. Let's see. Oh my God. Let's see if we can do it this way. Oh. Oh my God. So it's not going, no updates on this, no live updates, Joanna Cherry. No, I don't know where it is. Can't even see it.
Candidate standing, the Lib Dems accept that it's quite difficult sometimes.
Just talk amongst yourselves.
For voters to change their mind on the doorstep. Having said all that, of course, they know the spotlight's on here, so they've overturned convention. They're going to count Godalming and Ash first. So that means we may get a result around 3:30, 4 o'clock. In the meantime, the acting returning officer is trying to keep people going by handing out his favourite snack. Biltong, hoping to keep energy levels up. We'll see if that works. In the meantime, there's going to be plenty to chew over here. It could be one of the key dramas of the night.
Biltong? Plenty to chew over. I mean, and it sticks in your teeth as well.
I did allow her and then you to do an amazing pun.
This is true. This is true. No sitting Chancellor has ever lost their seat, so that could be really, really interesting down there in Surrey.
It would be one of the huge headlines of the night, as would the fate, potentially, of Ian Duncan-Smith, former Conservative leader, who has been an MP for a long, long time, as well as a Cabinet Minister in all sorts of different jobs on the outskirts of East London. Let's check in with Emma Simpson, who's at his count in Chingford. Emma, what's the sense from the Conservative camp there?
Well, judging on that exit poll, Ian Duncan-Smith is in a pretty precarious position. He's been an MP here for more than 30 years. Could he be on the way out? And of course, at the last election, he really just scraped through with the tiniest majority as the seat has changed over the years. But one of the interesting things here is, will there be a big split in the Labour vote? Because 8 days into this campaign, the Labour candidate who fought against him and nearly won last time, she was deselected, and she's now standing as an independent. A Labour candidate was parachuted in. So Labour aren't celebrating just yet here. We'll get the declaration about 3:15, but if he goes, it's obviously one of the big Tory guns disappearing.
Emma, thanks very much. We'll check in back with you a bit later. And that seat there, one of several around the country where actually there's been a lot of controversy locally, where despite this huge movement we're seeing between blue to red, actually there might be some wrinkles in places on the ground, and that seat might be somewhere where something interesting has happened.
Yeah, indeed, Chris. I mean, what are your thoughts on how the night is going so far?
A couple of observations from listening to Bridget Phillipson and her speech, her victory speech in Sunderland in the last 10-15 minutes. Firstly, the first MP elected to the new Parliament, which is a moment worth noting, isn't it? Ahead of the flurry that will come in the small hours. What have we got? 649 to go.
Everyone a fascinating story.
Absolutely, and with real jeopardy for many people in each one of them. That struck me as a national victory speech as well as a MP.
Chris, we're going to cut you off. We're going to Blythe for a declaration.
I'd now like to invite the returning officer, the High Sheriff of Northumberland, and candidates onto the stage for the declaration.
So the candidates go up to the stage there. Sunderland South. Houghton and Sunderland South beat them to it, so this will be our second result of the evening. Up there in Northumberland. And here's the acting returning officer.
Best outfit of the night so far.
I, Lucia Bridgman, returning officer for the Blythe and Ashington parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121. Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857. Stephen Anthony Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433. And that Ian Lavery is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blythe and Ashington constituency.
Huge round of applause for Ian Lavery there, keeping that seat, and look at that number of votes, 20,030. Reform, 10,857. I mean, really quite astonishing there. Andrea Leadsom, that's part of the problem
That
for Labour,
really
for the Conservatives, isn't it?
That really is. I completely agree. I mean, it does look as though it's reform that's caused a huge amount of damage. And I think the interesting thing there, which is something for the Conservative Party to think about, for all of us to think about, is that perhaps it's that we've not been conservative enough, you know, that maybe we've lost the trust of people. I mean, just this evening, before I came here, I was in the pub, actually, in my local village, and it's Silverstone, it's the Grand Prix this weekend, so the pub was full of people who were there for the Grand Prix, and they were saying to me, you know, the trouble is the Conservatives are just not normal, they're not conservative enough, and so, you know, people have been looking to reform for that, and there's an awful lot of analysis we're going to have to do after this.
But you say you don't look like you've been normal. I mean, that's quite an accusation. Let's show the share of the votes here. I mean, to be clear, it's a Labour victory here. This is a Labour-held seat. But what we're looking at is what's happened underneath that. And the share of the vote, 27% to the Reform Party. Way ahead of you on 15%. And let's show you the change in the share, 18% up for Reform, minus 18 for the Conservatives. Now, it's worth remembering that part of the world was very strongly Brexit backing.
Indeed,
But you've just said you didn't look like you were normal. And what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so what I meant by that is that specifically what this group of people were saying to me is they're sick of all this woke stuff, they're sick of all this, trying to be more left-wing than Labour, and they don't feel that the Conservatives are being conservative enough.
But what do you mean by that, all this woke stuff? Can you define what that actually means for people changing their vote?
You were going to bring back national service.
Yeah, well, national service in the sense of supporting young people to be able to do something worthwhile to put into their community, not national service in the sense of going around shooting people. So I think that was misrepresented, if I can say that. But no, I think normal, but in terms of being ordinary, being understanding the things that voters are really concerned about. And I think Jacob Rees-Mogg pointed to some of those things. People are concerned about levels of migration. People are concerned about the cost of living.
But you've not done anything about it for 50 years. So what we're concerned about levels of migration. You've got it at the highest level. You've not given the shit.
Some of the issues.
Look at that swing from Labour to Reform. 7.9 swing from Labour to Reform.
Infrastructure ahead of planning, those sorts of things. And of course, having been a government for 14 years, it's very difficult to get away from being accountable for all of those things. I think what it evidences is government is extremely difficult, and I don't personally think Labour has the answers. What I do think is that
neither do you.
Clearly, people are choosing to vote for reform in the hope that there's another third party out there that can have some of those answers.
Okay, Andrew.
Andrew, just a quick question, if I may. There'll be people looking at the exit poll tonight and anticipating that there's going to be a government with an awful lot of power, a big majority, and we'll be looking to your party and indeed others to provide a viable opposition.
Yes.
Can you be certain, after all of the turbulence in the Conservative Party in the last 6-7 years, that there isn't going to be a descent into civil war within the Conservative Party, making it even harder to be that viable opposition in the coming months and years?
It's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be civil war within the Conservative Party. I think it's going to be more of the same. What I mean, because the 130 MPs that probably retained are wokey weft MPs themselves, are globally shills. A lot of them, I think we're going to see the majority of them and a lot of them will be, like they did with Labour, parachuted in. So I don't think there might be some navel gazing, a wee bit navel gazing, but it's more of the same with the Conservatives. If you don't want wokey weft or conservatism, then don't vote for the Conservatives. We've already seen it. They've already lied and lied and lied and lied and lied and lied and lied. They couldn't lie straight in their bed. It's more corporatism and wokey wefter politics from the fake Conservatives.
I mean, no one has a crystal ball, but I certainly know.
I do have a crystal ball, and it's more of the same for the Tories.
A lot of my colleagues have been very concerned. I mean, we've all seen the polls over a long period of time not moving. And so it is very much recognised that we're going to have to regroup and rethink. And the
I'm sure that's going to be a great day out. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to do exactly what the WA have said. We're going to lie just before elections about immigration and wokey politics, and then we're going to do exactly the opposite once we get elected.
It is the natural party of government and has been in this.
Not anymore, pal. 131 MPs and going down.
This country for many long years, and so we will be very ruthless about it. We will certainly be
more of the same. More of the same.
And I hope
Labour in disguise.
Will be regaining the trust of the public, and as potentially the shine comes off the Labour Party, because there hasn't been that enthusiasm necessarily, I think we will start to see people coming back to us.
Okay, well.
Rubbish.
A promise of ruthless recriminations there, Andrew Ledson. Thanks.
Look at a sweet guy here. Popped up. It would be a brilliant spitting image puppet. That's pop. It would be like David Steele. David Steele.
For now, we're just hearing as part of those recriminations may perhaps come.
Struggling to get your innovation project off the ground due to a lack of resources? I suppose.
So Tony Hendra went back to America, eventually finding fame as the cricket bat-wielding manager Ian Faith in the movie This Is Spinal Tap. Back at Spitting Image.
Go on.
Now is the time to say goodbye.
Goodbye, Shorty.
Now is the time to yield a sigh.
Thank God that's over.
Now is the time to wend away. Until we meet again. Some sunny day.
I think not, David.
I give you a shit.
Goodbye, goodbye. I'm leaving you, Skip and I. Goodbye. I wish you fun. Goodbye, yada-da-da, yada-da-da. Goodbye,
Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for waiting for us, but sorry. It's all over. Yes, it's goodbye. It's all been enormous fun, hasn't it, David?
No, David.
My feelings entirely.
Goodbye.
You know, there comes a time in the life of every alliance when it's time to say goodbye and good riddance. So goodbye, beardies, with your dreadful conference resolutions and your CND badges. Goodbye, fat men from Rochdale. Goodbye, dog food salesmen. Take it away, David. Old damn party. And take him away, too, with his silly stripy shirts and his one-colour collars. Goodbye.
And goodbye to you, David, Mr. Oh, so good-looking, so manly and yet so Machiavellian, so tall and yet so treacherous, so sophisticated and yet so stupid. Goodbye, David.
Most of all, goodbye to you.
Yes, goodbye, British public.
Yes, you won't be seeing an awful lot of us from now on. Sorry about raising any hope. Our slogan of the election was the time has come, and so indeed it has. The time has come to say goodbye.
Goodbye, goodbye. I wish you fun. Goodbye, goodbye.
Farewell, Robbie. I won't miss you at all. Goodbye.
I'm off with Shirley.
Goodbye.
Don't say goodbye to me, David. Please don't say goodbye to me, David. Not forever. You must
Sorry,
come
David, back. I must say goodbye. I'd like to say hello, but in fact I've got to say goodbye.
Do you want to have a look under my kilt before you go?
No, I've seen enough of that in the last few years. I'd like to say goodbye to that as well.
David, I've wet myself.
Oh, my spit out was absolutely brilliant. Hey, hurry up, spit out.
From Sir Robert Buckland, former Cabinet Minister. We're hearing on the ground in Swindon South, his seat's a classic bellwether. We're hearing that the Conservatives are conceding defeat, but we'll do that.
That would be fascinating. Let's go to Professor Sir John Curtis. John, I just want to check. The results that we've had, are they in line with the exit poll, particularly what seems to be on the surface success for reform?
Yes and no is the answer, Clive. So far as Labour is concerned, the 2-point rise in Blyth and the 7-point rise in Sunderland South is pretty much in line with what we were expecting. The rise in reform support, although quite substantial, up 13 and 18 points, is actually a little bit less than we were expecting, and therefore, conversely, the decline in Conservative support is rather less. Now, the truth is, although these are both Labour seats, and therefore normally we're not expecting the Conservative vote to fall that heavily in Conservative seats, or relatively not so heavily, but these are also heavily Leave areas, and we were therefore anticipating that perhaps with reform would put in a strong performance and push the Conservative vote down to rather a greater extent than we expect in other Labour seats. So we'll have to wait and see. But broad message, Conservative votes down very heavily, reform is up a lot, and Labour are making a modest advance. So that broad picture, at least, is there with the exit poll. It's just the fine detail. We've still got to see where we end up at the end of the night.
And turnout has been down as well. How much has that been a contributing factor?
Well, we don't know whether it's a contributing factor, but I think there has been a widespread expectation that turnout would fall, and these first two results are at least consistent with that expectation. And to that extent, at least, we may well discover that we're heading towards
38 seats down for the SNP. Wow. Well, Baldy John and his gold member will be disappearing off to the sunset. Wee Nippy will be trying to get another place person in the SNP.
One of the lower turnout.
What's left of it? Her and Mr. Cactus.
In general elections in post-war electoral history. And, you know, that's what the polls were anticipating, is what you would expect in an election in which the polls were suggesting it's pretty clear who was going to win, and where there wasn't that much difference, despite both parties' denials, that much difference between Conservative and Labour in much of what they were offering the electorate.
All right. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Now then, let's go to Jeremy with what he has from our latest calculations as they develop. It looks like it could be tonight, Jeremy, a really massive redrawing of the map. Oh, look, handy.
Yes.
You've got a big one
Look
there.
There you
go. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, look, here is our map. This is from last time, though, crucially. So this is the 2019 map. And you see, don't you, the wash of Conservative blue from Boris Johnson's 80-seat majority. And I'll switch it now to what
they sure screwed that up.
The exit poll is showing us, and we stress again and again, just predictions. But look at the way
Labour look at that aqua blue
spreads out from the urban areas to cover so much of England. Bear in mind, a lot of the Conservative seats are larger geographically.
Wow, look at Scotland.
Just stepping on there is Rishi Sunak.
I was thinking about that as well. Alba had 2 MPs, don't forget. So I take it that Alba's 2 MPs have lost as well. Actually, the 2 guys for Alba were actually relatively decent people, and I'm surprised that Angus Neil didn't join Alba. That would have made the most sense. So I take it he's lost as well, unless that's, well, maybe a Labour gain up the Western Isles. Angus is obviously a decent enough fella as well, although the interview I had with him didn't really make much sense, to be brutally honest. But I'm surprised Angus never joined Alba, and after leaving Wee Nippy's corrupt SNP, they have now had an absolute doing.
Next, for example, so
the SNP have had more of a doing than the Conservative Party have. They've lost probably more comparatively to the size than the SNP have, and I can't see that.
This kind of map can give you
I can't see the actual, but I think that Jojo Cherry's lost a seat.
False impression that there are more Tory seats than there are.
So I don't know where that is there. That's north. That could be Livingston, or where's that, up towards Stirling. Looks like it's out with Edinburgh. I'm not quite sure what seat that is. What's that? That's certainly not Edinburgh South West. So if that's gone red, that's wee Jojo Cherry out of a job.
Just say though, it's very interesting to see maybe Reform less strong in Scotland and the Conservatives here in the south of Scotland.
But
back in the, and you can see the scale of the.
From our latest calculations as they
in the south of England. So now let's change to 2024 and let's have a look.
But I would like to know what the share of the share of proportion of the proportion of Reform's vote was in Scotland.
See what the exit poll is showing us, and look at those hexagons lowering. The Conservative seat majorities going down, being replaced by red ones. You've got, for example, Portsmouth North, Penny Mordaunt's seat just over there. Leader of the House of Commons has gone from quite a sizable Conservative hexagon to a red one. So that is what
look at aqua blue.
It's an amazing map, that, isn't it? Because when you make the constituencies all the same size, you get a real sense of just how much Labour red is covering the UK. And of course, the interesting thing as well is that you're seeing some marginal Conservative seats, which have been blue for a long time, turning into safe Labour. Back to you.
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed. He's got all sorts of new snazzy toys, but it does show you what might happen in really, really vivid detail.
Okay, so we've had a few results in. Chris?
Reform UK. It's quite a standout. I know we've reflected on it in the last couple of minutes. I'm sorry, I was just typing something away there for the BBC News app. But given what I've just typed, I might as well say it out loud as well.
You're moonlighting already.
But yeah, a bit of, exactly. Those first 2 results, seeing how well Reform were doing, as we were reflecting a few minutes ago, yes, in parts of the world in the northeast of England that significantly backed Brexit.
What's the results then? Let's see them.
I mean, I'm exaggerating madly, but it was sort of, came about a week last Wednesday. It's a new entity on the political stage. One of the standout moments of the election campaign was Nigel Farage's decision to come back in, be the leader of the party, be a candidate too.
Yeah, which we said to do.
And one of the big questions was how much difference would they actually make? And the early evidence, both from the exit poll, but with the caveats around smaller parties, and these first two results, is they are making one heck of an impression. More than a quarter of the vote in those first two results.
Wow.
How that maps out through the night, and then crucially, particularly if Reform managed a number akin to what we're suggesting in the exit poll of 13, the dynamic in the House of Commons of the Reform with potentially around a dozen MPs and a rump of a Conservative Party thrashing around trying to find out who it is, what it wants to be and what went wrong, is a very interesting kind of conversation that we're going to see alongside a period, as it would seem, that a new Labour government is taking office and getting its head around what it's going to do.
Chris, thank you.
Well, let's have that conversation then right now with Dr. David Bull, who joins us from the Reform Party. You are looking extremely chipper, I have to say.
Yes.
Do you think, from your own data, that actually achieving 13 seats is something that looks realistic?
Yes is the short answer. If you look at this, and if that exit poll is right, this is an historic moment. As Chris said, we're 4 years old. We're an insurgent party. This has come out of nowhere, literally. I remember talking to Richard Tice 4 years ago about how we were going to do that. And of course...
Again, my brilliant advice, obviously, I get listened to at the highest places. We told Nigel come back. Told them we stand in Clack. In fact, we'd said that people should actually do a poll to find out which constituency that Nigel should stand in, and that was done. And it was found out to be Clacton, and he's now in power. He's now in power. I'm probably going to be voted in with the good people of Clacton and see. And we said that. We said to actually do it, and they identified Clacton, and now he's got 13 MPs, and they're probably, I would think, going to be the second largest vote for party. No, they won't. The Conservatives will be it, but so they're the third largest. So the Conservatives, I think, will probably beat them in vote share. But because they've only got 13 MPs and maybe 25% of the vote, in certain constituencies, are going to that cannot stand, and we need proportional representation.
Of course, I think what you're seeing is actually the shy reformers coming out in droves. You know, we saw this with Brexit, didn't we? The shy Brexiteers. So the pollsters were caught off guard, and once again, they've been caught off guard. Now, if that is true, and we get 13 seats, that is extraordinary. And Nigel has made this very clear. This is the beginning of a much bigger movement. And it is a movement. It's from the ground up. Chris mentioned something else, which is actually in the northwest, in the northeast. We're taking votes not just from the Conservatives, we're taking them from Labour as well. People who say this country is broken and they want it back.
I mean, where do you feel you have been picking up? Is it a uniform picture, or is it, as you might expect, from areas that were very strongly Eurosceptic, voted Leave in large quantities? Because you say it's come out of nowhere. It hasn't really. You had UKIP, then the Brexit Party, then the Reform Party. It's a development in an existing movement, right?
Yes. So what's interesting is if you look at vote share, we believe our vote share is twice that of the Liberal Democrats.
Twice.
We believe that to be true. And if that is the case, and we only get a quarter of the seats, then that says something about the parliamentary system and why first past the post, I think, is broken, and why we need to move to something like a proportional representation, which, of course, we had in the European elections, and that's how we became the biggest party in... I know, I can see you shaking your head next to me, but we became the biggest party in the European Parliament because we had the D'Hondt principle, and that's how we had so many. The Conservatives don't want it, Labour don't want it, but actually I think people in Britain do want it.
It's quite early in the night for a discussion about the D'Hondt system.
Well, yeah, maybe. I like to elevate the conversation.
And I want to get a reaction from the other parties as we will through the night. But just many people watching, though, David Bull, will think actually what they saw from Reform, aside from people like you and people like Nigel Farage coming out and giving interviews publicly, what many people will have seen, however, is a revelation almost daily of truly vile and offensive
Oh no, not the truly vile and offensive. Oh no, hurty words. Not the staged actor by the establishment that was the put up job about shooting people. Oh no, that definitely didn't look like a hatchet job. Or the conservative person who hadn't met anybody else in the Reform Party, just stage managed using communist words like racist.
Remarks and views that had been shared by a significant number of your candidates. Some of them were condemned very quickly by the party's leadership. Some of those people were still allowed to run as candidates despite...
Once you're elected, you can't stop the process. So it's an irrelevance whether they stood down or not. It's an irrelevance, and not probably none of the people who you're moaning about actually got elected. So it's an irrelevance. It's an irrelevance.
Having expressed things that were really offensive to many...
Oh no, not the really offensive. What about the person that got beaten to death in Pakistan for blasphemy? What about Poofy Sir Keir Starmer wanting to bring in backdoor blasphemy laws? Oh no, because my hurty feelings.
Let's be very clear. It is a minority of those people. We had
you should not be placating them. You should not be placating them. You should stand on a freedom of speech, unless it's violent speech. Only at violent speech should you actually be then complaining about it. This is why people, and I will be fighting against UK reform at the Scottish elections, because they don't stand for freedom of speech.
Vetting procedures in play.
And then I will have the right of response, because I'll be a leader of a political party and I will have the right of response. And then you're going to have to debate me, which I'm sure you won't want to do. Neither does Fat Andy or Fat Alex.
Well, let me just explain that. So over the last 4 years, we've been vetting candidates really thoroughly. We paid a couple...
No, you paid a company of Conservatives to put in people to destabilise your campaign in case of hurty words.
A lot of money to vet those candidates. They let us down. But also, when the Prime Minister called the election, it caught...
Vet them for who? Who are you vetting them for? What is the vetting process? What is it that you need to be vetted from and to? So if I came along and I'd said something, hurty word, or put something you didn't like on Facebook, then you're going to ban me. I see.
Us on the hop slightly. It caught the Conservatives very much on the hop.
Yeah, to the extent that they probably deliberately put in wokey wafter MPs just like the Labour Party did, and thrust them on the local community.
But and then we had to expedite that process. Now, we have gone from nothing to fielding 620 candidates, and we have said, and I have been very clear about this, we will not tolerate homophobia, Islamophobia...
So we're exactly the same as all the other political parties then. So we're hurty words, we're a hurty words party. Oh, hurty words. So homophobia, all abstract concepts. So the top of the reform are hurty words party, just like the rest of them. So they whether overtly or covertly, are now a hurty words party like the rest of them in the toe. That's why people have said that the Reform UK are just a shill party for the establishment as well, because what David said here, David Bullshire, has said that anybody with hurty words or may contest the mainstream. He's even said Islamophobia. I don't even know what that means. I don't know if the guy that got beaten to death in Pakistan was Islamophobic when they were all murdering on the street. That woman, the guy that got beheaded in France, was that Islamophobic or was that acceptable? Didn't hear you say anything about that. 52,000 Christians in Nigeria murdered since 2009. Is that Islamophobic? What do you mean? What do you exactly mean?
Semitic behaviour or anything.
So I cannot, as an anti-theist, I cannot critique foreign Middle Eastern religions. Is that what you're saying, David Bullshire? Is that what you're saying? I can't say anything homophobic. Well, if you can't say anything homophobic, how are you going to deal with Islam that advocates for murdering people who are homosexual? How do you balance that square, you idiot?
like that. And if any of us find out that that is the case, they're out.
But
Oh, but you just took a big donation from a Muslim who I'm 100% sure in Islam it says to kill homosexuals. So if a homosexual, two lesbian women were beaten up by 10 Middle Eastern guys in Canada, what phobia is that? It's okay if they've got the phobia against homosexuals. How do you square that circle, David Bullshit?
Do you think that kind of unsavoury character is so attracted to...
The unsavoury character? The unsavoury character? That's so attracted. You've got the anti-Semites, you've got a whole bunch of unsavoury characters. People standing for the Green Party. But this is a targeted attack. And David Bullshitter is just saying, oh, well, and allowing the bullshit British Broadcasting Corporation to restrict the conversation by phobes and ists, which is part of the way to curtail freedom of speech. Not the fact that the actual things that they're talking about weren't put up jobs by the establishment, which didn't seem to work, unfortunately for them. Oh no. What are you guys saying? Mike sounds better. It's okay to try it on the wife. Okay, cut price Terry Thomas. I don't know what that is. I don't know who you guys are as well. That's that. All going to your bed. Let's go.
Well, I think it's in every party. If you look.
We have to say exactly what. If can't say anything out with the paradigm. Oh no, if it's an hysterophobe.
They're in the Green Party.
Necessarily, and I think that will pose a challenge for the Labour Party to prove that they.
If that poll is right, then we have done extremely well. Also, what are you going to do with regards to the European Union? You're going to take us closer and closer to Europe, and that is not what people want.
We've got a declaration coming in. Let's listen in to what's happening in Sunderland.
Result for Sunderland Central. I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows. Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852. Chris Ainon, 10,779.
Wow.
Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993. Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731. The number of rejected ballot papers was 99. The turnout is 52.6%, and that Lewis Malcolm Atkinson has been duly elected to serve as member for the.
Wow, second place.
Beaming Lewis Atkinson there, NHS manager who's won the seat for Labour with 16,852 votes. But again, we see that fascinating state of the race there. Reform not just beating the Conservatives into second place there, but almost getting twice as many votes of them, leaving Labour with a majority of 6,073. No surprise whatsoever, that's a Labour hold, but fascinating and worrying for Conservatives seeing Reform in second place.
Yeah, and a low turnout as well, and that's been a feature of the first two races that we brought you the declarations from. Let's look at the share.
Wow,
you've got
15%.
Labour flatlining there, Reform up 15 points, the Conservatives down 21.
Wow.
There you go. That is what is happening so far, and it's early days, no question. But Reform are eating into the Conservative share of the vote there. And look at the swing there.
Wow.
From Labour to Reform, 7.7%.
And you see that kind of move there. And Peter Mandelson, we're hearing from our numbers that there's a 91% chance that Reform might take your old patch, the constituency of Hartlepool.
Wow.
If Hartlepool is won by the Reform Party. How's that feel for you?
I'll just confirm with my pal Jeffrey, wherever he is. staying at my house.
Really bad and very disappointed.
Oh,
and
no.
I would be surprised if it happened.
You would be surprised. David?
I think you are about to be surprised. Well, I've been to Hartlepool, I've campaigned in Hartlepool, and when you knock on doors, people say they are sick and tired of the two main parties that don't represent them. That, you know, in terms of the offering you're putting forward, it doesn't represent the people of Hartlepool, it doesn't represent the people of, say, Clacton either. And I think this is very much a people's revolt, and you can call it a protest vote if you want, but actually it's not. It's an uprising. It's saying to the political classes, enough is enough.
I mean, Peter, I was talking to a Labour activist before we came on air. He was saying that on the doorstep, the response was very much, you're all the same. You're all the same. And in that kind of atmosphere...
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's not that it is correct. They're all the same, but they're all basically governed by the WEF for the last 50 years. So they're all sworn to another manifesto that they don't tell you, and then you get the Prince of Darkness there, Jeffrey Epstein's pal, yeah. So they are literally all the same because they're all following the foreign manifesto.
It is going to be the insurgent party potentially that gets the nod.
Clive, I think people over the last 10 years in all parts of the country have almost literally had the hope beaten out of them and their trust in the whole political system beaten out of them by one disaster after another. You know, the country feels so broken. It is hardly surprising that people are very, very angry. And now what the Labour Party has to do, should it form the government, as your exit poll would suggest it will, is prove them wrong, that they can see hope restored in the future of the country, and they can see a political system which is working for them. And that is the great challenge for an incoming Labour government.
All right. Peter Mandelson and Debbie Paul, thank you both very much indeed. Thank you.
Right, well, just let's remind you of what the exit poll predicts, an enormous Labour majority with 410 seats, up significantly. The Conservatives crashing down to 131 seats. That's what the forecast is. Will one of them be the seat of Penny Mordaunt, who's been leader of the House of Commons? She's been the MP in Portsmouth.
I think this must be one of the greatest nights of my life. To be fair to Penny Mordaunt, if she wasn't a wokey wefter, she's a competent politician. So, but I mean, just another show for the globalists.
Is there tonight. Mark, are you seeing glum faces or relief in Penny Mordaunt's camp?
Well, very interesting, actually. Most of the candidates are here. Penny Mordaunt is not here, and we're told that she may not turn up until very close to the declaration, which is expected at around 3:30 this morning. Incredibly busy counting going on right now.
They don't have to move out to get on. A mission to build a high-wage local economy where hard work is rewarded and the contribution of all is valued. It's the honour of my life to have been elected to represent my hometown. Together, we are going to put Swindon back on the map for all the right reasons.
Oh, another clown.
I had the honour of representing for 14 years through
14% up. Nobody's ever heard of this guy, so nobody's even bothered the fact he's not going to be there. 25% down, 14% up, Labour up 8%, 40% gain by the reform.
Elections, although it was not to be for a fifth time, I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the tens of thousands of
hurry up.
residents. I want to thank Heidi for her heartfelt words.
Surprising that people are very, very angry. And now what the Labour
Let's all talk like a creepy weirdo, because that's what we are.
Serve once again. I want to thank my family, my wife, Sian, my children, who have through the 20...
Well, that's, I don't know how to pronounce that surname. So, 21,000, 12,000, so that even with the Conservative and the Reform Party together, that still would not have, still not have beaten Heidi. So I'm sure Heidi is going to be absolutely fantastic.
20 years that I have been a candidate and MP here, put aside their priorities, not just for mine, but for the people who I served.
Oh, get off!
And for my incredible campaign team, who ignored the national polls and worked day and night to help me in this campaign, and I owe them a huge debt of gratitude. Now, tonight's result means that I cannot, for the time being, be a direct participant in our parliamentary process, which you know I value and love dearly. I'm proud of the work that I've done to advance the cause of autistic and disabled people in our country.
Bet you didn't do as much as me.
And people who live in abusive and controlling domestic relationships, and the victims of serious crime in particular. I'm deeply proud of the investment that I've helped to secure for Swindon, from the new A&E at GWH to the vitally important heritage work at the Health Hydro and the Honda site redevelopment. But there's much more, of course, to do. I wish Heidi well, and I know that she will carry on the work that I have started. Now, our very political system is at a crossroads. Do we value those who work to bring people together and who come into politics to do something rather than be someone? Or do we
Nobody's ever heard of you. Hurry up!
And accept that politics is a mere circus where people compete for attention by saying things that they either know to be untrue or which raise hopes and expectations?
Well, that could be any one of the political parties bar Reform that's on the stage so far. Independent, apart from Martin, who obviously is an independent. But anybody up there could be... that could be descriptive of
expectations in a way that further erodes trust.
Yeah.
I know what side I'm on.
Yeah, you're on the side of here's your P45 and we'll try and get rid of Heidi Alexander later.
I know what choice I would make.
Yeah.
And I believe with sincere and fierce conviction
that you've lost your seat, buddy. So it's a great speech. If you only done it before you get elected, or did something when you were in the chamber, I'm sure it would have been much better, rather than on your way out.
That my party has to make the right choice too, if we are to inspire a new generation with the real promise of a better future. Thank you, Swindon, for giving me the opportunity of my life to make a positive difference to our town and our nation.
Well, two speeches full of strong convictions there. The main headline, Heidi Alexander, who was a former Labour MP, has got a huge swing of 16% and will return to Parliament this time as the MP for Swindon South. But also a very fierce speech there from Sir Robert Buckland, the former Conservative Cabinet Minister, who accused some in his party, not directly, but it was very clear what he was saying. He was asking whether they value people who work together or whether those who accept that politics is a circus and say things to be untrue. So, a taste there of some of the very fierce fights that may well be ahead for the Conservative Party as the night and the days progress after what appears to be on course to be a shattering defeat for them.
Yeah, and the civility shown both the...
from the Uni Party, very civil, all great.
Well, it's something that you don't see that often.
Oh, great. Oh, well, yes. Oh, we're also civilised.
In our modern politics.
Oh, it's great. The Uni Party are agreeing with each other. Oh, what quelle surprise.
And I think it's important that we reflect on that, Sadiq Khan.
Oh, is it? Oh, no, there's wee rat boy there. Wee ferret face.
He's on the left. A very good job in Lewisham as the MP to go and work for you. And you were saying, as she was giving her speech there, that...
we just undo the mayoral positions in London, indirect administration, get rid of wee rat face there.
You were taking credit for that. That victory.
Heidi, I wasn't. I was with Heidi 2 days ago in Swindon North and Swindon South, 2 seats we've got to win. And it looks like we're going to win those. I've got to give credit both to Robert and to Heidi for those speeches. I think you want to see two classier speeches.
Oh, yeah.
Over the course of this, night. But it's, I think, the start of what's going to be a great night for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. I think you're going to see across every region of the country Labour making gains. I think you'll see Labour, the biggest party in England, Scotland and Wales, and it's quite remarkable
that so many retards have been elected.
Because Heidi and I sat through 2019 when we were genuinely fearing our party was on the brink of extinction.
The good old days.
Heidi came to
Don't worry. These days will return because you're that incompetent. It's only a matter of time. The village idiots start to disintegrate for your own incompetence. It's just a matter of time. I could actually go on strike and go on holiday for the next 4 years, and I would come back and see the decimation of what is going to be the Labour Party.
For me as my deputy mayor for transport. Lo and behold, in 4.5 years, Keir Starmer's taken us to the cusp of
blowing up the Palestinians, and you say nothing about it.
So that is 5 seats for Labour, 4 holds, 1 gain. So a lot of those seats, in fact, all those seats are in the north. No, Swindon. We had Swindon South. So most.
Conservatives took core voters for granted.
Those seats in the north. What is it about?
No, they didn't take for it. They just ignored them. The Conservative Party were already on the left agenda, and they weren't giving a shit about it. Even the Conservatives within the root and branch of the Conservative Party, they were just ignored for the parliamentary party that had been parachuted in. The same way Labour has just done exactly the same thing, and parachuted people that are not from the local constituency into the local constituency. Same, all sworn allegiance to Baldy Dr. Evil in Davos. We have penetrated the cabinets, including Sir Keir Starmer. Looks like he's been penetrated a few times.
Special place.
Not all ladies, some ladies have penises.
Special place, and interesting.
They know how to add up. Yeah.
Well, Naga and Sally told us about all the lengths that they've gone to and the special paper and all this there, but interestingly that seat in Washington, Reform, also it appears in second place there, but we'll bring you that result in detail when we have it. But Reform, just one of the headaches for the erstwhile Conservative leader Rishi Sunak, but of course the huge move to Labour we're seeing is the biggest problem for him of all. Let's check in again with Victoria Derbyshire. Victoria, you're at the count now. Have you managed to glean anything from Conservative supporters there?
Honestly, Laura, not particularly. I can tell you that the verification of the ballot papers is almost complete, and the actual counting of the real votes will begin, I'm told, in about half an hour. There's a sort of quiet hum here as the verification continues. What I can tell you is, and I'm sure it's the same for you, Laura, the number of WhatsApps I've been receiving from senior Conservative politicians, which range from despair to some scepticism about the exit poll, particularly when it comes to the number of seats Reform are projected to win, and also some Tory MPs trying very, very hard to look for some positives in that exit poll. One senior MP's reaction to the exit poll was...
I think it is positives actually in how the Conservative vote has actually stood up, because I'm absolutely staggered that they're going to get 131. I thought they were going to get maybe between 60 and 80. So the fact that they're getting 131 to me is absolutely astonishing.
Expletive, which obviously I won't repeat right now in the early hours of the
We're
morning.
a family show,
Another
like
said
tonight.
the exit poll is... yes, exactly, which is why I'm not repeating it. Another said it was dire, and that he actually couldn't see the Tories even getting 131 seats. He thought Reform would get more than 13. Somebody else who's standing down was a senior cabinet minister, on a much more upbeat note, said, look, if Labour can turn the worst result since the 1930s into their best result, then we, the Conservatives, have it all to play for over the next 5 years.
You must be on the glue.
Just been chatting to the Reform candidate here, one Lee Taylor. He says he is hopeful of, quote, making a massive dent in Rishi Sunak's majority. The first time we are going to see the Prime Minister, as he still is, we're expecting at about 3:30, so in about 3 hours this afternoon, he will arrive with the other 12 candidates here, and we're expecting the result in Richmond and Northallerton at about 4 a.m. this morning.
Victoria, thanks very much indeed. We'll talk to you later.
Also with us here in the studio is Gus O'Donnell, former Cabinet Secretary. And it looks as if we're going to have a new Prime Minister.
Yes.
Now, how is the civil service...
Reform beats Conservatives to second place in first 3 results. Reform UK beats Conservatives into second place, or to Reform in second place in the first 3 results. So the Conservatives have been beaten and are in third place in all of the results so far. Wow. Share of the vote, Reform in 25%, yet only getting 13 seats. Wow. 25. Remember I said I thought they were in 31. That's a huge amount of votes for the Labour Party, 47, but that's massive, 25%. Together that's still only 41 and against Labour's 47, plus the Doughball, the Gimps and the Green Party and the Gimps and the Labour Party are both obviously together.
Preparing for that.
Well, they've been preparing for a long time for all possible options, but this one looked very likely given the polls. So yes, it will be quite a dramatic time. They'll be sorting out the details of what happens tomorrow. If the polls are right, Keir Starmer will be clapped into 10 Downing Street about an hour after Rishi Sunak's been clapped out of Downing Street. Rishi goes to the King, offers his resignation, then Keir goes, and then the work starts. I mean, that's the thing, you know,
Shut up, your policies are sucks, man. Honestly, it's like the special needs bus was given the keys to the country.
Cabinet Secretary is the ultimate wet blanket, right? They come through that door and they are on a high like no other high. They've just been clapped in and it's amazing. And then I have to say to them, well, actually, now it gets really tough. Yeah, I mean, like, they've got to sort out a whole cabinet, you know, appointing all the cabinet. They've got to read the briefs for all these, you know, like President Biden's on the phone, you know, what am I going to say to him? President Macron, you know, he's got all of those things going on.
There's a NATO summit next week as well.
NATO summit, you know, it's a minor matter of that, 9th to 11th of July. Then he's got the EPC, this European leaders all coming to Blenheim Palace towards the end of the month. He's got a huge amount on, and this is nothing to, as Cabinet Secretary, I'll be talking to that Prime Minister about minor things like, actually, we've got certain terrorist issues that I need to talk you through, certain intelligence issues, and there's the whole nuclear coding, you know, how many millions of people do you want to wipe out? If we're wiped out, those, you know, there are big issues. And remember, he's a human. His family are coming through that door and they're moving home. And so that's for his wife and children. You know, it's a massive event in their lives. And believe me, it's a very stressful job. And suddenly, whereas when you're in opposition, as you say, it's probably one of the worst jobs there is in politics, being leader of the opposition. When you're Prime Minister, it's relentless. And it starts tomorrow. And so, Keir, please, if you're listening, go to bed, right? Be ready for tomorrow.
He hasn't had his count yet.
There's no way he's going to do
Holborn
that.
and St Pancras hasn't called
but
yet.
it's going to be a big day.
Oh, look, it's going to be a huge day, whatever happens. And, you know, it looks very, very clear, the direction of travel, but the result and the scale of the result is still kind of, I know, well, Sadiq Khan, you're sitting there with a twinkle in the eye. You're not going to let me get to the end of the sentence that reminds our viewers that there still is a sprinkling of salt with all of this. But if the exit poll does give Labour a majority of this scale, what kind of government do you think that Keir Starmer is going to run? You know, Gus O'Donnell has just given us a horror story of all of the very serious issues. Chris has reflected already the tightness of the budget.
Yeah.
There ain't much cash. What kind of government do you think he'll run?
I think what we're going to get at last is a grown-up government, a grown-up Prime Minister. He's going to...
Another Davos boy. So we've gone from Davos Rishi Sunak to Davos Keir Starmer. Another technocrat that's now got a built-in majority, can't lose a vote. So we've now got democratic diktat because we don't have proportional representation.
Under promise and over deliver. He's going to be magnanimous tomorrow. He's going to reach across to colleagues from all sides of the House to bring the nation together. He's a unifier.
Shut up, nobody likes him.
Talk to him about his speech. Sounds like you've got a preview.
He's unified. He will bring people together. And
nobody likes you either.
You know, he's not sleeping tonight because he's working hard. He's a workaholic. He's getting ready for tomorrow, big day.
I have to say, big shout out to the guys down in London for pulling down the Ulysses cameras.
That sets a tone in relation to managing expectations, but also making clear Team Labour knows what's expected from us. High standards, public service. You heard what Robert Buckland said about the consequences of bad leadership. We've had 5 since 2010. Can be very different.
It's interesting, though, you say he's a unifier. Actually, not everybody in your party feels that way. Quite a lot of people feel in your party that actually he's booted out people who didn't fancy his agenda. Some of his colleagues also would privately boast about how ruthless he was to do that, and he had to make those decisions in order to be in a position to win. So I'm not sure that Keir Starmer, unity candidate, is what everybody in the Labour Party would say.
Yeah, you speak to those 410 Labour MPs tomorrow, and they'll tell you how united and unified we are.
Any new MP is going to say nice things about the leader on day one if that's what comes to pass.
We are a united party.
Expect colleagues in senior office to actually get a grip of their brief.
Conservatives down 24% in the north, 29% in the Midlands, 23% in the south, 16% in London, only 10% in Scotland, I guess it's not, and 18% in Wales. 5 of the 650 seats declared. Reform in 25%. Wow.
Portfolio and actually understand that politics is about hard choice.
Let's see if what the floaty seaters are saying. See what you guys. Let's pull it up to see what they're saying. Yeah, it's going on.
They started before this 44 seats. We're going to see how close to zero they get. Labour are hoping to push their barometer up a bit into the sort of majority area.
I've seen green screens and blue screens, but I've never seen a white screen. That's pretty impressive. That's like a floating head, isn't it?
We've got the Lib Dems here. They started the night on 15 seats. We'll be seeing where they go with that. And of course, Reform, they've just got Lee Anderson's seat at the moment. So let's see how high up they...
Did they win Lee Anderson's seat? Wow, didn't know that. Let's see what you guys are saying. Come on, why is that not skipping ahead?
Could win, and former leader of the...
So, some final thoughts then, Stephen. What's top of mind about all of this, really?
I think the top of the mind is you've got to listen. We knew Labour were going to win. We knew they were going to be bad. It's all about how the Conservative Party reacts to this, and we've already seen on Sky News and other mainstream broadcasting organisations, the Tory wets have come out in droves. And they're saying, this is because we were far right. We went down this terrible rhetoric. We mustn't ally with Reform. This result shows...
That's fine. Just say they're just globalist shows. So we have to abandon the Conservative Party. Unless you're into being shows for the globalists. We're just swapping one globalist show party from another, whether it's the SNP, the Lib Lab Con Party, the Greens or the Plaid Cymru. So we're just swapping Wokie Wefter for Wokie Wefter.
You know, we've gone way too to the right. Elections can only be won from the centre, and we need to become true centrists again. That's exactly what happened to the party in 2000.
None of that happened. They were all Wokie Wefters, and we were gaslit. There was a left and the right in the Conservative Party. Even Bojo was a Wokie Wefter as well. So it's just gaslighting through the media as well. None of them were right wing. It isn't right wing and left wing. It's against the globalist agenda. You're either pro globalist agenda or you're for the individual or even the nation state or your local society. Whatever it is, it's not. It's either you're anti-globalist or pro-globalist. So that's the divide line. It's not more centre. I'm a centrist. I don't agree with other people that are meant to be in the centre because they're just shows for the globalists.
2005 under David Cameron. That is literally the reason that the Tory party has been wiped out today. So I think we have to look at what's going to happen there. They're really at a crossroads. Are they going to go down this Cameronization again?
It's just start calling them globalists. Are they going to go down the globalist Wokie Wefter agenda? That's what the One Nation globalist Tories are. They're just shells for the globalists. I mean, put in there by Global Control Central Office. We have penetrated the cabinets. They penetrated every one of the political parties, mainstream political parties, which is held in place by the media.
That we've just seen under Rishi Sunak. Look at these people that he's just given peerages to. All of the Tory wets are just about to go into the House of Lords, Theresa May and others. Or are they going to look back, reflect? People like Suella Braverman, I think she wrote a fantastic article in the Telegraph recently praising Nigel Farage. I've been critical of Suella Braverman. I think she's at least being honest about what this result will mean for the Conservatives. So I think that's the one thing we need to be looking out for is how are major Conservative figures reacting to this? How are Tory MPs who keep their seats reacting to this? And how well will Reform do at the end of the night? Because that's the really sort of volatile element in all this.
So if it's someone like Rory Stewart,
Yeah, that's
your
the
classic,
Rory Stewart
your
position.
arch Tory wet. Yeah, it's laughable.
Yeah.
Absolutely laughable.
If that position was true, why are the Conservatives able to lose half their votes to Reform?
I have some good news about Tory wets, actually.
Oh, go on then.
Apparently, the exit polling is suggesting that Steve Baker only has a 1% chance of winning.
I have the exact same thing on my screen. Sky News had it at 99+% that Labour are going to win his seat.
Well, one way to another.
How do you feel about those results?
Bye! Oh dear, what a shame. Bye! Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Bye! Thanks for coming!
It's about doing the detail.
Nobody's interested. Look at that, another 11%, 14% down, 24%. Oh, is that? I don't know. That's I think that's the national vote share.
As Reform comes up by 11%, but the Conservatives crashing down
Wow.
by 16%. But let's show you the movement from Labour to Reform. Again, we're in the northeast, but not one of the areas like Sunderland where there was such a pronounced Leave vote. A very interesting pattern we're seeing there, Chris. I mean, we should underline it's a Labour win, but what's happening between Reform underneath the surface is fascinating, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And then we can piece together, I think, an element of what we see there in the numbers, not just in that seat, but in some of the earlier ones as far as Reform's performance, and then unpicking the language, the words that Robert Buckland was using to you there, Laura, in your...
But can you imagine the Reform get 24% and only 13 seats, and the Conservatives get 16%, yet 130 seats? Man, that stinks. And Labour on 40-odd% get 400 odd seats. That there needs to be a change in the way that this is done. We need a change in the democratic process.
Conversation. Robert Buckland, a mild-mannered chap, but my goodness, you could hear his fury, his anger at his own colleagues. Not just that article written by Sir Ella Braverman, the former Home Secretary, in the Telegraph just the other day, but sketching out, as he sees it, what the party needs to avoid in the post-mortem that we're now seeing playing out on our programme tonight. Bald men fighting over a comb, talking about the prospect of the row to come in his own parliamentary party, which he won't be a part of.
Really angry, though. Really angry.
And as I say, you know, Robert Buckland...
They're angry at the person that the parliamentary party voted in. So they're angry at themselves for voting in Rishi Sunak when the grassroots of the Conservative Party didn't want him.
Viewers who perhaps don't follow politics as keenly as others may, is not someone who grabs megaphones and shouts loudly into them for the sake of it. He's a mild-mannered, understated chap by normal demeanour. And there you could see just how angry he is, and just how angry he is in particular at his own colleagues, in his view, contributing towards the difficult night for the Conservatives and his own demise.
Yeah. All right, Chris, thank you for that. It's going to be an interesting night, clearly, and we've got enough results now and the exit poll, and I don't know about you lot, but I think it's about time we saw the swingometer. Ooh, indeed, yes. And Jeremy Vine has the swingometer in question in Cardiff. Jeremy.
Funny you should mention that. Yes, right here with it, Clive. So let's just explain. The swingometer measures the movement of votes between parties from one election to another. And if the proportion of votes stays the same, then the swing would be 0. And you can see the needle here. And if that were to be the case, then all the red seats stay red and all the blue seats stay blue. It's not going to be 0 after tonight. We were listening, weren't we, to Robert Buckland. You can see over here, his seat would fall on a 6% swing. There it is, Swindon South, and so it did. But Labour are going beyond that. I could put the half-dozen results that we've had into the swingometer, and we can measure the actual swing. Not the exit poll now, this is the actual swing. So let's just move it and see what's happening. Before we look, 12.7% is the swing required for a majority of one. If you have 12.7%, Labour have it in every single seat, they get a one-seat majority. Where are they now? Just slightly shy of 11%. So that would have them, if it was 11% swing in every single seat, on an extra 98 seats. So you're thinking to yourself, how come this is an extraordinary night for Labour with what seems to be a fairly modest swing so far. Now, okay, as we get more results, the swing may go up. At the moment, if it's 11%, if you simply paint them in logically, these seats are all Labour and these seats stay Conservative. But here's what's actually happening. In places where they need a bigger swing, Labour are getting it. So have a look at what our exit poll is projecting. And I'm just going to wash the red across the right-hand side of the screen here, and you will see. This is the remarkable thing about Labour's performance, is that where they didn't need a very big swing, for example, in their own already safe seats, they haven't got one. Instead, they've targeted seats they desperately need. Maybe they're in second place to the Conservatives. And it looks like, from our exit poll, predictions only, at 13%, they're taking all the seats. At 14%, they're taking nearly all of them. At 15%, and you know what? We should move it around a bit more. Where does this very targeted Labour swing stop? This is the secret of Labour's victory, if victory it is. This, remember, is our prediction. It's our exit poll. But it shows them, possibly in Romford, Redditch, Herne Bay, getting seats on a swing of 20%. Now, part of what's happening is the targeting of the Labour vote. The other thing is that the Conservatives seem to be hemorrhaging most in places where they're stronger. So for them, it really is a perfect storm.
All right, Jeremy, thank you for that. It's interesting, isn't it?
You promised a swingometer. It's an absolute swingometer for a very, very fancy swing.
Had enough of them already. Oh dear. What you guys, empty here? I can't believe, I think they cut off the what's that? I think they actually cut off the chat. Let's see what we can go for. Let's see something else. Welcome to the... It's interesting. Right, so let's go nine likes. Unity. Let's see what the guys are saying over here.
Right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, there's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 billion votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
6 million. Wow. 6 million. There's that old 6
and only 13 seats.
Million number again. It keeps propping up, but we won't go too far down the rabbit hole there.
So, David, I think the public does want to have a revolt against the establishment, and they're perhaps using the reform as a vehicle to do that. Partly protest vote, but I don't think it's sort of supporting reform policies as such. Maybe some of them.
Well, that was my argument, Anthony. I think the regime are trying to control the anger through reform, because if it was done through the Workers' Party or independents, they wouldn't have been able to control it. Whereas I think, if I was MI5 or MI6, I'd say, look, there's a lot of people really angry. We need to control this. Okay, Ollie. We need to, and they can control it with the Reform Party. And again, I think we're able to. It's the same with Le Pen calling Macron calling the election in France. Macron didn't need to call that election. So, which begs the question: why did he call it? What he knew he was going to lose. So, Neil, why are these people giving an own goal to Le Pen? Why are they giving an own goal to Reform?
Well, I believe that the globalists want mostly leaders of patriotic, right-wing, nationalist parties in power, because they are the leaders most likely to be able to get their citizens to support war. Now, the only exception to that across Europe, across the West, really is, well, there may be other exceptions as well, but the most prominent exception to that is Keir Starmer of the Labour Party in the UK. And I think that works as an effective sort of double act where you've got a supposedly left-wing leader in the UK and a right-wing leader in the US. Now, of course, we know from discussions on Unity News Network over the last few years that this whole left-right thing is just a facade. It's just to divide and rule. It's become meaningless. It's really a battle between globalist technocracy, collectivism.
That's what I just said. Exactly what I just said. And this, I don't know who this guy is. I've never seen this fella before, but he's completely correct. And let's see what he finishes it with.
And the freedoms and basic humanity of our traditional culture.
Yeah, that's correct. Liberalism, which I'm a true liberal. That's correct. So I'm a true libertarian liberal, which is completely correct. Heritage would be better option for further to the right than Farage, but not quite the BNP type. So I don't think, I don't think that's required. The party that we're going to set up is a libertarian liberal party, which is a centrist party. You don't need to be in the right. You don't need to be right wing. You need to protect the freedom of the individual and not be dictated to by a foreign state or a foreign power. That's what you have to do. It has to be from a libertarian liberal point of view. You don't need a BNP or a far right or a far this or whatever is made up. You need to entrench your liberalism, which all the parties don't do. They're not even centrist. They're globalist parties. Every one of the main parties, including the Irish National Party, is a globalist shill party. Both the nationalists, Sinn Féin, they're all shilling for the commie globalists, and that's it. The underlying left-right thing doesn't matter to the globalists. It's a corporatist technocracy, and that's what the globalist agenda is. So it's not a left-right thing. It's the left-right-centre thing's an irrelevance.
That's what the dividing line is, really. It's people in power versus the people without power. So that's why the elections are being called seemingly at what doesn't seem to be a beneficial time for leaders of parties. But look, you can bet that Emmanuel Macron is going to do all right. You can bet that Rishi...
Globalists laugh out loud. I hate YouTube.
Sunak is going to do...
we have to watch the right wing with beady eyes too. Again, left, right, it's a nonsense.
All right, don't worry about them.
Well, we've now got a guy who was a Trotsky and a shill for the globalists in power. You put Starmer in power with an unprecedented majority. He's also a Remainer, which is part of the globalist agenda anyway. May ended up getting ousted before his term ends, which is a possibility, but with such a strong majority, it depends what type of individuals have been handpicked to come in. I don't know what's happening there. I don't know what's happening there. I think somebody's going to the toilet live on the TV. Right, let's see. Where are we? Let's go back. What are you saying?
I think the smart says it all, but
that institutional knowledge. And what they need is someone or a group of people, incredibly talented guys. They need money. And they need to build up a huge network across the country of activists, so people are willing to donate their time, their resources, their money into building up local organizations. This is so important. I mean, let's be honest, that's how the political system works in the UK. It's not about votes, it's about votes in constituencies.
Right, okay, so, great.
Indeed, ready for 2024.
It's not even a real swingometer, it's a virtual one.
Right, not interested.
No, I'm a loyal Labour.
This is the type of idiot we've got now. Absolute retard.
Politician who wants to be in government to govern for the people.
So it's up 18% in Scotland, and down in Wales, down in London, up in the south, up in Midlands. It's not really up very much, to be honest with you.
Well, and I'm excited about that, Laura.
One of the things, though, recently you and some of your other colleagues on the left made no secret of being very unhappy about how the leadership had treated a very long-serving MP, Diana Abbott, who's a trailblazer for so many people.
Because she's black. I mean, how racist? She's not very good. She's like her. She's not very good. So, unlike what Martin Luther King said, judging people on their ability. If you were judging either of these two on their ability, they wouldn't get elected. Look at me chewing my face. That's so funny. They wouldn't get elected in ability because they're not very good. There's millions of people better than Don Butler. And so basically what you're saying on the BBC, it's really good if there's less white representation, but it's good when there's black representation. So you're basically racists, but you don't really want to say that you're racist. But it's just code. It's like code. It's good that we got our first black woman in the UK, but she's not very good. So it's no loss from a political point of view. But because she's black, that's racism. That's the opposite of liberalism. It's the opposite of what Martin Luther King said. And neither of these women would be selected on their capabilities because they're not very capable.
And yet sometimes Keir Starmer's people, they might use this result tonight as a sort of indication to say, yeah, we were right to be ruthless. We were right to hold the line. We were right to boot out people like your former London Labour MP.
Well, because the London Labour is full of crackpots. It's full of absolute idiots. Hezbollah fires 200 rockets and drones into Israel.
Jeremy Corbyn.
I don't think it's about being ruthless. I think
former Justice Secretary Sir Robert Buckland loses his seat.
It's being in politics and doing the right things. How Diane was treated was
doing the right things. Absolute donuts to a man and woman in the Labour Party.
And in the end,
can we get rid of her?
You need to compare it to the Tory share of the vote, right? I mean, at the last election, what did the Tories get? Was it 37%? The lowest. Lowest share of the vote in, I think, 23 years, and they served in government. So what I think we need to talk about is, you know, they had a right to govern with that. So let's look at where we land at the end of this and what Labour's share will be. And at the end of the day, that, you know, we will hopefully be in government.
But given that share for Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, does that potentially mean that even with a majority of 170, people on the left are going to feel that they have a right, they do anyway, but have even more of a right to make their voice heard from the backbenches?
I think what the discussion will be about is PR, proportional representation. I think there'll be lots of people talking about PR. I think if you look at...
But you're not talking about that.
Well, I think the public will be talking about...
Yeah, because it's absolutely disgraceful, the distribution of seats comparative to vote share.
Proportional representation and whether we need to have a debate about it. And I've always said that we do need to have a debate about it around the country, because I think we're going to need to look at the share of the Green vote, the share of the Lib Dem vote, the share of the Labour vote, and then we need to do the number crunching when we see that.
Just one quick stat. Conservatives were 43.6% of the vote last time round. A bit higher than you were suggesting. I don't mean to just put that into the conversation. Do you think that's going to come then? A conversation about the voting system after this election?
Oh, I think so. I think there's already. But if you think about it, there's already a debate around PR, and I think that there's always has been a debate around PR, but I think even stronger now there will be a debate around PR. after this.
But not at the high echelons of the Labour Party, one suspects. If on their first pass of the post, you're getting a majority of 170.
Oh yeah, I mean, we wouldn't argue with the results. I mean,
Indeed.
This is delivered for us. But actually, at Labour Party conference, we
It's so funny. I'm watching my face on the screen, me chewing my lip and all that. I'm telling you, you can tell I've got ADD, can you?
Pass the motion on PR.
Yeah, well, Keir Starmer, I think, once upon a time believed that PR was a good system, but it's not something that made it into the Labour Party manifesto. But Don Butler, thank you very much indeed for now. Let's take a look then, as Clever, you were just suggesting there, that the turnout in lots of places has not been great, and the vote share for Labour, despite what looks like it's going to turn out to be a whopping majority, may actually not be as convincing as the way that the Conservatives won a majority of 80 back in 2019. Rita, you've been looking at the turnout. What's it panning out as?
Panning out is quite low at the moment, Laura, and this is based on the results that we have in so far. So we've had 6 seats declared so far, and we're looking at 54% turnout based on those 6 seats, which is, it's not resounding, really, is it? 54%.
So everybody just stayed at home? Wow.
Was what we got in Newcastle Central. Let me show you the whole graph here, because it does make for interesting reading. We go right back to 1980 when Margaret Thatcher was in power, and you can see there the heady days of turnout were in the high 70s. They went up actually in 1992, just peaking there at a little bit below 80%. Then you see something of a decline after 1997 when Tony Blair came in. We have Blair, Brown, Cameron, May, Johnson. The eagle-eyed amongst you will say, well, where is Liz Truss? And there were no elections fought when Liz Truss was Prime Minister, which is why she is not up here on our chart. So at the moment, we are suggesting 54%. Now, that will change over the night, because obviously we've got many, many, many more results to come in. But it looks as if, our number crunchers are suggesting, it looks as if we might be on course in 2024 to have a turnout roughly around what there was in 2005. So that was...
I wonder how much of the pre-prediction put people off going and voting. I can't believe only 54% of the populace went and voted. Can you imagine the other 36 did? That would have totally changed... or 46, sorry, apologies. That would have totally changed the election. Or how this is panned out.
The election, Tony Blair's third
victory. So the lower the amount, the more that Labour has got in, the higher the amount, the more the right is going in. So if you can't be bothered going along, you get what you're given.
And that was a turnout there of roughly... 60% or so, a little bit higher than 60%. Anyway, we'll be keeping an eye on that, but that is where we are at the moment, Laura.
Rita, thank you. It's really interesting to see it in that historical context when you see that voters really, really engage, and maybe this time that won't have happened, but plenty of data still to be putting into all of those graphs as the night develops. Well, let's show you again the results of that exit poll. Labour, of course, hopes very much this will make their dreams come true and be something like the real result when we get it in full by the end of the night. Labour there just disappeared. They were on 400.
Oh, right, that's enough of that. What else can we go and see somebody else on? Let's see that Preston journalist. Let's see. No, he's not doing a live stream. Go woke, go broke. Yep, that's exactly right. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Let's have a wee look at him.
Will Swinney resign tomorrow?
Yes. Him and Rishi.
Now, of course, most of you watching this are going to say, of course he should resign, because he's crap. Couldn't agree more. But it isn't inevitable that he is going to resign. We know how arrogant and egotistical these people are, and it's going to take quite a defeat to make Swinney resign. At the moment, they are predicted to lose about 30 seats, leaving them with approximately 18 or 19 MPs. Now, we know they don't care about anything but the Central Belt, so that's where they need to be hit hard. If the SNP can be almost wiped out in the Central Belt, then we're laughing.
Well, I think it's even worse than that. I mean, if they're down to 10 seats, that's absolutely catastrophic. That's a whole bunch of absolutely crap MPs not getting a salary anymore.
If on the board,
I feel a little bit sorry for the Alba guys, because at least the Alba guys seem like nice fellas and have a bit of principle. Even Brendan O'Neill, Mr. O'Neill, Angus O'Neill. I think some of those guys are actually decent fellas, but the rest of them,
orders and say the Highlands, they don't win anything, but they keep hold of some of the Central Belt seats. Swinney will probably just about stay in place and probably remain there until the next round of Holyrood elections. The Tories are still favourites in a lot of these seats on the borders and of course in the Highlands, such as Aberdeenshire, because they are trying to protect the oil and gas industry that is so important to so many jobs. So I don't think the SNP will care if they lose some of the Highlands and Islands, if they lose North East Scotland, if they lose anywhere they've got on the borders. I don't think it'll bother them even slightly. But in places like Paisley, Motherwell, Glasgow, Falkirk, etc., Perth even, which I know is slightly further north, but you know what I mean, that is where they've got to lose seats, and the turnout has to be massive. I've said I'm not in favour of tactical voting, and I'm not. You should vote for what you believe in, not because you're voting because you're voting for someone else because you dislike the other person. The main thing to do is get some of the so-called bigger names out. Flynn could lose his seat by the looks of it. Tommy Shepherd looks like he could lose his seat. There is a lot of SNP MPs whose arseholes are twitching.
Oh no, what a shame.
Now, and rightly so, and I hope to God, tonight, we can all raise a glass to the demise of the SNP.
Oh, Azim Kwazim, or whatever her name is, she's off as well. The girl who thinks she's Pakistani Muslim in Scotland, I think she's had her chips as well. Oh, I wish I could get a Scotland round up. Why is the BBC not doing a Scotland round? Do you think there's a Scotland? I wonder if there's a STV. I don't want to just join. I just want to watch it. That's under Scottish politics, and it's the full UK. See all the parties. Oh, here we go.
Former once upon a time Holyrood MSP Ben Wallace. He's also been given a knighthood this evening. He's now Sir Ben. A special mention too for the former Scotland Office Minister David Duckett, who did want to stand again but was effectively deselected by his party on health grounds. Scottish Tory leader Douglas Ross then decided he'd take that opportunity and run instead. The exodus from Labour is much smaller as MPs here hope to switch from opposition to government, something that does seem to be coming to pass judging by the exit poll. But two women who've led the party on a temporary basis are standing down, Dame Margaret Beckett and Harriet Harman. They are both off to the House of Lords as well. The SNP are losing some big names. Ian Blackford was their Westminster leader for 5 years, putting questions to Prime Ministers and leading his party through Brexit wrangling. The former financier, who labelled himself a simple crofter, is standing down as an MP. Stuart Hosey is a former SNP deputy leader under Nicola Sturgeon. He ran the party's campaign at this election. That was after deciding he didn't want to run himself. He's going to, and is the party's deputy leader in the Commons, Mary Black. She won't be going back. She described Westminster as an outdated, sexist and toxic working environment.
Of course she did. Of course she did. Of course she did.
Rose to prominence back in 2015 when she was 20 years old. It was a seismic moment when she unseated Labour's shadow Foreign Secretary Douglas
It was a Kit Kat.
Alexander. But the comeback may be on. Douglas Alexander is standing this time in another seat, hoping that a personal return for him can mark Labour's return in Scotland, something, judging by the exit poll, that could well be on the cards this evening. Martin.
David, thanks very much indeed. We have another result. The northeast of England, supremely efficient in their
Wow.
counting. Gateshead Central now, once again, a Labour hold. Once again.
Wow, look at that. Second place. So the Conservative Party are holding back Reform for taking on Labour.
Again, Reform in second place. Labour
Wow.
touching 10,000. Very, very similar results right throughout
Wow.
the northeast. But look at that. The Tories pushed down into fourth place
Wow.
in Gateshead Central. The Lib Dems above them. Labour vote, 45% of the vote, 21% goes to Reform,
Wow.
12% each to Lib Dems and the Tories, but the Conservative vote down 22%. Turnout there, we were talking about turnout with Ailsa a second ago, just 58%. Anything below 60 is a really poor turnout. Again, excuse me, the needle on the swingometer showing a very similar picture as it has done elsewhere in the northeast, 9.6% swing from Labour to Reform. There's a very, very solid pattern developing there. So Reform doing well, but Labour taking the seats. And we are joined in the studio now by Jim Murphy, of course, former Secretary of State for Scotland, former leader of the Scottish Labour Party. Go on then, you can smile.
I can smile and laugh, I think.
Is that the triplet from the Proclaimers?
It's been a really, I mean, it's been a tiring campaign, but it looks as if this evening the Labour Party smashed it. They've hired a venue for a gathering of their new MPs tomorrow morning, and I think this evening they're looking for a new venue because what they had booked this morning isn't big enough.
Really? It's not metaphorical, this is a fact. They're looking for a new place because they're underestimated.
Yeah, it's this sort of famous line from a famous movie, we're going to need a bigger room.
Well, what did you book?
A phone box, like you've been doing for the last few years. It's only win 10 seats, so we've got one SNP bunch of retards for wee Jim there, wee Jim.
A lift? I mean, how many are you expecting?
Well, we'll see by the end of this evening, but it's difficult. Look, when you look across, I've been talking to people in most of the counties across Scotland, and some of these seats that Labour are going to win aren't even going to be close. And the difficulty first of all, it's a great night for Labour, but it's also, there's double jeopardy in it for the SNP, because not only have they lost votes to Labour directly, but they've lost votes to non-voters. And in politics, it's much harder to re-energise people who have left you and gone to be non-voters. And so I think that's one of the structural problems of the SNP's defeat this evening.
So here's the thing, though. You've had what is at the moment a privilege of opposition. You've not had the curse of incumbency through the COVID years.
Exactly, but they would have done exactly the same because the COVID years was there to show that Brexit wasn't working by the globalists, which Sir Keir Starmer is. That was the agenda for the thing that was 99.9% survivable, apart from the elderly who were, or certain people who had previous health conditions. And it was deliberately done. We were locked in our houses for 2 years and nobody's been held accountable, and now Sir Keir Starmer is going to do the same sort of stuff for Baldy Dr. Evil, the son of a Nazi, in Davos
and so on. And there was a real kind of cuddly factor for parties who were in power during COVID. They're keeping us safe, they're giving us money, they're doing all that stuff, and they got a bounce. But they didn't tell people it was going to be really tough. Taxes would go up, public services would diminish, and right across the West, governments are paying the price for that, from the States to France to goodness knows where else, right across.
Yeah, well, there are outliers.
And now the hard work, though, starts for you, right? You're picking up those circumstances and having to make something out of pretty grim ingredients.
There are outliers against that trend. For example, in Poland, where a progressive beat an incumbent populist. But yeah, there is a trend. It's a worrying trend, of course it is. But in the UK, and including in Scotland, people have chosen not a populist of the right in the main.
What they've chosen is a shill for the globalists. That's what they've chosen. They've chosen a shill for the globalists. So there we go.
But in the UK.
Again, it would be put down as a gain because notionally it is an SNP seat. But anyway, look, more on that when it declares. But there's Michael Shanks and his colleagues looking fairly chipper. Let's go back to Glen Rothes. Ben Phillip is there for us. We heard from him earlier on about the battle in store there tonight. What are you picking up, Ben?
Yes, Martin, well, the 4-5 constituencies have been a key battleground during this election between the SNP and Labour. The Liberal Democrats also have a stake here too. There was some initial excitement in the hall when that exit poll came out at 10 o'clock, and I've just spoken to a Labour source who says the party feels cautiously optimistic in all 4 Fife constituencies at this stage of proceedings. They say it could be tight in some of the seats, but there's a sense of positivity and hope at this stage. All the seats here in Fife are notionally...
Look at the size of the Reform, 24%, and they're getting less seats than the Liberals, Liberal undemocratic Democrats.
SNP, so that would be quite a story if the Labour were to gain in all...
Ben, thank you very much indeed. Labour quietly confident, Lindsay Bewes, in all the seats in Fife. I mean, you know, we're talking about turn-ups and how the map might change colour, but that would be quite something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be, and you know, it's interesting to contrast what we're hearing now coming from around the counts and from Labour sources with what we were hearing at the start of the evening, where they thought that they were going to be able to get those seats in Glasgow and Edinburgh and across the Central Belt, but they thought pushing up further north in the country, up Dundee into the northeast, would be much more of a stretch for them. And they were saying that they didn't think that they would necessarily get a majority of seats. Well, it looks like now the expectations are going beyond, and that they are going to achieve a lot more. If you're listening to what's coming from the counts, they're going to achieve a lot more than they thought they necessarily would at the start of the evening. They are now expecting it to be an extremely good night for them.
Better even than their most optimistic projections.
Yeah.
Crikey, it's one of those nights, isn't it? Right, look, it says there's David Linden in Glasgow, who's on the opposite end of these fortunes this evening. Suggestion that Glasgow could be entirely red on the political map by the end of tonight.
I mean, really, talk about two cheeks of the same asshole. I mean, swapping the wokey wefter SNP for the wokey wefter Labour Party, as if that's a political change. Two globally shill parties. One kidding on the nationalists and one kidding on from the working class, with Sir Keir Starmer, the Lispy prick who's worth about £10 million, and Anis Sawa, who apparently his family were in the drug importation business.
Sorts of other factors in play in Glasgow. There is the issue of Labour's position on Gaza. There are all sorts of things that may or may not have an impact on local electorates, but we will find out soon. David Linden striding round the centre there in the Emirates Arena with the look of a man who is preparing perhaps for bad news, but difficult to read too much into just a quick snapshot, a couple of seconds of somebody, goodness knows what he's just been talking about. It is 1:20 in the morning almost. Thanks very much indeed for staying with us. We're about to get to the interesting bit, so if you've come this far, don't go away. The results are about to fly in the next hour or two. We'll have a far clearer picture. Let's get the picture in Dumfries. Jenny Davidson is there for us. You're picking up some interesting intel, are you, Jenny?
Yes, still early days. We're not expecting any results to be flying in here anytime soon. It's likely to be between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. But kind of just an early sense about that Dumfries and Galloway seat. Now, that was Alistair Jack's seat He's standing down, so it's kind of all to play for there. Also a very close seat, only about 1,500 votes in it. A swing of 1.5% from the Conservatives to the SNP could change it. Now, what we're hearing, certainly from the SNP side, is that they think it's very close, potentially between them and the Conservatives. Neck and neck was the word that was used. Labour feeling quite positive. They feel like they've probably increased their vote share, but they were coming from a long way back. They're still in play, but they think probably not enough to take it. So likely to be close between the Conservatives and the SNP. In the other seat that's being counted there, Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale, what we're being told is it's too early to say that's David Mundell's seat. But yes, no news on that one at this stage.
Jenny, thank you very much indeed for that. Let's get the benefit of Ailsa's considerable experience and ability when it comes to crunching numbers. I'm interested in Fife, and Ben Phillips saying that Labour are confident about the whole of Fife. North East Fife is an interesting constituency. I mean, even by exit poll projections, would you be surprised if that went red?
Yes, I mean, North East Fife is interesting because you'll recall that was one of Scotland's most marginal seats. Stephen Gethin's held that by
his mum and dad.
By two seats. It then went to the Lib Dems. It's held by Wendy Chamberlain. But I think this gets us into the tangle of how we understand notional results. Because obviously most of these are brand new constituencies. So when we're calculating swing, we have to generate a baseline against which to evaluate change. And so the notional figures are figures calculated to give us a sense of what would have happened in a 2019 election had these constituencies existed. And when we build those up, they're built up on the basis of local voting results. And in Scotland, that's a slightly different situation from England because the wards are larger. We use STV, so voters rank more than one party. We've got lots of independent candidates. And so that means that when we're looking at these notional results, they're maybe not as accurate in Scotland as they are in England. And that's particularly relevant with North East Fife, because we know the Lib Dems won that seat last election, but the notional result calls that for the SNP. And they called it on the basis that by grabbing some of that Glenrothes constituency, the Labour voters who were there would have made it easier for the SNP to come up the middle and take that seat. Now, if what we're hearing is correct, and at the time I thought, well, that's just not right, because we know that pro-union voters vote tactically to stop the SNP. So Labour voters who had moved from one constituency into North East Fife were actually more likely to back Wendy Chamberlain in the last election, had that been true. But what this suggests is that actually maybe no, Labour is within striking distance of taking North East Fife. And that also suggests Labour's resurgence can see the return of more three-way marginals in Scotland.
Right, yeah, very, very interesting. There is an interesting face. Douglas Ross has arrived at the count in Aberdeen. Aberdeenshire North and Murray East is the constituency he wants to represent. He's put a lot on the line for this. Remember, he resigned as the leader of the Scottish Conservatives.
How's he actually, physically, if he's the MSP and the MP, how's he physically going between two parliaments at the same time? Is he just refereeing between the two of them?
Just after he announced his candidacy, there is a very strong suggestion that it's because his party colleagues didn't like the fact that he had become the candidate. There was a very well-loved and much-respected previous MP for his party in that part of the world, David Duckett. Many of you will know the story. He wasn't well. The party said he was too ill to stand. He said he wasn't. Douglas Ross stepped in. Anyway, we'll see whether or not that has cost him his seat in Westminster. He says if he doesn't get a seat in Westminster, he'll just sit in the back benches at Holyrood. But we'll see how well he gets on there, given he's made it his plan B. Anyway, look, he didn't look all that downbeat there, did he? But again, don't know what he was talking about. Right, Laura Miller knows what she's talking about. She's been collating the news over the course of the evening. Here she is with her latest bulletin.
Thank you, Martin.
Come on, Laura.
Well, we are still waiting for the vast majority of the results. Most of the 8 declared so far are Labour holds in the northeast of England.
Shout out to the guys in the northeast of England who are obviously speed counting I don't know how they always seem to do so well getting the accounts so fast. Must be a race up there, see who could get the votes counted the quickest. Then again, if you only get 54% turnout, I'm not surprised.
Reform came second in all of
Wow.
Labour
Wow, that's absolutely massive.
taking their first senior Conservative scalp, with former Justice Secretary Robert Buckland losing in Swindon. And we can hear from him now. He had some strong words for his party colleagues.
I'm fed up with performance art politics.
Yeah, that's enough of you. Thank you. That's a great story. I'm sure you'll tell it to somebody who gives a shit.
110 seats per...
I think this is the most boring. I used to love these nights, but this is the most boring, for one of the most interesting elections, the most boring commentary I've ever heard from the BBC.
Ed Davey was painting a bit of pottery with a bee on it, which was one of his more sedate activities of the last 6 weeks. Didn't quite match the bungee jump that was to follow a little later. So yeah, firstly there was that kind of visual strategy. Here is a party that gets squeezed the whole time by the big beasts at Westminster of the Conservatives and Labour. How do you capture attention, Ed?
I wonder if Georgie Porgy has won a seat.
If he does this kind of midlife crisis for 6 weeks on camera. But there's a more interesting element, I think, to the Lib Dem strategy of the last couple of years than that. And it is this. They have, in the past, been punished by the electoral system. In other words, they've had lots of supporters in lots of places, but not enough in enough places to win many seats. They don't like the electoral system. We heard Daisy Cooper saying as much a couple of hours ago. But they thought, if we're going to win at Westminster, we've got to work with the system we've got. In other words, focus ruthlessly, geographically, on places where they can assemble enough voters in a particular place to win the seat, and, to put it bluntly, to heck with a lot of other places. Yes, you put up a candidate, but you don't really make a massive amount of effort. And it would look like that is bearing fruit with them. They're also conscious that in an election where perhaps the overriding sentiment has been one of anger at the Conservatives, that they could be the vessel for that anger, the recipients of that anger, if you like, in parts of the country which are rarely enamoured by Labour, even on a good night for Labour, particularly southeast of England, southwest of England.
The other thing that's changed, though, over time, hasn't it, is that the Lib Dems used to try to face both ways, really. They were trying to take Labour votes in some parts of the country and take Tory votes in others. They've recently, ruthlessly put their money and the resources and their political efforts
up 53%. Wow.
Into going after the Tories. I mean, Ed Davey was even sort of trying to say during the campaign they were the real left-wing alternative compared to the Labour Party. And indeed, some of their policies, like spending loads more on social care, raising taxes to spend more on health.
Yes. Oh, they have been, under Ed Davey, a proudly anti-Conservative party. And of course, you know, it's not a million years ago that Ed Davey was a minister.
Just wokey wefters. Absolutely just wokey wefters. Let's get a wee bit bigger. Just wokey wefters.
Government where the Conservatives were the primary party, but he has absolutely shifted its attention to being just that. And
a really boring commentary, honestly. It's like, oh my goodness. I wonder if Baldy Flynn's gone as well. No way. No way. General election 2024. Oh no, he's an MSP. Scratch that. Oh, is he? No, he isn't. He's an MP. He might be going as well. No way. Sir Keir Starmer's party have led Anis Sarwar. Oh, led into Scotland by Anis. Anis from the drug dealing family, allegedly by the people in the Indian diaspora, Scottish Indian diaspora. Interesting. Importation of heroin, making Scottish people junkies. In a few years, Hutchie Boy becomes the leader of, to be honest with you, not the first time the Labour Party have supported drug dealing in Scotland or drug dealers in Scotland, is it? Seem to have a wee track record with murdering Scots in Scotland.
In the Conservative Party last 4 weeks, and
here's the ref.
The final doors I was knocking on this evening. So
There's the ref.
Sorry, yesterday evening now. So, yeah, it's going to be extremely close, and that's what we expected. And I think in a number of seats up and down the country, it is going to be very close between the SNP and the Scottish Conservatives.
Would another candidate have done better there for you? I'm not just necessarily suggesting David Duckett. We don't want to rerun that discussion, but you had to resign a couple of days after you took the nomination up there. It was an unpopular decision that you should go, and do you regret it now?
No, I don't. Obviously, we'll wait to see what the final result is, but I've thoroughly enjoyed the campaign, both nationally and locally. I've still been able to grill by you on the Sunday show and again tonight, and I'm sure later on in the morning as well. And locally, it's just been great getting out and about. It's a wonderful constituency, one I've thoroughly enjoyed getting around, knocking on doors, speaking to people, and hoping to get their support. But as we say, it will be extremely close here. That's what we always predicted, and that's what it's looking like in the boxes.
Is that double jobbing? I mean, really, being an MSP and an MP, how are you going to fulfil those two roles? Is there nobody else in the Conservative Party that could have actually stood as an MP and fulfilled their role in the British Parliament? How are you fulfilling being an MP and representing Westminster issues as well as being an MSP? I don't understand that. I don't understand how you can fulfil both those features, how you could go down and vote at Westminster and be standing as an MSP in Scotland. I don't understand how you can fulfil both those requirements at the same time.
At the moment. Good. Well, you've just booked yourself in for another interview after the result is declared, that's for sure. Look, just give me a word on what is happening.
I wasn't going to run away from that one, Martin, don't worry.
I'm sure. We'd have chased you. Look, what is going to happen? What's happening to your party nationally? A historically bad night, if this exit poll is to be believed. Who's to blame for that?
Him and his Wookie Wefter pals, Wookie Wefter Conservatives.
Well, you're correct. It is historic.
Him and his parliamentary party, his Westminster parliamentary party, that I don't know how he's attending being the leader of the Scottish Tories at Holyrood. I don't know how you can fulfil that. That's just mind-blowing to me.
Right, there is no shying away from that at all, and there will be a huge amount of reflection on the campaign, and also clearly the last few years it has been particularly difficult, and there is no denying that. And whoever forms the next parliamentary party will look at the options going forward, and will assess the current state of the Conservative Party and how it rebuilds after this election result.
Your colleague Charles Walker is saying that there's a complete demolition of centre-right politics. It's effectively imploded at 10 o'clock tonight.
It's not imploded. The globalist shills in the Conservative Party have been found out. We've already told you. We told you about Peter the Plonker Smith, who just shouting about racism again. It's just the establishment. It has shifted. It's not even imploded. It's shifted from Rishi, the Wefter, to Sir Keir Starmer, the other Wefter. So it's not changed. It's the illusion of choice.
And your party now has to prepare for years of effective irrelevance. Nobody's going to be listening to what you're saying. Nobody's going to be...
Well, I think we are, because the people are going to demand proportional representation on the strength of the reform vote, putting the Conservatives into third place in many places.
In what Tories have to say anymore. He
No.
says, do you back...
No, we're not, totally not interested, especially the way that, because what they can do is they can get rid of a whole bunch of wet, globalist, wet, Christian Democratic, whatever you want to describe them, but globalist shell, One Nation Tories, and replace them, because they control central office, with a whole bunch of other wet, postmodernist Marxist, wet, globalist shell politicians that are all controlled. So it's the controlling of central office that just brings all these clowns through. Same in the Labour Party.
Do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
No, don't. No, I think you do. I don't think he's going to get elected.
The poll, if it is correct, actually has the Conservatives on
in third or fourth place in many constituencies. Third or fourth place. You're not even getting to second place. Reform is getting to second place. You have been completely shellacked. It's just fortuitous. It's by constituency because if it was overall proportional vote, you'd give even less MPs.
Seats across the United Kingdom than many of the polls during the campaign had. There's still a crucial role for the Conservative and Unionist Party at a UK level and here in Scotland. But I think we've got to wait to see what the final outcome is and what the party decides to do thereafter. This is clearly going to be a significant result for Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, and we have to see what the Labour Party plan to do with what looks like a significant majority in the House of Commons, because certainly over the last 6 weeks we haven't learned much about what a Labour government will actually
They'll do exactly the same as you do. They'll do exactly the same, if not worse. So they might even turn up the heat on the back of their massive majority. That virtually nothing, unless it's more loony. It'll be to see how out loony they can do themselves. So it's not going to be something that's sort of tweaked. It's going to be see how mentally deranged we can actually be and how out loony we can loony or left ourselves. That's what's going to happen.
Do or achieve. So that will be something that will be a focus in the coming days, weeks and months. And of course it's important for the opposition party, if that looks like the position the Conservatives will be in, to scrutinise that new government and also come up with alternative options on many of the issues that they will be dealing with.
You've got a bit of introspection to do before you scrutinise anybody else. I think, Mr. Ross, there's a fight for supremacy or for primacy in your party too.
Well, I said that, Martin. Look, I'm not trying to get away from that in any way at all. I'm not trying to avoid that. So I said that up front. So.
Of course, I'm not. Here, I'm going to illustrate that because we've got a graphic here for the declaration from South Shields. Labour in first place, no surprise. That's the pattern across the country, across the northeast of England, certainly tonight. Reform in second place, again alarming from your party's point of view, but the Greens in third and the Conservatives fourth place in South Shields. I mean, that's a really telling set of figures. But let me ask you specifically in that respect about Reform and their performance in the northeast of England.
23%. So remember I told you weeks before I was going to be about 24%, and then it could have been up as high as 31 and Labour coming down. So 26 would have been, or 27 would have been the margin of error on 24%, but I was nearly bang on again. I said that before even the polls actually said that I was getting it correct. It's unbelievable how unbelievable I am.
Perhaps further afield tonight. Could they be who cost you a seat in Aberdeenshire tonight?
Yes, absolutely, and I've been warning about that throughout this campaign, that people who
look at that, South Shield up only 8%, down Labour down 3 because of dough balls. The cons, I think we should just call them the cons from now on, down 15%, and they're all out to pass you because you're a bunch of liars.
Voted for Reform in significant numbers may allow the SNP to win in some of these very close contests, but
well, apparently the SNP are only getting 10 seats. So, you're just the SNP in disguise, just as Labour are.
Just outlined as well, across the United Kingdom, their vote share is significant, and indeed their position in a number of these seats that they don't win is higher than many would have predicted. And of course, the exit poll, I think, has them on 13 seats.
Will that drag your party? Will their success drag your party to the right?
No, I keep telling. Why does nobody listen to me? It's not going to drag the people to the right. It's going to reaffirm their pledge to the WEF agenda, the globalist agenda. They've already put their guys, the WEF guys, into the safe seats, and they're already reinforced. The Conservative Party are just another WEF adjacent party. I keep trying to tell you this. Do you not listen? Do you not listen to what I'm saying? Is this BBC just kidding on? They were just getting gaslit again by the BBC, like the actor that was shouting about shooting people. Is this just another media gaslighting again, is it?
Well, I think we've got to wait to see finally what the outcome is of the 650 seats that will be declared. But I think it's important that the Conservative Party reflects on what has gone wrong during this campaign.
You're not going to reflect. You've already sold us out. The One Nation Tories, which I think you're part of, already sold us out. Here, I don't understand why that's just gone off. What's going on? Oh. How the hell did that come out? Looks quick. Oh. Woof. Hello, I'm back. Where's that? Why is that not linking? Think that's it. We're back. Let's see. It's empty here. Oh, cut price. I can't believe nobody's made a comment in the last X number of period of time. Let's see this.
Campaign reflects on the issues that have come up over the 14 years that we have been in government at a UK level, both, some time ago and more recently, and looks at all of this in the round and doesn't come to any knee-jerk reaction to go one way or the other. This is a time to consider...
Right, that's a great story.
This evening, I think there are two parties that will probably begin that process.
Right.
One in London with the Tories and one in Scotland with the SNP.
We're looking at a man who has made that journey himself, hasn't he? Lee Anderson there. He started off as a Labour Party councillor. He's at his count in Ashfield. He joined the Conservative Party and won a seat there. He became the vice chair of the Conservative Party. And look at that rosette.
Absolutely.
He is now standing for reform. He became quite a high-profile figure. He has been on a journey. Does it end tonight? His political journey in Ashfield, we shall find out. On the subject of reform, Katrina Renton was interrupted by technology. Katrina, what are you hearing in Glasgow?
Yeah, I'm sorry about the technology
Not
there,
your
but Jim
fault.
Murphy was absolutely correct in what he was hearing me say there, that we've been talking to activists. Now, I have to say we haven't managed to find anyone from Reform, but we've been talking to activists from all of the other parties who are telling us that from the sampling that they have been doing at the counts here, that they believe that Reform has beaten the Scottish Conservatives in most, if not all, of these seats. Glasgow...
Wow! Wow, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. That's absolutely incredible. Let me just see if I can sharpen this up a bit. That's absolutely unbelievable. I think that's it. There's something very funny going on with that.
West saying that there is a massive
Is we lost to the Labour Party, not because we focused we focused too much on independence, but that we focused too little on independence. It's for people watching. Well, I'm not involved in politics anymore. I commentate on it. I'm still a member of the Labour Party, of course, but for people watching, don't look for logic. It's like your favourite football team who loses a match because they can't defend, and they think in the next game the way to win is to defend even less. It's madness, but they all do it. And this evening, I think there are two parties that will probably begin that process.
Right.
One in London with the Tories, and one in Scotland with the SNP.
We're looking at a man who has made that journey himself, hasn't he? Lee Anderson there. He started off as a Labour Party councillor. He's at his count in Ashfield. He joined the Conservative Party and won a seat there. He became the vice chair of the Conservative Party. And look at that rosette.
Absolutely.
He is now standing for reform. He became quite a high-profile figure. He has been on a journey. Does it end tonight? His political journey in Ashfield? We shall find out. On the subject of reform, Katrina Renton was interrupted by technology. Katrina, what are you hearing in Glasgow?
Yeah, I'm sorry about the technology.
Listen to this.
Jim Murphy was absolutely correct in what he was hearing me say there, that we've been talking to activists. Now, I have to say we haven't managed to find anyone from Reform, but we've been talking to activists from all of the other parties who are telling us that from the sampling that they have been doing at the counts here, that they believe that Reform has beaten the Scottish Conservatives in most, if not all, of these seats. Glasgow.
Wow, I don't know most, but if not all. So you've not given us any context. Is that everyone in Scotland? Is that everyone in Glasgow? Everyone in central Scotland? You haven't actually told us where that was. But most, if not all, beating the Tories.
West saying that there is a massive majority over the Scottish Conservatives.
Wow.
Reform. The Glasgow West is an interesting constituency. It takes in some of the more affluent areas of Glasgow, like Jordan Hill, Broom Hill, those kinds of areas.
Wow.
It also goes out as far as Drumchapel, and it's quite an interesting demographic in that seat, that it is quite mixed. Now, the candidate from Glasgow North for the Conservatives told me that the candidate there, who's called Helen Burns for the Reform Party, that she lives in Leicester and that she has not been anywhere near the constituency throughout the election.
So obviously a paper candidate, which doesn't matter because she's obviously given the people there an ability to vote for Reform, and she hasn't won, so it's really an irrelevance, but it gave the people there an ability to test the water. But the failure of the party to actually bring in Scottish, she might be Scottish with a name like Burns, but the fact is that she's not even been to the constituency, and they're still beating the Conservatives.
Election campaign, but even with that, with no campaigning, it does appear that in that constituency that Reform have overtaken the Scottish Conservatives.
Wow.
There. Now, nobody was expecting the Scottish Conservatives to do particularly well in Glasgow. It's a straight fight here between the SNP and Labour. And we're hearing about, that tonight, that we're hearing that Labour think they've got 5 of the 6 seats, and they're still on the edge about one seat called Glasgow South West, where there is an interesting demographic there as well, where we think there might be quite a lot of people reacting to the situation in Gaza. Now, we've also had some of the turnouts so far in 3 of the seats, all around about 50%, nothing very outstanding at all. Glasgow North had only 47.06% turnout. So, I think that was Glasgow North East, 47.06% turnout. Not a very big number at all, down very much on past elections. So a small turnout, as well as a kind of an interesting mood here just now, as the SNP are certainly downbeat. They're certainly concerned about what has happened to their vote in Glasgow tonight, and Labour fairly chipper but not wanting to give away too much. But the interesting news that's coming out just now is this about reform overtaking the Scottish Conservatives
Wow.
in the Glasgow, 6 Glasgow seats potentially.
6 Glasgow seats. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. If that continues to, because of proportional representation in the Scottish election, that means that they're going to win seats because they'll be in the region, and they'll be definitely returning. And Nigel better get some quality individuals in there. When in the Brexit Party, there were some great individuals that were standing. Some people who certainly knew their apples from oranges politically, and a shame none of them actually won their seat, because they would have actually been quality politicians. Regardless of whether you're for Brexit or not, quality politicians, which is so sorely lacking.
Fascinating stuff. Kashuna, thank you very much indeed for that. Yeah, that Glasgow North East turnout, 47%, Ailsa tells me, is 8% down on last time. Talking of reform, there's another result in here we can have a look at from Rayleigh and Wickford. It's a Conservative hold, but it's Mark Francois who has held that seat, kind of one of the controversial Tory politicians, quite a very Brexit.
Wow, look at that, 12,000 ahead of Labour. So everywhere the reform's getting into second place. Wow.
Tory politician, so that may have kind of polished his credentials as far as some of the voters who might have broken to reform otherwise would have been concerned. He's got a majority of 5,621. As you can see, they're on a comparatively healthy turnout by tonight's standards of 63%, 37% of the vote to the Tories, but that's down 36%. That gives you an indication of the majority he had last time round. The Reform vote up 25%, and the swing here, well, nothing. No swing from Reform to the Conservatives. There we go. Easy night for the Needle in Rayleigh and Wickford. Right, let's have a quick look at Stroud. That's in as well. It's a Labour gain with a thumping majority, 11,411.
Well, and even there, the Reform in third.
And there we go, Sean Bailey's seat. That was Labour on 46%, Tories on 26%, Reform on 11%. But have a look at the change. How does that work? Let's see. Tories down 20%. There you go. That's the voice of the people of Stroud. Brian Taylor, this kind of political insurgency of reform.
Yes.
I mean, in Scotland we had this thought beforehand, or we were conditioned to have this thought. We don't think like that. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
They won't. You know, they don't butter any parsnips up here, as it were. But turns out they do. If
they're going to get a vote. I mean, if what I said earlier was there was a scream of pain away from the Conservatives, and there's a scream of pain about the way Brexit has turned out, and just the way the economy is, the slump in the economy, and they are a recipient of that. Do I think there'll be a period of introspection in the SNP? You bet there will, in two areas. One,
Wokey wafters.
John Swinney's already trying to refocus the Scottish government upon what he calls the priorities of the people, and I'm sure he will continue to do that. But there will be undoubtedly a period of introspection about independence, but they don't have the equivalent of the Conservatives. The Conservatives have this insurgency from reform. There isn't really an insurgency for the SNP. There's an insurgency of people staying away from them and staying away altogether. But Alapa don't appear to be likely to do very much to present the sort of challenge that Reform are presenting to the Conservatives.
Wow.
About Reform, look at the outcome in Harrogate and Knaresborough. Conservative to Liberal Democrats swing of 15.8%, allowing the Liberal Democrats to take the seat. Conservative to Labour swing of 10.1%. But there's also a Reform swing, a swing to Reform in the same way across a range of constituencies. So at the same time as you're getting a swing to the rival parties, you're getting a swing to Reform. It's ABC, anybody but Conservative.
Wow.
In these seats. I think that when Rishi Sunak turns up at his count in Richmond, maybe you should borrow the outfit from Count Binface and avoid the press managing to feast their mince pies upon him.
Yeah, fight for Count Binface's bin. Who'd have thought we'd see the day? Right, Kirsty and her panel are itching, I'm sure, to discuss a lot of this. Kirsty.
There's so much to discuss. I'm joined by Lynn Davidson, who worked for Penny Murdant. She also worked for Ben Wallace and Alex Sharma. I'm joined by John McTernan, who's still advisor to the Labour Party and worked for Tony Blair, and also Ian Blackford, the former leader of the SNP at Westminster. Before I talk about what Jim Murphy talks about, which is the convulsion for both Tory and the SNP, let's pick up, Lynn Davidson, on that Reform vote. Now, we were saying beforehand, Reform aren't making the same impact in Scotland, and yet here they are.
I know, here there indeed on the journey on the way in here to the studio tonight. I had a Glasgow cabbie. He was telling me that last week
Glasgow cabbie.
3 groups of young people going to the Green Day concert at Bellahouston. He asked everyone in his cab who they vote for. He said all 18 of them told him they were voting for reform.
Yes! I mean, it's extraordinary. Glasgow North. I mean, the idea that Reform are picking up, beating the Conservatives in many seats. John.
Look, I think there is a convulsion on the left and the right of British politics. We're seeing a rise in the Green vote, a rise in the Reform vote, the rise in the Labour vote. All of these things are a desire for change, but the desire for big questions to be asked and answered. I think the rise in Reform is the vote that was there that delivered the Brexit vote, the vote that was there that delivered Boris Johnson's landslide. There's a group of people who still have an economic dissatisfaction and they're looking for a political home. But on the other side of politics, there's people who want justice for Gaza and Palestine, but also people who want a green transition. So there's a huge set
Well,
of
look at
questions.
the Green vote in South Shields.
Well, the Green vote was there in the local
The globalist Islamo-Marxist party, or GIMPs for short.
elections, and I think Labour's being sent a message about ceasefire in Gaza. There's no doubt about that. But also Labour's being sent a message that decarbonisation is an issue in every part of the country, from Brighton to South Shields. The Green vote is saying green transition.
But let's talk about Rishi Sunak in this, because it could be actually that he doesn't have to hang about Westminster much longer.
Well, we have to wait and see. It's going to be a night of carnage for the Conservatives there. I think what we've seen and what we've just been talking about is the sheer volatility of the electorate now.
Yeah, but it's also a punishment, isn't it? It's a punishment for Partygate. It's a punishment for D-Day.
Yes, and the betting. I mean, there's no point trying to hide from any of these issues. They've had a big impact. They've
there's me Jojo. There's me Jojo. She was last time I saw Jojo. She was kissing her girlfriend. I think she thinks that homosexuality annoys me. It doesn't bother me at all. Your sexuality is no problem with me. I think she thinks that again they just say far right and right wing. I'm a libertarian liberal. I don't care what your sexuality is. But I think it was almost as if she was trying to think that I would be offended. 2 women kissing's great.
It's like there won't be an increase in Conservative seats in Scotland. It's like it's going against.
A bit societally nihilistic, but still great at the same time.
Well, let's just talk. It's a painful time for you in Blackford. It could be that you're as low as 7 from starting off at the starting gate with 48. Now, Nicola Sturgeon has said quite clearly what she thinks on television tonight, and I put this to Jeff Aberdeen.
She said, I hope I'm not going to go to jail.
The SNP result is whether they left themselves between 2 stools. In my view, on the independence question, it was put front and centre on line 1, page 1 of the manifesto. It actually was on page 1 of the manifesto. No self-recrimination there from Nicola Sturgeon at all.
Yeah, because she's a narcissist.
At the end of the day, this is a disappointing night for the SNP, and of course...
It's a catastrophic night.
It is, and we have to reflect very carefully on what the...
Well, I think if your party wasn't full of clowns, just the 2 cheeks of the same asshole from the Labour Party, then and you actually had individual policies that weren't just globalist shilling socialist worker Trotskyite politics, student politics, with a person who's corrupt, whose book was called How I Killed Your Granny, might have been a wee bit of a starting point. Maybe Ian, no, maybe if you weren't a Scottish Nationalist Party who wanted to join the undemocratic European Union, maybe that would be another thing, to control your own affairs rather than changing one governance to another. Maybe that would be a better thing. Maybe a wee bit joined up thinking, maybe a better idea. How about that? How about that, Fatine?
The public have told
sitting there like Marie Antoinette.
See from what we've heard of the turnouts in Glasgow, that the turnout is down quite substantially. We know that we faced a challenge in getting the SNP base to come out.
Wow, I can't believe that everybody was voting Reform. That's unbelievable. The young team all voting Reform, brilliant.
People still want independence. That support for independence.
Yeah, but they just don't think the SNP can deliver it.
I think to some extent people have fallen out of love with us, and we must listen to why.
Why did they do that?
You know, we've got a new leader with John Swinney. He was elected just before the election was called. We recognise that we've got to do the day job, that we have to deliver for the people of Scotland.
It's so interesting that you've been in power since 2007, and you know, light bulb moment. We have to do the day job. Was there far too much virtue signalling? What was it? Not, I don't mean vanity projects, but really you didn't get the fundamentals going.
You know, I think when we look at what the SNP government has done since 2007, there are many good things we've done. Talk about that desire to take children out of poverty, what we've done in protecting free tuition for students and so on and so forth. I can run through that list.
That has not necessarily widened access for working class kids having free tuition.
Well, you know, what we've tried to do is...
Yeah, exactly. It's not widened access for working class kids, so they've done things that are progressive, but done exactly the opposite of what this progressive attitude is. They've actually narrowed opportunity, whereas I believe in if you've got the talent, you should be being advanced.
We've created that route, particularly for disadvantaged children, to get into higher and further
just bullshit.
Education. With
You've reduced the number of Scottish children and had to increase the number of foreign children in our universities. So you're just talking a lot of shit there, as usual.
Track records where that's
bollocks, bullshit.
To scrap that, for example.
Oh, yeah, no, not Swinton. Oh, no. Look at that. That's four remain fat remain chicks on the sofa, starting to look a bit unbalanced there. We cost the work protecting the remainers. So wee fat Jacks ran away from me last time I saw her because she was scared of me asking her direct questions.
Indeed. One trend that is showing up already is turnout. It's low. We're looking particularly in the northeast of England at the moment, and it's down 57, down 51%.
Can you imagine more people had got out and voted reform? Can you imagine they had actually got out and put and not allowed them to be despondent about the electoral system? I understand why, but can you imagine they could have totally changed? If you had gone out and voted like you did for the referendum, you could have really changed British history at this point.
In one of the constituencies. Let's get a quick chat with Ailsa Henderson about that. I mean, these are people kind of don't really get a grasp of what's a high turnout, what's a low turnout. Generally 68, 69 high turnout, low 60s comparatively low, but disappointing, low 50s dreadful.
Low 50s dreadful. I mean, we do have turnouts of low 50s in some Scottish constituencies. I mean, I think there's three reasons why turnout would be low. First of all, everything we've looked at in terms of enthusiasm about this election, some of the pollsters asked people to describe this election in one word, many of them not very complimentary. So there's a decided, for a change of government election, there's a lack of enthusiasm from the electorate in general. Second of all, particularly in Scotland, this is Scotland and in Northern Ireland, this is a holiday election. The schools have broken in Scotland and all.
Oh, that's true. A lot of people have probably been away on holiday. Of course, that's right, and with their kids, and they may not have got a postal vote. Of course. But it's really backfired in wee Rishi. Everybody's going, it's great this wee guy.
From our data, we know that 12% of voters said they were not likely to be at home at this election because they were...
Interesting, they didn't get a postal vote. Obviously, maybe not high in their itinerary for going away.
They were in the UK or they were out of the country. And the other thing we know drives turnout is a tight contest. And the polls have been telling us that on a UK level, this has not been a tight contest.
I mean, we've only got 6 declared so far. Are you in any position to suggest how turnout might work in Scotland, or
No.
there's all sorts of imponderables?
No. The answer is always Scotland is very different.
Yeah, exactly. In so many respects. Right, we're getting some pictures coming in from Richmond. Rishi Sunak's count there is one of the hardy perennials of of UK elections these days, no less a figure than Count Binface himself. Who knows who lies behind that or beneath that bin lid, but whoever he is, he gets himself on a stage, doesn't he, at a prominent count once every 5 years, and there he is in Richmond, where all the cameras will be once again. Right, I tell you what, let's go to Edinburgh and see what's happening there. We heard from Lisa Summers at Royal Highland Centre a little earlier on. Lisa, what are you picking up there now?
Yeah, Martin, what we've been seeing for the past couple of hours here and up and down the country it counts is that agents from different parties peering over the counting tables, trying to get a sense as those ballot papers are opened up, just how well or badly their particular party is doing. Now that process is coming to end. Soon they'll be starting the official count of the votes. But going around the room, you can certainly get a sense of the direction of travel. Now remember, there are 5 seats up for grabs in Edinburgh. Until this point, 3 were held by the SNP, 1 by the Liberal Democrats and 1 by Labour. And of course that was Ian Murray's seat, and for many years
he was the last of the Mohicans.
Labour MP here in Scotland. But certainly talking to people on the ground, we are getting a sense that Labour are feeling much more confident that they are going to take some of these seats, and Ian Murray is going to have some colleagues representing Labour and representing the capital at Westminster. Interestingly enough, the targets for Labour in Edinburgh had been firstly Edinburgh East and Musselburgh, Tommy Shepherd's seat, then Edinburgh North and Leith, Deirdre Brock's seat. But actually what they are saying to me now is that they are increasingly confident that they will take Edinburgh South West, that is Joanna Cherry's seat. Now,
yes!
Way too early to tell for sure. When you talk to the SNP, they say it is far too close to call, and we're not really expecting to get the first declarations until after 3 o'clock in the morning.
38 seats, man. The end of the gold members. I wonder if this is going to be the time for wee Katie Kettle. Wonder if wee Katie Kettle will get a chance tomorrow. I don't think it's going to matter, because if it's me versus wee Katie Kettle, wee Katie Kettle's going to get smashed all over the place. So I mean, it'll be great to debate wee Katie, especially in economics. Kate, I think, went to Cambridge as well, Oxford or Cambridge, as far as I can get, and did accounts. So it'll be very interesting to debate her on that. But yeah, look forward to it.
Quite a long way to go, but certainly the mood is very much one of positivity when it comes to Labour, and they are anticipating taking some of the seats here in Edinburgh.
Lisa, thank you very much indeed. From Edinburgh, let's take you way up the A9, the politically contentious A9, to Dingwall. We were there earlier on to speak to Kate Forbes, the Deputy First Minister. She gave us the SNP line. We have independent eyes there as well, though, of course, in the shape of Ian McInnes. Ian, what are you picking up in Dingwall?
Well, Martin, these are 2 huge constituencies, 2 new constituencies, and when you put them together, they're bigger than the size of Wales. So whoever's elected here will have a big job on their hands. Taking them one by one, Caithness, Sutherland, Easter Ross. The equivalent seat was won by the Lib Dems last time out, but it is notionally an SNP seat, and it's important that means that if the SNP win here, it is an SNP hold. If the Lib Dems win here, it would be a gain. And speaking to the Lib Dem activists down there on the floor, they are pretty confident they'll see Jamie Stone returned as the MP back to Westminster for the Lib Dems, as he has been over the number of years that have passed. In the other seat, Inverness Skye and West Rothshire, again, this is new boundaries, a bigger seat. It stretches all the way from Inverness down to Fort William and includes the Isle of Skye and some of the small isles. Again, it's quite an interesting contest there between the SNP and the Lib Dems. Obviously, Drew Henry is the SNP contender there. He was the economist person at Westminster
4 years
for
worth,
the SNP.
4 years worth of this new government.
There, Angus MacDonald.
It could be a revolution. You'll have a landslide. Farage will have. It won't take long. It'll take about, like I said, you got this election now. This last one was what, 2 years ago? But they average around once every 3-4 years. Over there. So you figure by the end of 4 years, you're going to be such a mess. And then if they don't steal it from Trump again, Trump over here, it'll be the insanity of what you're putting in office right now will just be, driven out by the people. Because like you said, Farage is going to get 6 million votes. They're going to get 2 million votes. This disparity sooner or later has to, it boils over. I mean, both our nations are being overrun by foreigners. They're not being acclimated. They're not immigrants that are coming to become English or American citizens. They're people that are escaping hellholes, but they're bringing the hellhole with them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Labour will now make sure, Paddy, that in the next 4 years that we're going to be absolutely tsunamied with.
Same as the Democrats here. Same as the Democrats. If Biden wins again, there is no more America. Right now, they're pushing to try to get all these illegals here to vote. This is insanity on both sides of the pond.
I tell you, the Labour Party are going to try and get 16-year-olds to vote. That'll be one thing they'll do. EU citizens, they'll try that. But also, it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted prisoners to have the vote as well.
Oh, they do. Yeah, absolutely. That's very much an agenda item. Whereas I've always argued that prisoners should be absolutely denied the vote, absolutely denied it. But I also see quite a lot of people want to see Penny Mordaunt lose her seat. Yeah. I mean,
She's not the worst of all of them, but I don't know. Maybe there's something about the fact.
Is that OJ in the middle of the street?
I don't know what that is, Barry, to be. It could be. I know. Although OJ is still looking to forever kill his wife, except he's dead. But so there's a great.
Can I just say, David? Can I just say, I sit here every week with you guys, and we have a brilliant show on a Thursday night, and I'm enjoying tonight. Here's the big cabinet seats. The big cabinet seats. There we go. So, Hatfield lost to Labour.
Penny Mordaunt, too close to call.
Likely Labour gain. We've got Goldman and Ash, so that's Hunt.
He's gone. Yeah.
Anyway, what I was going to say was, and I'm not going to say, guys, I told you so, other than I told you also. If you want change, you have to vote for change. You have to vote a different way.
Right.
This is living proof tonight how we can make change.
Okay, and I agree, and I'll give you your plaudits on that. The only thing I would say to you is, I'm going to push back now. It took Nigel Farage, Jen, to come to the fore. I was not interested in reform under Richard Tice, and I don't think Nigel Farage was. But under Nigel Farage, a totally different beast.
I agree, David. No, I get it. But even then, I was willing to vote reform just to vote differently. And the fact that Farage has come in, he's energised this election. Absolutely.
Totally.
All talk about Farage. And it would be nice to know. I'm going to see if I can see anything on Twitter about Clacton. I don't think Clacton's vote will be in early. It's usually Sunderland, isn't it? And Newcastle and what have you, and Blythe.
Yes. I know. Jeff, some of our American friends have been wanting to know, when does the Clacton vote come in? I can tell you it comes in about 3:30, 4:30, by which point yours truly is tucked up in bed.
But I'm wondering if there's an exit poll, David, for Clacton.
Well, Farage is going to storm it. It's a joke. Farage was sitting about 49% in Clacton, the Tories in 21%. Aloha all the way to our good friend Donny girl, all over in Hawaii. So we are, actually, we're across the world.
Yeah, we're getting shadow banned. But these are the things that are sent to test us, isn't it? Look at that. 4 concurrent viewers. Congratulations to the 4 of you that have stayed up. Let's go back to this.
Tried to, in so doing.
14 years. People more than 14 years.
Let's take you straight there.
For each candidate at the election,
21%.
Baker, Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,336. Devoy, Tony, Yorkshire Party, 603. Fisher, Neil, Independent, 616. Hayes, Tom, Green Party, 1,805. Jarvis, Dan, Labour Party, 18,610. Kovacs, Tamas, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,083. Lomas, Robert, Reform UK, 10,799. and Palencius Janus, English Democrats, England's National Party, 42. And there were 114 spoilt ballots.
So
I therefore
again,
duly
you see
declare
there,
Dan
the seat in the north
Jarvis
of England,
elected
Barnsley
as a
North,
member
which
of
has been
Parliament for
held
the
by the
Barnsley
Labour
North
MP and
constituency.
Shadow Minister Dan Jarvis, a former military man.
Wow, look at that from Robert Loomis at 10,000. Second place again, Barnsley North. The Conservative completely collapsed, even adding the Conservative and Reform vote together. But Reform are now in second place, so basically the second in opposition by numbers, by the amount of people who have actually voted.
He has beaten Reform into second place. They're on 10,799 votes. That was one of the seats where Reform had hoped to make some progress, where there were some...
133.
We're going to go straight to another declaration.
Lee Anthony Farmer, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,584. Anne Christine Forsyth, Green Party, 3,794. Darren James Longhorn, Yorkshire Party, 404.
The Yorkshire
Rachel
Party.
Reeves, Labour Party, 18,976. Dan Walker, Liberal Democrats, 1,743. Sasha Watson, Social Democratic Party, 79. Andrea Whitehead, Reform UK, 6,281.
Wow.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was
Wow,
121.
third. Wow.
I hereby declare that Rachel Reeves is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Leeds West and...
started, and Rachel Reeves.
The story that we are telling repeatedly, a very bad night for the Conservatives, and you can see that specifically in these two regions.
You absolutely can, Rita. Thanks so much.
Margaret Hodge, a few details in some of those figures that should be pause for thought for Labour. The enthusiasm, perhaps, isn't necessarily there on some of the results with a low turnout, but also with the performance of Reform in some of these cases. I just wonder if, despite the fact that the exit poll is saying that this is going to be a thumping majority and a magnificent majority, no question about that, going forward, there could be cause for concern.
Well, let's start. It is a thumping majority. It's more than I ever dreamt of. When I came out in 2019, when we had the worst result ever, I thought it would take us a decade to get to a position where we might have regained the trust of the people. We've done it in 4.5 years, so that's brilliant. Shut
up!
I agree that there are other things going.
As if the doughballs in the Labour Party have ever regained anything, like the Village Idiots Party.
So I think low turnout is a worry. We had that in 2001. I remember when I was in Barking, and I was worried then. I had a turnout then below 50% actually in Barking. So I did do some work around on a couple of council estates in my constituency. What came out of that was focus groups. It was anger, not apathy, that kept people away. And I think that's a lesson for today. I'm afraid under, the Conservatives have lost so much trust from Boris through to Liz Truss, and Sunak couldn't restore it. There's such a loss of trust in politics, and people are really, really.
Is that? Oh, there's Michelle. There's Michelle McNeil, I think O'Neill, who's part of the Commie Sinn Féin party. The Gimp Sinn Féin, just like the Gimp Scottish National Party.
For reform. Reform for me is like the BNP was in Barking. And
Yeah, I don't think you should be talking about anybody being like the BNP with all your left-wing marchers along with the Islamists, talking about anybody being like the BNP. The BNP are probably more like Labour than anything else, with the anti-Semitism that's still stinking about Labour, with the Islamists and the communists and the National Socialists. It's all going about Labour. I can smell it here. It's the Labour Party that are more like the BNP than anybody else just now, with their anti-Semitism. It still stinks.
in the run-up to 2010. It's where people put their vote if they don't trust. So I do.
Well, I don't think they don't trust. I think they can see clearly because Keir Starmer has actually said that they can't be trusted. So, because he said he's the Davos man over here, just like Pishy Rishy.
I do think that things are concerned. And let me just, one further thing, which is why it's so important when this Labour government comes in, that it sticks to what it said, that it holds true to what the commitments that we've made. And those that I've been in a couple of studios already tonight where people are saying, oh, we've got to be braver, we've got to be bolder. We've got to do what we said. We are going to stick to those clear fiscal limits. We're going to do what we can within them. We've got to...
You're idiots. You won't do that. You'll overspend and bullshit and jobs that are just for your social programmes because you're clowns, and you'll bankrupt the country again and then blame Brexit because of your own financial incompetence, like you always do, like you did last time when you were an MP, a doughball.
A sense of direction. We've got to build the economy, but there's just one final thing.
One final thing. What we'll do is we'll overly regulate and don't finance entrepreneurs, and we'll lock everybody in the house for 2 years over an illness that was completely survivable and didn't require such draconian measures. But you were on board with that as well, as the SNP, as the Conservatives. You were already backing that up.
Looking at figures the other night, there is 40 billion gap in what people should be paying in tax and what they do. If we can just close that gap.
If you can just take more of your money, it'll be great. I can get a bad haircut like this one.
That would release a few more billion, which we
to some bullshit and some crap social programme that you can gerrymander the populace.
Investing in the public services, which have been so destroyed
yes.
after the 14 years.
Yes.
I covered that race in 2015. I was down there with you.
2010.
2010. And what's interesting is that, yes, you managed to vanquish the BNP, but Reform are not the BNP.
Well,
it's not the BNP, or it's the left and the Islamists that are marching in London with anti-Semitism. That's who's in I don't even know. I'm not quite sure what the BNP were. Whether they might be a fascist party, they might be a national socialist, they might be a nationalist party. I don't actually know because I've not actually covered it in depth. I've not spoken to anybody directly. When I speak to somebody, I don't prejudge your political position. I let you talk and find out what your political position is.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen some comments by some of their candidates and members, and which reminds me a lot of what the BNP was like on that. And the task...
They're absolutely disgusting. I mean, it just shows you what scumbags is in the Labour Party. Why have you put a statue to Frederick Engels, who advocated for genocide?
I had... I mean, this is going back a little bit in history, but the task I had in 2006, the BNP won a lot of council seats.
That's because you had imported people who were raping children, gang raping children, and you facilitated that, you absolute filthy piece of shit.
4-year task of rebuilding trust with my white working class voters so that they would come...
Because you have facilitated the rape by Muslim child rape gangs and covered it up. That's what the Labour Party did.
Back to the Labour fold. And I did that. I mean, I changed, I worked very hard at it. I changed the way I did my politics. And I think we've got to take the lessons from that.
Well, I don't think it's actually changed, because I'm sure the same situations are still happening, and you and the scum in the Labour Party are just covering it up, but not calling that racist or bigoted. They're just covering it up and sweeping it under the carpet. But the fact that you're prepared while you're facilitating Muslim rape gangs is absolutely disgusting. We can see it because we've got the pictures. They've actually been prosecuted many years later.
We've got to take some of the lessons of what's happened tonight and rebuild trust. But what is really, with the British people, what is really important is actually you come in and do what you say you're going to do. And to those who say, there's not vision for Labour, it's lacking, it's not bold enough. I mean, I just think about a family, right? So you've got a little baby. We are saying, OK, we're going to have 100,000 more childcare places. That's the start. That child then goes to primary school. What we're seeing, breakfast clubs, goes to secondary schools, 6,500 more teachers, goes into apprenticeship and training, more there, wants to buy a home when they grow up, 1.5 million more homes. That is a story about starting to rebuild.
But you've already imported 1.5 million people, or you and the globalists have already imported these people, so that's why houses are going up, because there's more competition and you're not building them fast enough. And why are you as the state building houses, you fucking clown? Why are you building houses? That's not your job. Your job is not to build houses. It's for house builders to build it. You should be... The reason that these houses have got to be built is through the open door immigration policy.
That infrastructure that has been so destroyed.
It's been destroyed because you as a globalist shall have allowed open door immigration, which you'll continue to do.
Managed, I'm afraid, over the last 14 years.
While displacing the indigenous population and putting them on the streets, while you facilitate others who have not contributed to the tax system to get priority over the indigenous population, which are prepared to give them a sleeping bag and let them sleep on the streets.
As Dame Margaret called it, Lee Kay, what responsibility do you take for this? You were part of Boris Johnson's team that almost as soon as you won the election started fighting amongst themselves. You then were there during COVID, when everybody knows now what happened behind closed doors in Downing Street when you were there, as detailed in
She's sitting there nodding as if the Labour Party would have been any different. Clown.
Detail in the Sue Gray report about Partygate. Do you take responsibility for the mistakes that you made while you were there?
So, I mean, on Sue Gray's report, you'll know that during the Partygate things, I was one of the people who said at the time some of the things should be looked at and I'd do differently, but I think we all have to take responsibility
as making up the rules, draconian rules, where Bojo said that he was a libertarian and but locking us in the house because he's probably instructed by the globalists and the Rothschilds to lock us in the house because of punishment for Brexit. So, Brexit's not working. We're all locked in our house for 2 years. All right, I see. So, and destroy small businesses, which is a corporatist endeavour as well. Oh, we'll just lock everybody in the house for 2 years. Oh, well, that makes perfect sense. That's a way to grow the economy and increase wealth. And then we're going to increase taxes to the highest rate, both from a UK point of view and then even higher in Scotland, because we need more money, although we generate less growth. Big brain geniuses down there, aren't they?
To what went wrong during that period. And I think there are two different sort of concurrent tracks. There is one which is just generally poor sort of governance and standards, which the public are understandably upset by. I think the second element, again, I come back to this sort of delivery point. There was a plan and a structure post-2019 election.
I'm just going to interrupt you there because we're getting the declaration from Ashfield, Lee Anderson, who was Conservative and defected to Reform. Will he hold his seat? Let's listen in.
Give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows.
I love Lee Anderson's nondescript face.
Lee Anderson, Reform UK, 17,062.
Wow. Yeah. I think he's won it.
Alexander Coates, the Green Party, 1,100. Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Keane, Labour Party, 11,553. Debbie Solomon, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,271.
Well, I have to say, Lee Anderson, that is absolutely went from the Labour Party. Now the Labour Party are now won this election, to the Conservative Party who won the last election, to Reform, who he's been returned by Reform. So great standing for Lee Anderson and brilliant politicking, going from Labour to Conservative to Reform, and obviously having a great personal result. Well done to Lee Anderson, and the first Reform MP returned, and the first Reform MP full stop. A total trailblazer.
Jason Zadrosny, the Ashfield Independent, putting people before politics, 6,276.
Lee Anderson becomes the first Reform MP of the night. He, of course, defected to Reform from the Conservatives. His majority there, 5,509, and again, a relatively low turnout. But the Conservatives and an ex-Brexit Party representative there, beaten into 4th place, and Labour into 2nd place. So that Reform's first MP and first victory tonight. We're going to hear Lee Anderson now.
Thank you. First of all, just a massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight helping. They worked incredibly hard, and all the people who've worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they now back me again as a Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they have bought that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place which I call my home is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that. Thank you.
So, Lee Anderson, the first MP for the Reform UK tonight and ever. Lee Anderson there, as I say, started out as a local councillor there in Ashfield, went to the Conservatives, became an independent, now he's Reform. Chris?
Well, it's the first on the board, isn't it, for Reform UK, and perhaps the first one that they would have looked to tonight, irrespective of the exit poll of a few hours ago, to see if their first MP, courtesy of a defection, could win on his own ticket, on a Reform UK ticket, and there he has, and done so, with a reasonable margin of victory. Conservative vote there absolutely tiny, really, reduced to what was it, about 3,000. And yeah, that first bit of evidence that Reform are going to have a presence in the next Parliament. There's one or two other seats where we might have expected, on the basis of the exit polls, to perhaps do a little bit better than they did, but they are going to be there. Lee Anderson is going to be there and making Reform's presence felt. It'd be interesting to see how many colleagues he has alongside him by the morning. And
we're just seeing pictures of Clacton in the bottom right corner of your screen. The reason we're showing those scenes there in Clacton is not just that's because where Nigel Farage hopes himself to win an MP seat, which he's tried to do 7 times previously. He's trying to do it tonight as the leader of Reform UK, but we expect he might come out of that restaurant any moment now. So we are trying to see through the glass. I'm sure our team's on the ground have got some kind of tip-off that he is there. So if we manage to catch a glimpse of Nigel Farage, that would be in the next few minutes on those pictures.
That's what election night's all about, aren't they? Poking cameras through restaurant windows at 2
and the restaurant's open.
Well, maybe it's next to the count and they've decided to cash in, because election counts are busy and exciting places, but we're just watching those.
So I think Nigel's won. We already knew Nigel was going to win anyway, because of my brilliance again, saying that he should identify where he's going to win first before standing in the seat, which was they identified with Clacton, the guy, Aaron Banks, who did a poll, and they identified the seat after I had said it. So yeah, and that's Nigel won as well. So Lee Anderson and Nigel have both won.
Which is where we might see a glimpse of Nigel Farage. But in terms, though, Chris, of Reform, so Lee Anderson became a Reform MP because of a defection. He's now shown significantly that he can win a seat in and of his own right. We'll remind people that our exit poll projected 13 seats. Yeah. John Curtis has given us a bucket of salt on that. We must remind people that could change very significantly. And yet, there's no question from some of the actual results we've seen so far, they are making a big dent in things.
Yes, and so they will be able to make, irrespective of their number of seats in the House of Commons by breakfast time, a moral case that they are making an imprint in British politics and therefore should be part of the conversation that follows. How noisy that conversation will be will depend on the number of seats that they manage to win. But given the number of second places we've seen them ratchet up in the northeast of England, the expectation that they will advance beyond the seat that we've just seen declared there for Lee Anderson, yeah, they're going to be part of this conversation, aren't they? A conversation particularly on the right about how the right in its breadth, Conservatives, Reform and others, shapes up as a series of opposition voices to a Labour government. And the precise complexion of that will be fascinating once we get some further results. Just one other nugget to bring you. Labour have gained Cannock Chase in the West Midlands. Was a massive majority for the Conservatives. Keir Starmer there just the other day, just a sense of an indicator that their data might have been pretty good in terms of making sure that they put him where they felt he could make a difference in those last couple of days. 3,500 Labour majority now.
Okay, well, Rita's got those numbers, in fact. Rita, let's take a look at how it stacked up.
Well, it's exactly as Chris was saying. It is the loss of a massive majority for the Conservatives. Look what has happened to their vote share here. Down 40%. Now, we think that is the biggest drop in support for the Conservatives that we have ever been able to find. We might have to be stood corrected, but at the moment we think that is the most spectacular collapse in the party support ever. The new MP for Cannock Chase is Labour's Josh Newbury, and he's defeated Amanda Milling, who used to be party chair for a while under Boris Johnson, and she had a majority of over 20,000. So that really is a very eye-catching result. Reform also doing very well here, an increase of 27% in their vote share. And this was a very Levy area. Cannock Chase sort of, just short of 70% voted Leave. I want to show you another seat, which is a Conservative hold. This is Rayleigh and Wickford. Mark Francois re-elected as Conservative MP here. But I'm showing you this partly because, again, the vote share for the Conservatives has dropped dramatically, down 36% for Mark Francois. So he's back in,
Okay,
in with
we're
the
going to
majority.
put you pictures of...
here's the Lispy prick.
This is in North London, I'm assuming. Yes, there he is. And he's smiling very broadly there. Neil Kinnock, you're here with us in the studio. What are your thoughts when you see that?
I'm delighted for Keir and for Vicky, because this gain that he's made on the basis of the exit poll of 208 seats is quite extraordinary. And he's done it. He'd be the first to say, no, it's my colleagues and the discipline shown in the Labour Party and the desire to win, and all that were factors. But this guy decided 4.5 years ago that he was going to transform the Labour Party, and he did. And he did it for the first 2 years without being able to meet the public even, which is really the bread and butter for any opposition leader, I know very well. And so if anybody deserves the tribute of Victor, then it's Keir, who's put together a programme and a group of people who deserve this victory.
But you look at that swing, for instance, in Cannock Chase, 26%.
That's extraordinary. I mean, Cannock Chase, going back a long way, right up until 1970, was solid Labour mining territory. The Member of Parliament was Jenny Lee, who was an Erin Bevan's wife. And then, in the years since it swung around, it became very conservative, of course, in 2019, part of the so-called Red War. And today, what we've seen there, as we've seen in the south of England and many other places, is such a revulsion against the incompetence and the multiple crises in the public...
Oh yeah, I'm sure that the globalist shell's going to be much more competent.
Services, all of them, but also a mood of expulsion at the sheer decadence of the Conservative government, especially in the last 6-7 years.
Are you confident that he can deliver for those people who moved away from Labour 5 years ago and have now decided, you know what, plague on all your houses, but I might as well go back to Labour. I might as well try them again. These people cannot be let down again, surely.
Well, I'll give you £1 million. It's going to take one term.
Keir had to do was not just rely upon the implosion of the Conservatives and their divisions and ridiculous pantomime in the Parliamentary Conservative Party and all the scandals. He couldn't and didn't rely on that. He had to make Labour a credible alternative that people were willing to vote for. That's the first stage. Now, getting to the stage where more people want to vote Labour, that depends upon the words and, most important of all, the actions of government. Because he's under-promised, he can overachieve. And he'll be talking the language that people comprehend. He won't be patronising anybody. He will be explaining perpetually and trying cumulatively to make the changes that are necessary. He said very publicly, we can't do it quickly, given our inheritance, but we will do it cumulatively and very positively. And he'll live up to that.
Okay, thank you.
Let's talk to Fiona Bruce, who's there somewhere in that scrum. It is quite a scrum around Sir Keir Starmer there. You can see him with his wife, Lady Starmer Victoria. Also there he was just kissing Baroness Louise Casey, crossbencher member of the House of Lords there. But Fiona is somewhere in that scrum. Fiona, the atmosphere there looks like somebody who's quite content to believe that he's going to make his own dream come true and walk into Downing Street tomorrow. No more pussyfooting around for Team Starmer when they look at those pictures that this is all just a forecast.
It certainly looks that way, I have to say. I mean, when he arrived in the building, he took us all by surprise. He came in a different entrance. This huge cheer went up as he entered the building. I mean, all around me, all the counters.
I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable that people are celebrating this absolute twat actually being elected, and the fact that they're so blasé about not realising that this globalist shill is not going to do anything for them. That somehow Sir Keir Starmer, the multi-millionaire, is the man of the working class, like Hutchie boy Anis Sarwar. I mean, you have to be really touched to actually think that that's correct.
They're all looking down, waiting to see the man as he arrived. And he, as you saw, he was also not only saying hello to Baroness Louise Casey, but also to Tulip Siddiq, who is another local MP here. Her count is also happening here, Hampstead and Highgate. But yes, so many people, of course, want to see their man tonight here in Holborn and St Pancras. I mean, interestingly, the turnout here, with that information we have had, is lower than it was at the previous election. In fact, it's the last time it was this low was 2005, and I know John Curtis was talking about that. So huge enthusiasm here for the man, but the turnout has been relatively low. It's something like 54%, and we're waiting now just for the actual results to be announced. They're all the photographers are all waiting, but Keir Starmer's very keen, clearly, to make sure that he thanks all the people who've come here and volunteered till the small hours to count the votes, all the party activists, all the staff who've dedicated so much of their time. He wants to show that he is here for them, as well as for us, and of course all of you watching at home.
And we're just going to keep showing everybody at home all of those pictures as Keir Starmer makes his way through a very, very busy scrum there at King's Cross in central London. And Neil Kinnock, I can't imagine what must be going through your mind and going through your heart as you...
He's probably going, hope there's not a wave coming.
These pictures, but I just want to put to you a slightly trickier point. So our number crunchers...
Don't forget, Kinnock's just a show for the globalists as well.
Charities have discovered on this point, looking at the first...
Look at that, 20%, wow. Leah Anderson, that can't be the overall share. Is it the referendum reforming the Conservatives on 20% each? Is that the UK wide share?
Our beloved Wales, Labour support has gone.
Therefore, I give notice that Edward Jonathan Davey is duly elected as the Member of Parliament.
Where is this?
We're spanning the world, man. Spanning the globe.
Which is great.
Another interesting thing, Paddy, about what you've said about Trump and Farage talking with people, as you put it. I just find it very ironic that both of them... Farage is a posh public school boy. Donald Trump comes from a background of wealth that all of us here just wouldn't be able to imagine. And yet, They speak. They know how to speak to the common man and woman. What's interesting is, I don't know if you...
A local businessman in Fort William.
Labour quietly confident, Lindsay Bewes, in all the seats in Fife. I mean, you know, we're talking about turn-ups and how the map might change colour, but that'd be quite something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be, and you know, it's interesting to contrast what
opposite of them convince themselves completely irrational.
Impact they've been cutting through, you can hear that.
But the interesting thing is it looks like there might be an increase in Conservative seats in Scotland. You know, it's like it's going against the wind. Well, let's just talk. You know, it's a painful time for you in Blackford.
It'd be very interesting to find out how many votes there were in the Conservative one seats in the Borders.
It could be.
How many Reform votes there were?
You're as low as 7 from starting off at the starting gate with 48.
Wow, 7! Wow. Wow. John will be off in the morning.
Now, Nicola Sturgeon has said quite clearly.
Yeah, I hope I don't go to jail.
What she thinks on television tonight, and I put this to Jeff Aberdeen. One of the questions out of the SNP result is whether they left themselves between two stools. In my view, on the independence question, it wasn't put front and centre on line 1, page 1 of the manifesto. It actually was on
of the challenges
of who's having a good night, and we'll be filling that map in. But as I said, the exit poll does seem to suggest it's Labour who are in for a good one, and that's going to...
More like a by-election
than
a general election, and I'm sure it felt like a by-election given the character of the individual who was standing. When he says there, I want my country back, one wonders exactly back from whom. Is it a reference to the previous control that he saw there being from the European Union? If you remember, the reason he was suspended and lost the Conservative whip was because he said Islamists had taken control of the mayor of London and other elements within the Labour Party. He was challenged.
Well, he's not wrong.
Apologised for that and declined to do so. He has gone on to move to the Reform Party and has won a stunning victory with the Conservatives, I think, coming in a distant 4th. Very, very good result for Mr. Anderson. Very, very good result for Reform. One of, I'm sure, a handful perhaps rather than the 13 that was being tipped by the exit poll. But if the Conservatives needed a reminder of the extent of the difficulty and the extent of the challenge, there it is. A 34% swing against them.
All right, Brian, thanks very much indeed. More from me in this panel in a minute. Let's go downstairs, though, to Kirsty and her guests. Kirsty.
Thank you. Liz Smith is
there's Paddy the helmet.
Here for the Conservatives and Jackie Bailey for Labour. We're joined by Patrick Harvey, the joint leader of the Greens, and Fiona Hislop, the Cabinet Secretary in the Scottish Government. Liz Smith, just have to come to you straight away. It looks like Reform will overtake the Conservatives in most Glasgow constituencies.
Wow!
Ruth Davidson says the swing to Reform could be the story of the night.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with her. I think that's worrying, actually.
I bet you do, because you're probably going to lose your seat because you're shit.
About Reform that appeals to me whatsoever.
Good, that's great. Well, if it doesn't appeal to you, I'm sure it's going to be more positive for the rest of us. If it doesn't appeal to you with your green blazer there.
Protest vote.
It's not a protest vote. We're all sick of all your wokey wefter crap. So we're all sick of your bad haircuts and your wokey wefter shit. We're sick of all the parties. This is to get rid of you. It's not a protest. We're protesting against more of the same. We're trying to get rid of you because you're shit. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's going to be the Scottish Libertarian Party. It doesn't matter the Family Party. Just anybody other than you twats is going to be beneficial.
I mean, I personally think that an awful lot of people in the country think that politics has lost its integrity.
and that politicians...
We don't like your wokey wefter politics. I don't know how you do you want me to dress it up in a wee, with put a wee bone top and put in a wee thing. We don't like your Nazi-esque politics, your identitarian politics. You don't have anything to offer.
Are not there to be trusted, and that reform has picked up because it does seem to be resonating with that.
But it also might actually, we might actually just come to you in a second for another question, but right now we can see
get off.
Before I speak
here's Paddy the helmet.
To your own position, Butte House agreement, where you...
To respond to the
here's Paddy the helmet.
More of a share of the vote than they've had in previous elections will reinforce that. But I do think that we really need to avoid complacency in relation to the formation of a far-right bloc within
far-right, says the GIMP, says the globalist Islamo-Marxist party. The two largest mass-murdering ideologies. Again, they're trying to say far-right. This is not far-right. This is a globalist versus anti-globalist, which Paddy the Helmet is part of the globalist Islamo-Marxist party. So let's not kid on that he's not the extreme, the wee baldy helmet.
For the first time in history. That's what's happening right now. And if complacency is the response to that, just dismissing it as a protest vote, I don't think is...
That's right, because it's not, we don't like you. It's very important. We've already had to deal with one form of leftism, SNP leftism, and Green extreme leftism, and Labour leftism, and the Conservative leftism, and the Liberal Democrats. All of you can take it and shove it. I hope you understand this. Shove it. Shove your student politics. Shove your Socialist Worker Party politics, your blue hair, your sexuality, and shove it.
Is strong enough of a response. We've seen the far right enter government.
Far right, that's far right. Even though he thinks everything, because she's a hammer, he thinks everything's a nail. He thinks because she's the extreme. I already asked Paddy the Helmet if he was a Marxist, and he refused to answer it. I don't refuse to answer what I am. I'm a libertarian liberal. I've said it millions of times. I've never changed it. I'm a centrist libertarian, or a centrist liberal, whatever it is in the libertarian axis. I'm an anti-authoritarian. So I'm anti-giving an unelected 28 councillors dictation over the whole of Europe. But Paddy the Helmet isn't. Paddy the Helmet couldn't even deny that the Green Party were a Marxist party.
In the Netherlands, potentially in France. They're on the rise.
I don't know. See, again, he's grouping all these different political parties in. I don't even know if these parties are far right. I don't even know where they are in the political spectrum, because nobody has done the political compass test of these parties, and it would be fascinating to find out. But you're not far right if you're an anti-Islamist. You're not far right if you're an anti-globalist. You're not far right if you're an anti-Marxist. That's not making you far right. That's just making you potentially libertarian, or potentially anything from the centre left, and past the extreme left.
In Germany, a number of other European countries, and tepid centrism is failing.
Well, you're certainly not a tepid centrist, and I would be a centrist. So Paddy the Helmet, I'm not in power. Paddy the Helmet's in power. Mr. Magoo here is in power. So what's it failing? What is getting failed? The problem that's getting failed is you've subjudification to a greater authority, which is the European Union, which takes power out of your hands to conduct power locally. That's what you've done, Paddy the Helmet.
To respond to the far right is failing.
Far right. As if that's a thing. Mr. Magoo, the far left have murdered 100 million people. Hitler was a Marxist, a communist like yourself until 1919. You brought in identitarian politics just like the Nazis, whether it be sexuality or anything else. You voted for it, Paddy the Helmet, and it's you that's the problem, which is why you get kicked out of governance by the SNP, because you're the extremist.
To face down the far right. I'm going to congratulate Labour.
You couldn't face down at your mirror, you wee twat. You couldn't face down anything. You're the extremist here. The centre isn't there. You're the extremist. That's why you get kicked out, because all your policies failed, all your policies were stupid, and they didn't work and cost the taxpayer money.
Done very well. They must be very happy. Well done. But they've done that on the basis of a cautious campaign and a manifesto which...
the Greens have become Islamo-Marxist, globalist Islamo-Marxist party. Listen, answer one question, Paddy the Helmet. If China's producing 28% of the CO2, why is there no Green MPs or MSPs over in China? Why don't you pack your wee suitcase up and piss off over to China or India or America, where they're producing the CO2? Why are you here moaning? Because nobody would vote for you if you came out and said, I'm a filthy Marxist scumbag.
Which does not represent the kind of transformational change that even Labour used to represent a few years ago.
So you extreme left. So we're extreme left is transformational change. So Paddy the Helmet wants to change everything into to decline. They've already stated that they want no growth. So you're eventually going to bankrupt the country because you're not growing the country. If you grow the population, you get no growth. You're going to bankrupt the country. That's how stupid these people are with their Marxist politics.
So I'm genuinely worried that they'll have a mandate in terms of seats.
And because all of these are the extreme left, nobody's challenging them. The people that are working in the BBC are not challenging Paddy the Helmet. They've got no involvement. So when I go head to head, and I mean I was gentle with Paddy the Helmet, but if I went head to head and I was actually debating him properly, I would destroy him. He would get slapped all over the bed. He would get slapped like the wee Mr. Magoo figure he is, verbally. He wouldn't stand a chance with me actually stating the case.
But not a big mandate in terms of policy, and that they won't be able to face down
Let's
the far
move on.
right.
Before I speak to Fiona Hislop, let's move on to your own position. Butte House.
So this is all left wing. There's no political choice here. These are all just a series of choices of the extreme left.
Were you wrong? When you hear what everybody's saying, were you wrong to enter an agreement with the SNP for?
Well, it wouldn't have mattered if they got into power themselves, Kirsty, or they went into an agreement. It's their policies that are wrong, but because they're ideologically driven from the extreme left, the Paddy the Helmet can't see that he's wrong. He's ideologically blinkered. That's why people have left the Greens, because they know that the Greens are an extremist party.
Or power, given the critique of their failings tonight.
No, I mean, I think the SNP's decline is on them, frankly, and...
and we Paddy the Helmet's destroying of the SNP as well. So, I mean, it is on the SNP because they allowed extremists like the Greens to come into power, where Paddy the Helmet should have never have been anywhere near political power. He should have just been the wee oddity that he is.
You know, it didn't begin with the Butte House Agreement. It began with their legal woes, you know, the Butte House Agreement was an attempt, and I think an overdue attempt, to put climate action at the heart of the Scottish Government.
Climate action at the heart of not building, growing the economy, not increasing the size of the economy, putting climate action. You know, if I'm going to bed and had a family and had kids to look after, the thing that I would put top of my political agenda is climate action. When I've just explained that China's putting out 28% of the world's CO2, so why does Paddy the Helmet not piss off to China and tell them all about climate action?
Back on track with climate action and a number of other hugely important policy areas. We made
and it's just all left-wing politics. The reason Scotland's failing is because of the people on that couch, because they're all ideologically the same and they all pass that off as something different. They're all just a bunch of socialist worker party Trotsky weirdos that were all probably hanging about with each other at uni, and not one of them has got a political point or political difference to actually make. That's why it'd be so easy to wipe the floor with them.
Progress on a number of those.
You don't progress in anything, did he? That's why you get kicked out, because and now you've decimated the SNP because you've got nothing to add. You've got nothing to offer. That's the reality of what you do. You've got nothing to offer. Paddy the helmet. You don't have anything to offer. And you're just all your dough balls in your party.
You weren't able to deliver on all of them.
You weren't able to deliver on any of them. And the ones that were delivered on didn't work or were unadvantageous for the people that were meant to be supporting. Just like the free places on with the SNP. You get less of what you were trying to achieve, not more. So that means you failed. Not to mention the 150 million that probably the drinks industry is going to be able to reclaim from taxpayers' money because of your dough balls policies.
So Yusuf, I'm sorry to say, decided to throw away
his own political career, you dough balls, and now destroy the SNP. Him and Nippy and the Gold members managed to destroy the SNP. Oh, I have to say, to actually make it a criminal enterprise.
A progressive, pro-independent.
Oh, progressive code word for communist.
Majority government that they had. I think that's a mistake on his part.
I think you're a mistake. I think everything that you say is a mistake. I think there's nothing progressive about anything that you say. If anybody was worth their salt, they could dismantle every one of your political arguments in a second. You don't have any consistency or any pushback whatsoever. If any pushback was there against you, you would crumple like a napkin. Completely crumble, because nobody in that panel has got the intellect. That's why Scotland's failing, because of the people on that couch are not up to it.
But it's not the whole story in terms of the decline of the SNP's vote.
Well, if you're honest, you've been in with the bricks, so to speak, in the Scottish Government. What do you take on the criticism that's being laid at Nicola Sturgeon's door by people at Jeff Aberdeen, and also an admission also too by Ian Blackford, that, the focus was...
Look at Smiler here. The Gold member. The Gold. Where's my WhatsApps, John?
Right. People have fallen out of love with the SNP. And John Swinney here, arriving in Perth. People, as Ian Blackford saying...
we've lost. Look at them all clapping. Well done. You did really well there. Losing all our MPs.
Months, but of course, he was there before. What has John Swinney to do, and is John Swinney the person to do it?
Well, I think he is, and clearly after 2 weeks in government, back in government, and as our leader, was facing a general election. And yes, this is a difficult result for the SNP. It has been a very difficult year, I think, and last few years, and I think we do have to reflect on where things are. I do think, however, it's quite clear that this election has been about getting the Tories out, and I think we will see the collapse of the Tory vote in lots of different places. I think we may see a difference between the Central Belt and the north of Scotland in different areas. And we can see
but in SNP Labour marginals, it wasn't about getting the Tories out. It was a saying that the SNP is not delivering.
So I think anybody campaigning...
Just wait until the Scottish elections. There is going to be. I mean, you've just decimated the Westminster SNP. Wait until you see the changes and what's going to happen in the vote in Scotland. I think we're going to see, we can't go any further left. We could go further left, but it will be very strange to go further left, considering we've had different shades of leftism, and it doesn't seem to be working. So I think we're going to see probably a change. There'll be different places in the political spectrum that people will come from, but it'll be different than what's available just now.
Over the last 6 weeks, we'll have known that this...
Oh, that's very interesting.
Do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows.
By the response, especially the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beach.
Issues that we might not agree on, things like Brexit, for example, but they're in contests and they know what they're...
And in some cases, certainly Mr. Murray's... And also influencing that Labour government in a Scottish direction. The counter-argument that John Swinney was putting throughout the campaign was, we join, he said, in the ambition of ousting the Conservatives from power, but the way to influence on behalf of Scotland is to have an SNP cohort on, admittedly, only a couple of results, but given the swings, it would appear as if it is the Labour argument.
Oh my God, the exit poll SNP predicted to win only 10 seats. Oh, Nicola Sturgeon says it isn't a good night for my corrupt party.
It is the Labour argument that is being regarded as salient and germane.
Yeah, we were just looking at pictures from Greenock there of Martin McCluskey, the Labour candidate there. Jeff Aberdeen, there must be a real concern for your party, for the SNP, that these are voters going home who may just think at the moment, I'm just going to take a trip back, I'm just going to give them a vote for this election, but it could be quite easy to settle there. I mean, this is the normality of things historically in this part of the country, right? It goes right.
Firstly, congratulations to Labour, 2 stunning victories. But I do reflect again. I think that the
Labour gain Kilmarnock and Loudon. Labour landslide predicted, forecast of 170 seats, majority.
2010 experience when the SNP returned 6 MPs. A year later, the SNP broke the system. We must remember that.
Things get 5 years.
Service and our schools to drive growth.
Volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 so much. It is a
Wow, so Lispy Keir, independent, Finkelstein, Feinstein. Wow, that's probably the highest independent probably this election, and the Reform only got that at 2000. That's quite tight between the bottom 3 parties, mind you. A few more and it would have gone into 4th place, but quite a large victory there for the Lispy character. Sir Keir Starmer, I'm sure he's going to be great.
For the Kingston Conservative. Absolutely delighted, shaking of heads there, and Richard Holden cutting a very. In the last couple of minutes, coming Starmer tucked on the side of the stage, looking absolutely delighted, shaking of heads there, and Richard Holden cutting a very, very lonely figure. Remember, the Conservative Party chairman, who traditionally in that role should be leading the campaign, should be out on the airwaves defending.
Oh, was that the guy with the bets? Oh my goodness.
Making the argument. We've seen almost nothing of him until tonight.
And remember that there was a lot of controversy about him being the prospective parliamentary candidate.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was the guy that got parachuted in, who wanted a safe seat.
Party were unhappy. He was parachuted in.
Pacing up and down.
Is actually making moral judgment because he abandoned a seat up in County Durham.
Well, it was scrapped, wasn't it? It was scrapped as the boundaries were redrawn.
But I know that the neighbouring Conservative, who was retiring, asked if he wanted to appear in that seat. He was invited, I was told, 8 times by the constituency party. And don't forget, he was chairman of the Conservative Party to be their candidate. And he went south to this seat, and he might squeak it, he might lose it. But I think the electorate have made a moral judgment about it.
Just tell us though, Neil, because you can see the Labour candidate there also looking anxious, looking at those bundles of paper.
Yeah.
What's it like at a recount?
Well, the only recount I ever experienced, and it gave my mother-in-law chickens, because she was up there in Anglesey, and there was a recount announced in my constituency. It was actually about the Tory deposit, and which they lost. And she was very relieved because in those days, without mobile phones, she had no means of communicating.
Right.
So she did the intelligent thing and called the police station. and the police were very kind. We had lovely coppers. And they phoned her back and told her what was going on.
Well, just while we are watching these pictures, another few results coming in for the Labour Party. They've taken Thurrock from the Conservatives. That's something they'll be delighted about. Thurrock in Essex, the Labour Party has taken that in the last couple of minutes. I also think that they have just
Thurrock in Essex.
Scunthorpe as
wow.
Well.
What was that? Say that again.
Nick Dakin, who you...
Mother-in-law chickens, because she was up there in Anglesey, and there was a recount announced in my constituency. It was actually about the Tory deposit, and which they lost.
Oh, Thurrock Labour gain.
Very relieved because in those days, without mobile phones, she had no means of communicating.
Right.
So she did the intelligent thing and called the police station. and the police were very kind. We had lovely coppers.
Turnout down 8%.
And told her what was going on.
Well, just while we are watching these pictures, another few results coming in for the Labour Party. They've taken Thurrock from the Conservatives. That's something they'll be delighted about. Thurrock in Essex, the Labour Party has taken that in the last couple of minutes. I also think that they have just taken Scunthorpe as well. The new MP, Nick Dakin, who used to be in Parliament some time ago, they've taken that from the Tories with another whopper of a swing of 15%. So we are getting into the part of the night. We can see Richard Tice, senior member of Reform there, but we are starting to get into the night where things start to come in thick and fast.
We're going to start getting a flood of results.
Yeah, the sort of night of 1,000 stories really kicks into gear, doesn't it? At, nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm hearing the Lib Dems have won in Bicester and Woodstock in Oxfordshire. A little detail there is that the Conservative candidate is Rupert Harrison, who used to be a senior advisor to George Osborne when Mr Osborne was Chancellor.
Did you say the Lib Dems think they've won it?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Let's go back to Clacton. Alex Forsyth is there. It looks as if, with Mr Farage having left the local restaurant and turned up at the count, we may be getting a result soon, Alex?
Yeah, Clive, I think it's pretty imminent now. You might be able to see in the distance behind me Mr Farage with a group of supporters. He's just talking to his election agent as we speak. As you say, he's been at a local restaurant this evening. He says to thank the people of Clacton. I think we're about 10-15 minutes away from the declaration, but in all honesty, everybody here that I've spoken to so far thinks it is highly likely that on his 8th attempt, Nigel Farage will eventually become an MP in Westminster, the MP for Clacton. We'll have to wait for the official result, but I've spoken to several people that seem to think now that that is the most likely outcome, and of course that would be, so far this evening, the party's second MP to be elected, because of course we saw that result with Lee Anderson in Ashfield. So at the moment, I mean, the excitement, the temperatures just stepped up a few notches in this room. I have to tell you, the press have all flooded down to this pen at the end of the count hall, and you can see Mr Farage in the distance consulting with some of the Reform UK supporters and his election agent. The counting's sort of wrapping up now in the hall behind me, and I think, I'm told, we'll get the declaration within the next 10 minutes or so, so that could be a really significant moment for Nigel Farage. Tried several times to become an MP. This could be it.
We're also looking at pictures on the screen there of Richard Tice, chairman of Reform UK. Stepped back from leading the party so that Nigel Farage could enter the race. And Reform, the way that they've been nibbling away at the Conservatives and indeed at Labour as well over the course of the evening. Very interesting indeed. But we're now going to a declaration here. And this is Holborn and St Pancras. This is Sir Keir Starmer's seat.
Ballot papers rejected
So,
was
Keir
2
appointments.
Everything, have you?
No,
two?
you have not.
But we've just
Well, we
seen...
do now.
Oh, you do now?
So they've got two globalist shills like Jeffrey Epstein's pal, the Prince of Darkness here, and the Welsh windbag that scared the waves.
Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986. Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877.
SNP down 3.
Munro John Peter, 6,397. Butcher
SNP forecast to lose seats to Labour.
Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986.
Reform and the Green Party forecast to gain seats.
Lewin Andrew Allen.
Early results suggest turnout could be the lowest since 2005.
Labour Party, 19,000. 877.
Lee Anderson wins Ashfield for Reform. Georgie Porgy loses his seat in Rochdale to Labour. Oh, wee Georgie Porgy's out.
Munro, John Peter.
Nobody's interested. Oh, here we go, here we go.
And 78.
Reform up 13.
So, Conservatives out. This is the first, I think this is the first Cabinet Minister that's out. Reform up 13%, wow.
Conservatives, exactly, precisely. And that swing from the Conservatives to Labour in the seat held by the Defence Secretary, 14%.
He's out.
14%.
So there'll be the speech from the winning candidate there, of course, the Labour candidate and new MP, Andrew Lewin. But we'll come back to Grant Shapps when we hear from him. Let's take you to another declaration in Chingford. Will Ian Duncan-Smith be the latest senior Conservative to lose out? Let's listen in.
Green Party, 1,334. Ian Duncan-Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,281. Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445. Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,524. Therefore, I give public notice that Ian Duncan-Smith
she doesn't like to have fashion.
is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for Chingford and Woodford Green constituency.
1,555 votes.
I mean, Labour can't do any better than Douglas bloody Alexander. I mean, really. Talk about the bad penny.
Robert Davis, Reform UK, 3,059
Wow.
votes.
Wow.
Duncan Dunlop, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,649 votes. Scott Alexander Hamilton, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 5,335 votes. Lynn Ann Jardine, Scottish National Party, 10,290 votes. George Caravan, Alba Party, 557 votes. Shona McIntosh, Scottish Greens, 2,477 votes. Therefore, I give public notice that Douglas Alexander is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Lothian...
Cheerio.
In Ukraine.
Oh, there's Nige.
If there's something that I'm incredibly proud about in Britain today, it's our staunch and unwavering support for Ukraine and its democracy. And that must never waver, even through a change of government.
They've not got democracy in the Ukraine, you clown. They're demolishing the wee gay guy who's in charge of the Jewish gay guy who's in charge of Ukraine's stop democracy. What are you talking about? You absolute buffoon. You're just shilling for the globalists. Absolute twat.
I'll
1,001.
thumping majority.
Scottish Family Party, pro-family, pro-marriage,
Pro-life, 487. Karen Sharkey, Scottish Greens, 1,510. Alan Steele, the Liberal Party, 481. Colette Walker, Independence for Scotland Party, 296. And I declare that Blair McDougall, Scottish Labour Party, is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for the East Webshire constituency.
Blair McDougall, a big Labour activist in the past and one of the leading figures in the No campaign back in 2014, is an MP. He is the new MP for East Westshire with a big...
Get his Karen off.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Reform in 4th place. That's incredible for the fact that come from nowhere. 4th place, wow.
Thank you, Returning Officer, for your efficient running of what I know was an unexpected election. I also want to thank all the polling staff,
If you get that in the States, Paddy, but it's like the old
in the old test and the result from Sunderland.
Oh, where that might be. Let me think. Oh yeah, because there's scumbag media. That's why.
Visibly shaken Grant Shapps there, sometimes seen as one of the very reliable, strong communicators in the Conservative
I'm going to bed
Party,
after Nigel.
by what has happened to him tonight. He's lost his seat as well as
Oh no,
one
what a
of those kinds
shame.
of seats that was Conservative for a long time under him and has now been captured by the Labour Party. They'll be delighted with that scalp there, but a strong message from him, the first losing cabinet minister to publicly say, we have lost it. There will be a new government in the morning. Grant Shapps, of course, not helped by Nigel Farage. You can see waiting for his result in Clacton there, but also pointing the finger at colleagues who...
Just shows you with Nigel, if he's won it, which I think he has, the persistence always pays off. And also listening to me, that always pays off as well.
Failed to agree in public, who's indulgent, to use his words, squabbling, put people off. Now, while we wait for Nigel Farage's declaration, let's take a look with Jeremy at where those Conservative losses are stacking up. In what corners of the country? Jeremy.
Well, Laura, we've actually put all these Conservative seats as they went into the election into a kind of wedge shape. So smallest majorities at this end near the door of Downing Street, and come on down with me and you'll see the wedge get bigger as the seats get safer. So down the far end, some of the safer Conservative seats, the high hexagon means there's a big majority. OK, so what we shall do now is combine a bit of exit poll and all these real results that are coming in, and let us now have a look at what this wedge of seats has become.
Wow.
So, if you start at this end, you've got the smaller Conservative majorities, very vulnerable seats here, like Leon Atherton there, just at the end, old majority 293. That went Labour, pushover for Labour in these circumstances. Stroud just here, old majority 2,400, now a Labour majority of more than 11,000. We head on down here, we've got Vale of Glamorgan just here, and Bridgend, which have gone to Labour. So those were relatively vulnerable. As we head down, let's just have a look. Right at the end here, where you had safe seats, Cannock Chase, you can see here.
Oh, look at that, look at that. That's
19,800. Now a Labour majority of 3,500, a 25% swing. So right down the bottom here,
that's going to
where the seats were safest,
reform.
they still aren't completely safe. And you're seeing here the damage to the Conservatives going all the way down this wedge of seats from the top to the bottom, and it hasn't stopped yet.
For that, we're going to get a sense of what's going on, I think, in Basildon, where the Conservative Party chairman is in the race of his life. There's a recount there. He doesn't look as if he's sure what's going on. We're not sure what's going on. But that would be another big scalp if he loses there in Basildon. They've been on a recount for the last, 45 minutes? At least that.
Wow.
At least that there. And so, yeah, very, very unsure of the situation there. This is the count in Clacton, where, of course, Nigel Farage is looking to try on his 8th attempt to become an MP. And we were expecting the declaration there from our correspondent Alex Forsyth probably about 15-20 minutes ago, so one wonders what's going on there as well. But a little bit of a pause in the flow of results that we've been getting, although I can tell you that Labour have held Cambridge, they've held Liverpool Riverside, this is Bath, so this is North Somerset, this is Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat, the suggestion that he was in a tight race there as well. So lots of people standing around at counts at the moment.
That's what happens at counts. They stand around and they're frantically busy. The people who are doing the counting do all the work. The politicians and their staff stand around looking nervous.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it all happens. Let's show you what's going on in Glasgow. You can see there Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, who was being praised to the heavens by Neil Kinnock not so long ago. Straightening his tie, ready for an important night where probably there will be lots of pictures taken of him, but he has been, with the help of Keir Starmer, trying to turn around the fortunes of Scottish Labour after a terrible time when not so long ago they were smashed to bits by the dominant SNP. Our exit poll suggests tonight, as he walks into the counting centre in Glasgow, that that could be reversed. However, we've only had one result from Scotland so far, which was a stunning result for the Labour Party. They took Kilmarnock and Loudoun, which was not on their target list. However, we just don't know at this stage whether that pattern will be replicated. And remember, on the exit poll, which put the SNP down at 10, it's trickier to do that in Scotland because they've got fewer data points, I think Sir John would call them.
He would call them...
Reform on 7%, the third largest party in Scotland, outstripping apparently the Conservative Party in Glasgow. At 7%, that's going to give MSPs in the Scottish Parliament. So Nigel better be picking carefully who he's got in the regional list.
Them data points. Liberal Democrats, they've taken Newton Abbott from the Conservatives. Martin Wrigley has been elected there. And we're going to Islington North for their
held on Thursday,
declaration.
the 4th of July 2024, to hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
So Steptoe's back in. Oh, there's all the anti-Semites there in the background there. They'll be goose stepping soon.
That's 24,120. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 32. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. That's 2660. Praffle Nagan, Labour Party, 16,873. That's 16873. Martin John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710. So that's 1710. 10. Total number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark.
So, Jeremy
0.
Corbyn.
Wow, man, wow, that was huge votes there between Jeremy Corbyn and Labour.
Onto that seat there, but not as a Labour MP. He's been the MP there for over 40 years for Labour, but now he's standing as an independent. The Labour candidate coming in second, Peter Mandelson.
Well, look at the size of that turnout. That's a 68% turnout, when it's that obviously turned out for Steptoe.
Prattle Nagan, the Labour candidate, be elected because he would have been an excellent MP for Islington North. Like many other people, I canvassed for him, I work for him, and he really is first rate. My only consolation in this result is that Jeremy Corbyn is not a Labour MP and never will be.
What went wrong here for Labour, though?
What went wrong was very clear to anyone who
was the globalists lost to Uncle Albert.
Knocked on any door. He kept on knocking on the door, saying to people, can I ask you how you're going to vote? And they said, yes, we're going to be voting Labour. We've always been Labour. We're backing Labour. Therefore, we're going to be voting for Jeremy Corbyn.
We've now got a declaration, indeed, at Clacton.
Right, here we go. I'm going to bed after this.
Okay. I am now going to declare the result of the Clacton constituency Member of Parliament. I, Ian Davidson, being the acting returning officer at the election for a Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency on Thursday, the 4th of July, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,000.
Wow.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP, No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820. The number of ballot papers rejected was 111.
Well, in a matter of moments, two big headlines there for you tonight. Nigel Farage at the 8th time of asking...
I was right about him coming back. I was right about him getting a poll where he's got a winnable seat. Correct again. I'm sure Nigel's been watching the Guerilla TV channel.
Comes an MP representing...
Or people round him.
Clacton in Essex as the leader of the Reform UK party, just moments after Jeremy Corbyn beat Keir Starmer's Labour in Islington. But Nigel Farage, whose party, Reform UK, of course, following in the footsteps of UKIP, then the Brexit Party, now Reform, and now in Parliament.
And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening.
It says something fundamental about the Guerilla TV channel keep getting it right. And obviously we predicted 24%. We thought it could get to 31. We seems we weren't far off as usual. So again, unbelievable what the GTC predicts. The political Nostradamus.
Happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics. And
There
my
you guys
job
are there.
is to fill it. And that's exactly...
What are you saying? I didn't realise, Johnny boy, you got up here. Just back home, Davey. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Yes, Davey. Filthy Labour. Here you are there. This meme is going to get way worse. This is the meme that's going to get way worse. Wokey cokey, wefter, weirdo and gimps. Get in there, Johnny boy. Yes, get in there. Ellie Anderson think this is the new PM is someone that doesn't know what a woman is. I don't know if Keir Starmer's ever sucked a woman's penis. I think that should be our female penis. I think that should be a Kinnock talk, not a pish, as usual. Beer warmer. John Murphy, a rotten geezer. Slim Jim. Check. Fatty McFatty. Wee Paddy. Wee Paddy. The watermelon zone. Oh, far right. I know, that's all he says. So far right. And he's a... Oh, dear. Everyone in Scotland has... degrees from uni should be told do this civic duty and pay back the tuition fee 6 months. And end free tuition, defund universities immediately. Certainly some of it needs dishonest baldy joke. Oh dear. Where else did I say better? It was in pacing sound better now. That's good, that's fine. I'll just back up there. Let's hear Nige. Come on, Nige, let's hear you, buddy.
What I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates.
16%. Down, Conservatives down 19% to 21, 16% up 13%. Reform, I don't know where they're basing that change on. But yeah, nearly at the polls level. I think in certain constituencies, obviously, they're getting 24-25%, but obviously it depends on what part of the country you're in.
For behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
The first steps of something that's going to stun all of you. Nigel Farage with a thumping win there in Clacton. He's been trying for a long time to become an MP. He's finally done it. He plans to build a mass national movement. He's been saying that for a while, but he's made it clear that he's targeting Labour. He's coming after Labour. And it is an achievement for him. But at the same time, the story of the night is Labour and the suggestion that they will have a 170-seat majority. But Nigel Farage making it clear that he's got Labour in his sights.
And just on your screen there, you can see bottom right-hand corner, there is Kemi Badenoch, who's been the business secretary in Saffron Walden. It looks like she is accepting her result there. And at the top is Hazelmere. That's the back of Jeremy Hunt's head. He's battling to hang on. But Kemi Badenoch, who
bring that degree of unity to it. Needs and my constituency needs, and I'm humbled and proud and very grateful.
Uncle Albert, Uncle Albert. Oh my goodness. Don't worry what's on. Oh, let's see what's happening in Scotland. Come on, let's go. Let's see what's happening in Scotland. Where did that go? Oh, there's the guys there. Are they still going? Oh, I just flicked back there.
Your point's been quite accurate, Neil. A lot of the Southern Tories of Reform UK gained Great Yarmouth from the Tories.
Wow.
Yeah, that was always likely to be one of the top reform targets. That's where Catherine Blakelock stood aside as English Democrats and actually told her supporters to vote reform.
That's a big win for them, isn't it? Will Richard Tice win his seat as well?
Where's he standing, David?
Is it Boston and Skegness?
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know, do we want Tice?
No. You don't want Tyson, no.
He's
a wet.
He's more than a wet. He's a fucking diarrhea.
Yeah. I think they say like Tice is there to keep the kind of brakes on Yvette Cooper, that's good. Yeah, that would be brilliant. If Yvette Cooper loses, that is brilliant. I would be really happy.
Beautiful.
That would be like that would be a real cherry if Yvette Cooper loses.
Yes. Yeah,
because she is a real bint.
That would be
after what she did to Brexit in the Burko Parliament, as I call it.
Yeah.
That apart.
Where is the? Oh, there's the guys there. What they sent?
So you have to have that party machine there. So I think that's where Farage will struggle.
If he was a legless man, as you're implying. but he was certainly legless. He was born with like tiny little legs, just like the top of your head with them feet. And like a Mr.
How did he
Man.
manage to conceive
The weird thing is,
I don't know if this is true.
He's being serious. If you read his autobiography, then it is true. So his father was like a Mr. Man, like I don't mean that like he had arms sticking out of his head like that. I mean he had like a torso, but then he didn't have any legs. So that's bound to develop. It's bound to influence the way in which a chap learns to think, even if they are very.
That is a very astute point, actually. That yes, if he has.
Wait, this makes him more likely to favour gay marriage somehow.
Yes.
You see, I don't have a lot of trouble believing that people from those kind of Etonian backgrounds are kind of, might be into the idea of gay marriage.
Well, no, I certainly don't disagree with it. How much of this has to do with the psychological effects of being forced by fellow Etonians to sodomise a pig's head?
That was alleged,
A pig's head, and while he's sodomising the pig's head, they're all starting going, ha ha ha, your dad hasn't got any legs. It's a double
psychological
humiliation ritual
that truly would leave scars on a man.
Have you sodomised a pig's head anyway? Pig doesn't
Listen, it's the Tories. They'll find a way to sodomise anything.
By a pig's head. Get it right.
Get it right.
Everyone gets it wrong.
Sodomise a pig's head.
You'd have to ask David.
How did you stop that?
No, he found a way.
Oh, that's so good, man. That's well done, guys. That's brilliant. That's it. Yeah, yes, Bold Nigel. I thought you said Bold Nigel. Still Baldy Chalk up there. Yes, Nigel. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Where when I'm trying to look for something in particular. I want to go back to the Scottish one. See what's happening there. Right, I think we can get rid of it. Oh, I don't know who that is. No. Oh, here we go.
The posties, the police.
And how well have you done?
Look, I think clearly it's a good night for the Scottish Labour Party. I'm
For the drugs, the drug dealing, the drug dealing in Glasgow, it's very good.
confident that we are going to win this election in Scotland. I'm confident we'll have a majority in Scotland.
Oh,
and
that's
we can
good.
start the process of change tomorrow.
Democrats, 2,589 votes.
Wow.
Kirsty McNeill, Labour and Cooperative Party, 21,480 votes. Owen Thompson, Scottish National Party, SNP, 13,313 votes. 162 ballot papers were rejected, giving a total votes of 44,327.
Wow.
And I declare that Kirsty McNeill is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the Midlothian County constituency. The number of ballot papers rejected and not counted by me at this election.
So, Kirsty McNeill is the new MP for Midlothian. Congratulations to her. With an 8,000 majority on a turnout of 60%, a healthy turnout. Stephen Flynn, of course, the West...
Sophie Molly, Independent, 225. Michael Pearce, Reform UK, 3,199. John Wheeler, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 11,300. Ballot papers rejected, 178. Total votes, 46,523. And I declare that Stephen Flynn is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member.
Stephen Flynn, of course,
Wee Baldy Flynn.
Westminster leader of the SNP, looking jubilant there as well he might. We were hearing there was a bit of sweating going on among the SNP counters. And that
So Reform in fourth.
He needn't have worried. He's back with a reasonably decent majority, fairly comfortable almost.
If this is replicated at the Scottish election, we're going to see Reform MSPs.
4,000 on a turnout of 60%. I'm just trying to do my sums here. If you add the, even if you add the Reform vote to the Tory vote, you don't catch up with that. Here's Stephen Flynn.
By thanking all of the staff present here tonight for allowing democracy to take place.
No one can quite nail down precisely what it means, but everyone will take from it what they wish it to be.
Well, it's unambiguous when you say we're beaten, we're well beaten.
That, fine, but was there a hidden message that Prime was perhaps alluding to there about where now for his party? Let's face it, they have had a bad night. It's been a night.
Just get it right, get it better, focus on the right things, you know, and project a sense of concern about the people's issues rather than the issues perhaps of partisan sections of your own movement and
yeah.
your
He
own
said we've
perspective.
lost our focus. He was basically saying that, you know, the social issues that they've been focusing on. a lot
Tell you
more than environmental issues.
another intriguing thing. Some of the MPs that have just been elected from Scotland, Labour MPs, Blair McDougall, a possible future minister, Kirsty McNeill, a possible future minister, used to work for Gordon Brown, Douglas Alexander, a cabinet minister from the past.
Yeah.
I think you might spend a period of durance vile as on the backbenches for a fortnight, and then perhaps a minister before entering cabinet. It might be a bit much to go jumping in there, but there's some calibre there as well. There'll be others who will be perhaps more foot soldiers rather than officers, but there's some calibre there as well. But it is a quite remarkable victory. I mean, you look at the even in the seat that has just been held by Stephen Flynn, SNP to Labour swing of 14.2, and that's after a controversy over the Labour campaign, where it was suggested that the Labour candidate had said, well, the last time out we didn't really bother. We were hoping the Tories would take it, you know, vigorously and deeply denied, of course, and all that sort of thing. Even in those, I mean, some of the swings we've seen swings of of 16.2. I mean, absolute slackers.
So Reform is in fourth place on 7% of the vote. So as I said, I've said it on several occasions, this is going to be massive, especially if the Reform vote goes up over the intervening period. It's still a low turnout of only 60, but if the Reform vote goes up for the Scottish elections, we're 100% going to see MSPs. I would think, off the top of my head, probably 6 MSPs will at 7%. You can see Alba hasn't no other parties shown really as a percentage, but I would say 7% we're going to see probably 6 MSPs on the regional list.
Well, they're not trying, you know. I mean, you know, the mean swing for the Labour Party on the night will be much higher than that. Quite remarkable. It's a tidal wave for the Labour Party across the UK, including in Scotland. And when you hear the scunner factor being cited, I think by Douglas Alexander, it's a phrase I regularly use. On this occasion, it's a single transferable scunner factor. It's the UK Conservative government and the Scottish SNP government.
Yeah, we've just seen two leaders there. We're looking at the back of the head of Anas Sarwar, but a penny for the thoughts of John Swinney, who we saw earlier on in Perth, just a couple of minutes ago, or seconds ago in Perth. Anas Sarwar is having a very good night. John Swinney, as discussed, is not. There he is again, I think this is the time of night where you're just trying to find something to cling on to. Ailsa, we've had a rash of declarations, and you then have a pile of numbers to delve through. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't even, it's all a bit overwhelming. Okay, so, I mean, I think one thing that we're clearly seeing is this is a party that is absolutely paying the costs of governing in Scotland, right? And one thing
brilliant.
about the SNP was that they were unusually successful in avoiding the costs of governing, this slow decline in approval that happens to hit every single party when it governs. We would expect a nationalist party. We would expect a subsidy government.
They're not a nationalist party. They're just another form of leftism. I keep trying to tell you this. There's nothing national. They're a globalist, Islamo-Marxist party. They're gimps.
Their cost of governing than it was, and we think they've been avoiding that or evading that because of two possible advantages. Domestically, within Scotland, they had a competence advantage over a Scottish Labour in 2011, 2016, 2021 on every policy area. The SNP was seen as being a more competent party, better able to handle every single policy area that we would put to survey respondents. So they had a competence advantage that has now completely evaporated. And the second thing they had was a trust advantage over the UK government. People trusted the Scottish government more than they trusted the UK government. You could see it in all the polls around the handling of COVID, for example. Now that holds, and people are happy to have you there and see that you are better than a less competent UK government.
Labour gain Hamilton and Clyde Valley.
Up to a point. But if the priority becomes removing that less trusted, less competent government down in London.
The Tories haven't looked after their core vote. Well, they've done exactly the opposite of what people wanted them to do. So, and even though those in the right wing of the Conservative Party facilitated that, so a plague in all your houses.
Then all of a sudden the calculations start to change about how people cast their ballots. So what we've seen over the last few years is an evaporation of that competence advantage and an evaporation of that trust advantage. And finally, we're seeing the cost of governing catching up the SNP.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the curse of incumbency, as discussed earlier on. It's not just here, it's right across the
Well, it took a long time, though.
Oh, yeah, no, it did. But, you know, the SNP would argue they got the bounce of COVID. They very popular, considered to have handled that by a lot of people, not by everybody, but by a lot of people well. But what wasn't happening with them and other governments was they weren't saying, you know, when we come off the back of this, though, taxes are going to go up, we're going to have to pay for this somehow. And that is where the rubber is.
And this is the challenge for Labour as it sits in government.
They're picking up the economy that's been left behind by somebody else who
we
could
could
make much of it.
We could well see the return to that trust advantage over a UK government.
Yeah, really, really interesting stuff. Right, a forecast for you now. After 160 seats have been declared, the outcome of the election
four for the Reform
will be, the BBC predicts, Labour on 405 seats. That's an increase of 204. The Conservatives on 154 seats. That's down 218. The Liberal Democrats we're predicting will be on 56 seats. That's a rise of 48. We're predicting tonight the BBC will finish this on 6 seats. That's a drop of 42. Plaid Cymru on 4 seats. That's up 2. Reform, we're saying will get 4 seats. That's an increase, of course, of 4. The Greens, we think, will have...
Well, that's a bit of a change, isn't it, from 13 to 4? So there must be another 9 and 25 others. So I think Northern Ireland makes up 9 of those. Plaid Cymru's 4, so that's 13. Steptoe 14. So I don't know who the other 11 are.
2 seats, that's up 1. And the rest of the seats, the others, will make up the remaining 19. But that, headline-wise, would mean a Labour majority of 160
So it's
seats.
quite a change for Reform.
That is the projection. A ray, a chink of sunlight in a...
We were always very wary of the fact that ultimately...
Boring. Right, I think I'm going to go in my bed. What's this? Don't know what that is. That wee red light is. Skeletor, not again. Right, Johnny boy, I think it's only me and you, brother. well endured. Let's just have a wee look at this again.
To the people.
Again, another very interesting seat. It's 2/3 Asian, about 1/3 are Hindu. Has that meant that has beefed up the Conservative vote here? Perhaps. There's also a sizable Muslim population. Has that depressed the Labour vote? Possibly. And there are a couple of names here. Might as well just show you under Leicester East who will be familiar to you. Keith Vaz, Claudia Webb, both former Labour MPs here, both standing as independents. Anyway, that is a Conservative gain from Labour. I mentioned the Muslim vote, if we can characterise it like that. I just want to show you this, which is a chart showing what is happening to the Labour vote in areas which have a high Muslim population. By high, we mean over 20% Muslim. Overall in Great Britain, Labour vote up by 1 percentage point, but in...
We're tired of that constitutional obsession.
I can't believe he's back. Oh my God.
My mum, my dad, my wider family, for your constant advice and encouragement. I couldn't do this job without you all. And next, thank you to the good people of Fareham and Waterlooville. You've placed your trust in me that my party didn't listen. We need to learn our lesson, because if we don't, bad as tonight has been for my party,
22%. Wow, Conservative votes by general election 32, 36, 37, 42. Bojo 45, down 23%. Wow.
many worse nights to come. The country deserves better, and we've got to do better. And I will do everything in my power to rebuild trust. We need to...
I mean, it's quite incredible that it's gone from 13 seats for Reform down to 4. I mean, that's a hell of a change. A hell of a change.
Sensible. We'll go to our beds and have a good night's sleep, and by 6:30 tomorrow morning, this will all become absolutely clear. But I believe it's
look, tomorrow morning, Sir Keir Starmer is going to be our Prime Minister.
Yeah.
We have. I've said this again.
Yeah, but you could have said that 4 weeks ago.
Yes, and you're dead right. I'm just saying the reality of it.
So the exit poll still got them in 13.
Something that you know is about to happen, but we're going to wait.
8,000 votes. So if you
Keir Starmer does believe a woman can have a penis.
you added the Tory and
not seen his wife yet.
Reform vote together, it was 16,000, and Labour only had 18,000. Give it 5 years and destroy the Tories.
Yeah.
We could win. We could win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, every time.
I don't think it'll escape.
Parliament, and she put the kibosh as much as she possibly could. Do you remember what she did? Screwing around with Brexit.
Yeah.
Yvette Cooper is the most nasty, anti-democratic person.
She is.
Pretty much. A Ken Clark in female form.
Neil, how are they going to... Well, Anthony, you might answer me this then. Anthony, how are they going to spin this? Because this is just a bad night for, like, Labour and the... I just think Starmer winning that paltry amount of votes, that is a real slap in the face, isn't it?
They're going to feature the Labour gains in Scotland,
yes,
and the Labour gains overall, and they will skirt away from the fact that Keir Starmer did so badly compared with Jeremy Corbyn. And they'll steer away from the fact that, you know, a key figure, Jonathan Ashworth, has lost his seat, and perhaps other people as well, because you can't ignore shadow cabinet members losing their seats. So
Lee Anderson. So Rupert Lowe elected in Great Yarmouth. So Richard Tice is still to be. We'll find out what if Richard Tice is going to be elected as well.
It'll be interesting to see how they try and get away with it. And I think it's up to us. We've got a sort of big crack in the door. We can exploit that crack in the door and make inroads and attack, and you know, not just the Labour Party, but
Anthony. I think what's happening is Labour is doing well where they've had a Tory MP as a target, and they've surmounted the Tory MP and won many seats off the Tories tonight. But in their own seats, I'm just looking at
Labour up 62, Conservatives down 71.
Norwich,
38, 22. Can't really see that. 16%. So it looks like the illiberal Liberals have got a higher vote share than Reform just now.
That guy in Norwich, what's his name? Clive Lewis, down 6%.
Wow, Clive Lewis down as well. That's interesting. Yeah. That's Rupert Lowe. He's really wet. I don't really like him. That's a big win in Great Yarmouth. It really is a three-way tie.
Rupert Hack down 6% in Ealing.
Really. I mean, I think if Corbyn had really grown a pair of balls, Corbyn could have set up a new left-wing party and destroyed Labour.
In the same way that Reform did for the Tories, 100%.
But why didn't he do it? But why not? What again? This is the problem with these people.
I think he wants to get back in the Labour Party. That's why I think he wants to get back in, and or there might be a left wing putsch against Starmer, and to allow Corbyn back in, and then potentially to even stand again as leader. I don't really get it, but yeah, he could. I mean, he could do something like that. That could be the agenda, or at least getting back into the Labour Party.
Was Corbyn blah blah? If Corbyn had set up his own party after what happened with Gaza.
But why didn't he just join Georgie Porges' worker? Why would you need to set up another party? Why would you not just join Georgie Porges and do it that way?
Corbyn could have ripped the Labour Party to shreds.
Corbyn is not that ambitious.
Yeah.
He's a regular.
But what can he do now? He was already the Labour leader and didn't win. So what are you going to do?
I mean, I don't agree with his politics. Apart from Brexit. On Brexit, he is a Brexiteer. But apart from that, his politics is a bit crap. But as a person...
Chichester.
All right, sorry.
Is...
It's unbelievable. Like, to hear that, the bias...
Yes. About 10%.
Wow, Billy Ricky, man, only a couple of 2,000 or 1,700, and that would have been a win for reform. Wow, 1,700. Wow, that's so close.
Of the seats, which could go to the courts.
Miriam.
This guy's funny. Yeah, it's a shame. I don't know if that's finished. Yeah, it's good. Sign up to the Lotus Eaters if you've not done it. Right, troops, I'm out here. That's it. I'm done. Hardcored it again.